Chapter 151, Chapter 148, Second Phase of the King's Game, 3. Ha ha. Rose pointed at Asterion and said, still laughing, you let an ant slip right under your nose. Hearing Rose's laughter, Asterion's already dark face became even darker. He clenched his teeth and vowed that when he found the warlock or witch with an innate shadow-related technique, he would make them suffer greatly before expelling them from the competition. Luna also didn't care about Asterion's dark face and laughed playfully while petting Baskerville. Only Cedric didn't laugh at Asterion. Instead, he gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, Asterion. In the end, we'll find them all, and you can vent your frustrations, he said kindly with a gentle smile. Seeing his friendly and close smile, Asterion looked at the young man strangely and spoke expressionlessly, I don't like men, but don't worry, I don't care if you shove something up your butt. Ha 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 ha. Rose heard his words and couldn't help but burst into laughter. She held her stomach and laughed unscrupulously at Cedric's discomfort. Cedric was embarrassed and quickly removed his hand from Asterion's shoulder, stammering nervously and incoherently, I don't like men either. I like women. Cedric's awkward appearance only increased suspicions about him at that moment. Cedric looked at everyone and gradually fell silent. He crouched beside Luna and joined her in drawing something with an extremely dejected expression. You're mean, Rose commented beside Asterion, her smile very amused by the whole situation. Don't worry, I'll defeat all the enemies you can't, she said confidently, subtly provoking Asterion. I don't need your help, Asterion replied coldly, looking at Rose before turning his gaze to the other team members. Let's head to the highest mountain, we'll start the second phase of the King's Game. Yes, sir. Luna stood up and saluted like a soldier reporting to her superior. Yes, sir, Rose responded casually, her voice full of laziness and sleepiness. We're going to win and bring glory to Hogwarts. Cedric said, returning to his cheerful and friendly demeanor, apparently the most enthusiastic at the moment. Everyone smiled at Cedric's excitement, the young man seemed to be the soul of the team. However, after being unexpectedly selected to participate in the tournament, only Asterion knew that Cedric wanted nothing more than the fame brought by the tournament. For ordinary people, fame means just attention, but for powerful people, it is a legacy. It might seem strange, but people tend to trust those who possess fame and prestige. If there were two people side by side, one being a highly qualified professional and the other being a regular professional but very famous, who do you think people would trust more? The answer is clear, the regular professional, because fame has an almost supernatural glamour to people, making them seem almost like gods. So, even if the other one is highly qualified, few would give him a chance because he is not as famous as the regular professional. Asterion wanted this from the beginning, he had been building a good but powerful and wise image. Especially at this moment, when hundreds of thousands of witches and wizards were watching him. If possible, Asterion wanted his fame to help his children in case he passed away. His fame would help Daphne and her descendants unite the country and keep them safe if something happened to him in the future. After all, the god creation plan orchestrated by his ancestors was, at the very least, insane. Asterion had no idea what he might create if he failed. At the very least, he estimated it would create a virtually invincible cursed spirit. He had to leave some things to protect Daphne and her family. It wasn't that Asterion was pessimistic, he simply knew that this was the real world, and in the real world, things often don't go as one wants. Asterion wanted to be prepared in case something went wrong with his plan. After all, he knew he had made numerous enemies by creating the clock tower, even though most smiled kindly at him in most cases. But he knew the murderous intentions hidden behind calm and gentle looks. Holding Luna like a princess in his arms, Asterion looked at everyone and nodded. In the same second, everyone reinforced their bodies and ran towards the highest mountain. Asterion, who carried Luna like a princess, was the fastest in the group and was in the lead to protect against any possible attacks. Rose was at the back, protecting their rear, with Cedric in the middle. It was the same strategy that wolves in a pack use to protect themselves while hunting and moving from place to place. The four of them crossed high rocks, trees, and hills with almost supernatural ease. It was only when the sun began to set that the group stopped, but it wasn't because of Asterion or Rose, it was because of Cedric. Sorry, the young man said with an embarrassed expression as sweat covered his body. Using reinforcement magic for such a long time was extremely exhausting. There was less than 10% of magical energy left in the Hufflepuff's reserves. If he continued, he would simply collapse from exhaustion. Placing Luna on the ground, Asterion shook his head and spoke calmly, don't worry, we're not in a hurry. Even if someone arrives before us, we'll just drive them away and start preparing the ground to protect Luna. Yes, don't worry about it, Rose said with a smile, patting Cedric on the shoulder. Cedric looked grateful and remained silent, focusing on recovering his magical energy. Meanwhile, Asterion, Rose, and Luna made a campfire, around which they sat, eating the provisions given at the beginning of the first phase of the King's Game. The supplies would last 3 days if rationed. I hate jerky, it's too salty, Rose grumbled, very dissatisfied with the food as she swallowed a piece of jerky. She ate it out of necessity, otherwise, she would never touch something so salty. It's not that bad, Cedric commented after tasting it. He actually didn't find it too bad. Luna remained silent, eating like a hamster and then swallowing without showing much reaction. You seem used to eating this, Luna, Rose asked curiously, seeing her expressionless face while eating. I used to spend days in the forest trying to find magical animals, Luna looked up and answered adorably as she swallowed her food. Just as Rose was about to ask more, she smelled something pleasant in the air. She turned to Asterion and pursed her lips at the sight before her. It wasn't just her, Cedric and Luna also looked at Asterion with somewhat accusatory gazes. Asterion was sipping a glass of wine while biting into a delicious piece of roasted chicken. Rose looked at the hard, dry jerky in her hand and then at the succulent roasted chicken in Asterion's hand. Her gaze grew increasingly dangerous at the disparity in their food. Asterion, Rose said each syllable with a tone full of accusation. Seeing the eyes of his teammates, Asterion remained indifferent. He ate even faster, fearing someone would ask for a piece of his roasted chicken. When he finished, he tossed the bone into the fire, making the air even more fragrant. Seeing Asterion's actions, Rose's eyes widened. She never imagined Asterion could be so stingy as to eat quickly and not leave any for her. Even Luna looked at Asterion with a deadly gaze, although it seemed more adorable than threatening. Under heavy pressure, Asterion reluctantly asked Baskerville to distribute the food and drank his wine in silence, apparently very upset about sharing his meal. Yet, for some reason, the atmosphere around the campfire was filled with laughter and teasing. Chapter 152, Chapter 149, Second Phase of the King's Game, 4. When the sun rose, Asterion, Rose, Luna, and Cedric set off without delay, heading towards the mountain that seemed to grow taller as they approached. Seeing the mountain up close, Cedric gasped, his eyes widening. Incredible. Knowing that human capacity can create this makes me understand why wizards and witches were considered gods in the eyes of muggles. He spoke with genuine shock, his eyes fixed on the enormous monument raised by magic, filled with awe. Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, and any other gods were wizards and witches in the historical context of the magical world. What humans considered gods were merely wizards and witches who had reached the pinnacle of each element. However, even though wizards did not believe in these magical gods, the wizarding community still respected these beings because they abandoned everything else and focused entirely on just one branch of magic, innate technique. They became the very apex of all magic, without concern for anything else. Are they still alive? Rose asked curiously, her eyes on Asterion, clearly directing the question to him. Luna and Cedric also looked at Asterion with curious expressions. If there was one thing noble houses possessed, it was information and secrets, knowledge they monopolized over millennia, growing stronger with each passing century. Seeing everyone looking at him expectantly, Asterion rolled his eyes but ultimately chose to respond. Whether the magical gods are alive or not, I don't know. But in the late 1800s, it was said that a battle took place beneath Hogwarts, involving what seemed to be ancient magic, likely a legacy of a magical god. Ranrock III, a goblin king, sought this power and started another goblin rebellion. A fifth-year student successfully stopped the Goblin King by killing him. If you want to know more about it, Dumbledore enrolled in Hogwarts a few years later, he probably knows more than I do. I only read a few accounts about it, Asterion concluded, focusing his gaze on the mountain. Rose's eyes sparkled as she listened to his words. If she could obtain that power, wouldn't she become even stronger? He complained about being too strong, but if there was a chance for her to grow even more powerful, Rose definitely wouldn't refuse. Summoning the winged centipede, Asterion jumped onto it and looked at the other three members of his team. Get on, we're flying up. Cedric grimaced at the sight of the terrifying cursed spirit. He definitely didn't want to climb onto something so frightening, but seeing the steep mountain, impossible for him to climb alone, the Hufflepuff representative sighed helplessly. Still somewhat hesitant to climb onto a cursed spirit, something he had always fought against during his time at Hogwarts, Cedric cautiously mounted it, keeping a wary eye on the cursed spirit, fearing it might attack at any moment. In contrast to the Hufflepuff boys' caution and fear, Rose and Luna were as eccentric as ever, with Luna, in particular, stroking the cursed spirit's carapace with a sweet expression. I never thought I'd one day be flying on a cursed spirit, Cedric sighed wearily, looking at the cursed spirit with a complex expression. Not as impressive as flying on your own, Rose commented nonchalantly. She could imitate flight using her innate technique, so flying on a cursed spirit didn't seem that special. Luna, are you this friendly with all cursed spirits? Asterion asked, noticing Luna petting the cursed spirit. No. I usually exorcise them when I encounter them. It's only when I see yours that I'm friendly. I might have a few screws loose in my mind, but I'm not stupid. Luna raised her head and looked at Asterion with a slightly offended expression, meeting the 14-year-old's red eyes. Can you blame him for asking something like that? Aside from Baskerville, even Asterion isn't as friendly with his cursed spirits as you are. Rose shook her head, speaking as she patted the platinum blonde girl's hair, her almost silvery blue eyes looking especially cute. Sometimes, Rose really wanted to open Luna's head and see what was inside. If her brain had any strange elements, she could understand it perfectly. The Ravenclaw representative was truly peculiar. Asterion didn't wait any longer and controlled the cursed spirit, flying towards the mountain peak, the center of the entire King's Game arena, and the place where the second phase of the King's Game would take place. This mountain is really tall, Cedric commented, looking down with a touch of fear. His legs trembled slightly, indicating that the young man wasn't exactly calm about the current situation. Rose noticed this and smiled mischievously. Who would have thought that the Hufflepuff representative is afraid of heights? Cedric's face showed obvious embarrassment at her words. He could already imagine becoming the butt of jokes in his common room after the tournament ended. Don't worry, Cedric, my dad is also afraid of heights. It's a very normal condition. Luna tried to comfort Cedric, but it only made the young man's expression worse. Not because of Luna's father, but because Luna herself was perfectly fine at this moment. He, a 19-year-old man standing 6 feet tall, was outdone by a 14-year-old girl standing 5 feet 2 inches. No matter how much he thought about it, Cedric knew he would be embarrassed for a long time. He knew his friends and was aware of how capable they were. We've arrived. Hearing Asterian's voice, Cedric's green eyes fell on the mountaintop. Contrary to what he had imagined, the entire area was perfectly flat, measuring about 100 meters in diameter. However, this only made Cedric's expression more solemn. 100 meters might seem large, but in a wizard's duel, a space of that size was barely adequate. Thinking about having to fight in such a small arena against dozens of people at the same time, Cedric's face darkened. It looks like we're going to have trouble protecting Luna, Rose commented, her expression serious for the first time in the King's game. She didn't think she would lose in a fight, but when it came to battling dozens of witches while protecting Luna at the same time, she could say with 100% certainty that she could protect her queen. Asterian agreed with Rose's words. Things had indeed become complicated given the size of the arena. It was truly problematic to fight in such a confined space. Additionally, he and Rose had to be careful not to destroy the entire mountain with their attacks. Then, Asterian's gaze fell on the throne in the center of the arena. It was empty and resembled a very high and wide stone throne, made of smooth slate-like ceramic. Someone could easily sleep on it like a bed. Luna, in particular, could sleep on it comfortably given her height. Beneath the throne, some furs were provided for added comfort for whoever would sit on it during the second phase of the King's game. Luna. Asterian looked at Luna and spoke calmly. Luna understood what Asterian wanted and walked over to the throne under the watchful eyes of Rose and Cedric. As she sat on the throne, the entire mountain began to glow intensely, the light condensing into a crown above the mountain. At that moment, regardless of the team, everyone looked at the crown above the mountain and realized that someone had taken the throne. The second phase of the King's game had just begun. Chapter 153, Chapter 150, Second Phase of the King's Game, 5. Seeing Luna seated on the stone throne, Asterian, Rose, and Cedric acted according to the plan previously established, with a few adjustments due to the unexpected environment of the second phase of the King's game. Each took a corner around the stone throne, positioning themselves to form a triangle that protected Luna in the center. Cedric drew his wand and began altering the terrain through transfiguration, focusing primarily on the top of the mountain, where sharp spikes jutted out from the peak. If anyone looked at the mountain's summit at that moment, they would see gigantic spikes encircling the entire top. Rose also used her transfiguration skills to change the environment, making the mountain's peak particularly resistant by modifying its molecular structure with her 6 eyes. This not only prevented the peak from being easily destroyed but also ensured that no one could tunnel through the rocks from below to attack Luna while they were focused on fighting. Asterian simply spread small cursed spirits around to keep watch over the entire mountain with a 360-degree view. They would see the attacks coming. The 3 of them turned the terrain to their advantage, despite being the strongest in the tournament. Being powerful didn't mean they would just stand around, waiting to be attacked with their arms crossed. Especially knowing they would have to deal with dozens of opponents simultaneously, each team would have a cunning plan to take them down. Rose sat on the ground and waited in silence. She wasn't in a hurry to get into a good fight. She wouldn't underestimate these ants again like she did before. The battle against Hans Weiss had taught her that even an ant could cause her some damage if she wasn't cautious enough. Although her limitless was not activated at that time, Hans had still managed to hurt her. Asterian was also calmly waiting for the attacks to come, but unlike Rose, he wasn't as eager as the white-haired girl. He sat on the ground and closed his eyes, in no rush to start the fight. Luna lay on the stone throne, her body comfortably sprawled on the cushioned seat. She appeared completely relaxed and unconcerned about being the target of the entire competition. Cedric was different from the other 3 members of his team. He seemed the most nervous and cautious. His green eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance, ready to strike at any moment. Everyone remained silent, but the atmosphere grew heavier as time passed, like a volcano gathering enough lava to create an eruption never seen before. This silence lasted for an hour before it was finally broken. Suddenly, Asterian opened his eyes and spoke calmly. They're at the base of the mountain right now. Hearing this, Rose stood up and walked to the edge of the mountain peak, looking out between the sharp spikes. Her beautiful eyes focused on the small figures gathered at the base of the mountain. Her lips curved into an amused smile at the scene. From her perspective, it looked like tiny ants gathering to fight. However, something made Rose raise an eyebrow in surprise. There are at least 6 teams, strangely, almost all men, Rose commented with a slightly puzzled expression. As far as she remembered, nearly all the teams had a balance of 2 male and 2 female members, so seeing so many men together was at least odd. Where were the women from the teams? It doesn't matter. When they start climbing, begin attacking. Unlike Rose, Asterion didn't care whether men or women attacked him, they would all be defeated equally under the fist of strength. Rose nodded and picked up some stones, ready to play with them for a moment. I have to gauge my strength well, I don't want to blow their heads off and get disqualified, she murmured to herself while playing with a stone the size of a golf ball. Cedric took a deep breath and drew his wand, ready to fight at the slightest disturbance. Luna, on the other hand, took some jerky from her supply kit and ate while looking up at the sky with her blue, almost silver eyes. If someone looked into them, they would see something akin to a silver river reflecting in her eyes. At the base of the mountain, Fleur looked at her enslaved followers with a cold gaze, 12 wizards of grade 2 and semi-grade 1. If she had more time, that number would be higher, but time waits for no one. Her gaze shifted to the massive mountain peak, where she could see terrifying spikes and small black dots flying around the mountain. Has anyone ever told you that you're scary? Ana Rodriguez, captain of the Spanish team, remarked, looking at the 12 men who only had eyes for Fleur Delacour. A shiver ran down her spine as she saw the eyes filled with obsession and sickly love in those men. She really admired Fleur. To stand in front of those eyes without changing her expression meant that Fleur had already gone through a lot to get to this moment. Many times, Fleur replied casually, her beautiful and exquisite face indifferent to the men's stares. What can you tell us about Asterion? She asked, looking at one of the 4 grade 1 wizards in this competition, being one herself. Previously, there were only 3 grade 1 wizards, the captain of the Russian team, the captain of the American team, and herself, the captain of the French team. With Anna's arrival, they became 4. First of all, attacking Asterion Black by surprise is impossible, Anna responded without any hesitation. The senses of a special grade wizard are something beyond the human category, they are monsters in human skin. He would know even if you looked at him from hundreds of kilometers away, any disturbance in magic would catch his attention immediately. Strength, defense, speed, perception, and endurance, he possesses all of them. There are no weaknesses in these areas. His experience in fighting wizards and witches might be limited, but he compensates with monstrous reflexes and inhuman physical attributes. As for his innate technique, Anna's face showed a helpless expression when mentioning Asterion's innate technique. He's a one-man army. If he weren't limited to grade 2 strength, just his cursed spirits alone could finish us off. It was already stressful to fight against a limited special grade wizard, but it was even more stressful knowing that this special grade wizard carried dozens of special grade cursed spirits with him. Fleur wasn't surprised by the information Anna provided. If special grade wizards were so easy to defeat, they wouldn't be the pinnacle that every wizard or witch aspired to. In the eyes of all wizards and witches, the special grade was something they all longed for. These wizards and witches had already transcended the human category and become something superior. Besides Asterion, we have to fight against Rose Potter, Anna commented in an even more despairing tone. The girl killed a Dark Lord when she was just a baby. Even if there was more to the story, it didn't change the fact that a baby was responsible for killing one of the most violent and malevolent dark wizards. At the mention of Rose, Fleur's eyes changed slightly. Although Rose wasn't as famous as Asterion, who had recently killed a special grade wizard, the reports of her fighting against 3 special grade wizards in the 7 Powers War were a record more than frightening, etched in the annals of wizarding history. Fortunately, like Asterion, Rose would be limited and couldn't use much power, otherwise, dealing with her limitless would be something to worry about. After all, if you can't even touch your opponent, how can you defeat them? You seem to be waiting for someone else. Noticing that Fleur remained still, showing no signs of attacking the mountain, Anna asked with a confused expression. Send my men to find the other 2 teams. I'm waiting for 2 more grade 1 wizards to arrive. Fleur looked at the mountain with a calm gaze. We will attack together. Anna nodded, feeling much more confident with the next plan. For grade 1 wizards, the chances of making the Hogwarts team lose the first trial of the tournament were high. They've arrived. Anna and Fleur looked simultaneously in a certain direction and saw 2 teams emerging from the forest. 2 young men in particular caught both girls' attention. One had blonde hair and blue eyes, tall and muscular. He looked like a stereotypical school bully. However, he had a warm smile on his face and an especially shrewd look in his eyes. Michael Thorne, son of the president of Makusa. The other young man was equally large, even bigger than Michael, with black hair and green eyes. He seemed calm and composed, like an experienced soldier, especially his green eyes, filled with a penetrating and sharp gaze. Alexei Ivanov, son of the Russian Minister of Magic. Sorry for the delay, we had to fight off a few teams we encountered on the way. The first to apologize was unexpectedly Michael, who seemed the more prideful of the 2. Alexei merely nodded, indicating that he had encountered a similar problem but apparently didn't like to talk much. Let's begin, Fleur spoke in a tone that was almost a command, causing Anna, Michael, and Alexei to look at her with dissatisfied expressions. Fleur clearly noticed this but didn't seem to care. She had the advantage in this fight, and it was only natural that she would be the one to lead the attack, at least in her eyes. Chapter 154, Chapter 151, Second Phase of the King's Game, 6. I have to say, he made the mountain peak quite cozy, Michael commented, looking up at the top of the mountain with a smile on his lips. His blue eyes seemed deeper and more amused, as if he found the current situation quite entertaining. What's the plan? Alexei asked after a moment of silence. I don't have a complicated plan, Fleur responded with an expressionless face. She looked at the two and discreetly used her charm. Wear them out and simply attack. Alexei and Michael exchanged calm, cold looks, their expressions unchanged. Fleur realized that both of them had alchemical items that blocked her influence, which was against the tournament rules, but she didn't say anything. Not when she needed these two to fight head-on against the two limited special-grade wizards. I agree with a simple plan. Rose Potter and Asterian Black have probably prepared for almost everything at the mountain peak, blocking more complicated plans, including reinforcing the mountain to prevent any attacks from below, Alexei agreed with Fleur's words. Complicated and complex plans were only suitable for teams with many years of experience, something they didn't have. Besides, they were only temporary allies. If they managed to defeat the Hogwarts team, everyone would try to stab each other in the back to take first place without any hesitation. I'll send my little puppies to fight and drain as much of their magical energy as possible, and when they're low on energy, we'll join the fight, Fleur commented with a calm expression, her eyes especially bright at that moment. All three Grade 1 wizards nodded in agreement with her words. No one mentioned Fleur enslaving the other participants, something that would certainly cause a lot of resentment in the future. Fleur's eyes fell on the Italian team member, Matteo Romano, who was pretending to be under the influence of her charm. Her lips curved into a cold smile as she thought about how to use this to her advantage. Anna, Michael, and Alexei watched Fleur smiling like that and felt a chill run down their spines. This woman was too dangerous, not just intelligent, but also cruel and as cunning as a snake hidden in the bushes, waiting for the right moment to strike its prey. After eliminating Asterian and Rose, Fleur would be the one to be eliminated next. The three exchanged discreet glances and realized they had similar thoughts. This made them smile, but they quickly hid their expressions with caution, fearing that Fleur might discover something. Not that Fleur didn't notice the movements behind her, but she had never trusted these people in the first place. They were using her, and she was using them to get what she wanted. When they ceased to be useful, Fleur was confident she could eliminate all three without much trouble. Sophie, follow them, and if you get the chance, take out whoever is on the throne, Fleur commanded. Sophie Dubois, a member of the French team, a small and lovely young woman with brown hair and blue eyes, nodded silently and followed the enslaved men without hesitation. Her figure melted into the shadows and disappeared from the sight of the four Grade 1 wizards. Very good innate technique, Michael commented with a touch of seriousness in his eyes. When the young woman vanished into the shadows, he hadn't felt anything at all. Even Asterian, who was not focused on his surroundings, could not detect the hidden young woman, much less a mere Grade 1 wizard. This demonstrated that Sophie's innate technique was indeed extraordinary. Sophie comes from an interesting family, Fleur remarked casually, not elaborating further. It started, Alexei said, sensing the magical energy fluctuations at the top of the mountain. The four Grade 1 wizards remained motionless, waiting patiently, staying in their best condition to begin the fight. Rose dodged a punch and countered with a strike to the young man's jaw, but instead of knocking him unconscious, it only drove him further into madness, disregarding his own injuries. This left Rose speechless. These guys were enslaved to the point of not feeling pain or even awareness. Only Fleur's orders could make them stop. Asterian, that French bitch is making her move. Rose shouted as she was surrounded by four young men and easily dodged all their attacks. They want to use these pests to drain us, Asterian responded, dodging a kick. His face remained calm and composed, not surprised by what was happening. But unlike before, he was now fully focused and no longer underestimated these pests. Suddenly, Asterian noticed something strange about the person in front of him. The young man fighting him was deliberately missing his strikes, not that he was aiming to hit in the first place. Matteo Romano, a member of the Italian team, spoke while continuing to fight Asterian. Lord Black, Fleur has enslaved almost all the men from the other teams. They are using them to make you waste your magical energy. At the base of the mountain, Fleur and three other Grade 1 wizards are ready to attack at any moment. The young man's words left Asterian, Rose, and Cedric shocked. Rose, in particular, looked at the young man with a curious expression. She was aware of the potency of Fleur's charm, it was almost impossible to defend against. However, the young man seemed unusually sane for someone under Fleur's influence. A clemency, Asterian said, observing the young man's unusually deep eyes. It was a clear sign of someone practicing a clemency. Yes. I'm quite talented in the arts of the mind. Although Fleur's charm is potent, it cannot control me completely, Matteo replied, punching Asterian in the face, which Asterian casually dodged. What do you want? Rose didn't believe Matteo wanted nothing in particular, especially at such a delicate moment. I want to deal with Fleur personally, Matteo said, his voice chillingly cold. He had witnessed his best friend and himself being enslaved before his eyes. That woman was not kind to her slaves, food and water were only given when absolutely necessary. He had endured very harsh times under Fleur's control. His feelings were not simple hatred, his emotions toward Fleur were the worst possible. He wanted that French bitch to feel what he felt when he was controlled, like an item, a disposable object. Rose and Asterian clicked their tongues upon seeing the hatred in the young man's eyes, it was clear that the hatred was genuine. Asterion, in particular, knew that the negative emotions were real. It was the second time he had felt such profound hatred. The first time was with the matriarch of House Longbottom, someone he still needed to finish off. Very well, I will deliver Fleur on a silver platter for you, Asterion agreed with the young man's words and promised with determination, although his eyes remained incredibly calm and unimpressed by the very proposal. Rose glanced at Asterion and suppressed a smile that threatened to appear on her lips. She knew that Asterion was definitely lying. There was no way he could do something like that to Fleur Delacour, not when the young woman was the daughter of the French Minister of Magic. The daughter of House Potter could not help but look pityingly at Mateo, who was smiling broadly. The poor fool didn't realize he was being used by Asterion. When he lost his usefulness, Rose had no doubt that Asterion would discard the young man like trash. Suddenly, while distractedly dodging the slow attacks of the men enslaved by Fleur, a red light appeared in front of Rose, nearly hitting her. They can use magic. That was Rose's thought as she saw the red light miss its target and strike a rock, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. This truly surprised her. She hadn't expected them to be able to cast magic in their current state. Chapter 155, 152, Second Phase of the King's Game, 7. Rose used her wand to redirect the attacks on her to other enslaved people. It wasn't just Rose. Asterion and Cedric were also redirecting spells to conserve magical energy. The entire mountaintop seemed to have been transformed into a Star Wars battle. Beams of every color filled the room. The voices of the enslaved echoed incessantly as they cast their spells. The only person free at the moment was Luna, who sat comfortably on her throne, eating beef jerky and watching the whole battle like a TV show. Suddenly, a beam of red light rushed toward her, but the girl with the blue, almost silver eyes just moved her head to the side as she swallowed the jerky in her mouth. Luna looked at the attacker and saw that he was just another of those cruelly enslaved by Fleur. The Corvinal representative could see that these people would have a certain amount of trauma in the future. Every time they saw a blonde woman, they became afraid, some even fainted. Poor bastards. Luna muttered, looking at these young geniuses who would have a very difficult life in the future. But that's not my problem. Shrugging her shoulders, she continued to eat the dried meat while lying very comfortably on the throne. Strengthening his body, Asterion appeared in front of a young man and without hesitation punched him in the stomach. The blow was so powerful that it made the young man vomit as he threw his staff into the air. Asterion didn't stop and kicked the young man violently in the head. The sound of breaking bones rang out and the young man fell unconscious to the ground. That's going to hurt the next day, Rose said with a laugh as she did the same to another young man. Rose and Asterion joined in as they fought side by side, their punches and kicks amplified with magical energy. Both looked like killing machines as they dodged the spells and blows of the other enslaved. Cedric cast a confundus to knock the enemy away, then a protego to protect himself from the other's spells. The Hufflepuff representative was quick and accurate, always hitting his targets and sending the enemy flying backwards. 2 minutes later, Rose and Asterion stood side by side, watching the enslaved lying unconscious on the ground. The only one still standing was Matteo Romano, a member of the Italian team. The young man looked at his captain and best friend lying unconscious on the floor with a speechless gaze. Strong. The whole Hogwarts team was too strong, even the weakest members were strong. Although he didn't know if the girl with the strange eyes was strong, he felt goosebumps every time her eyes fell on him, showing that the young woman was anything but normal. Rose and Asterion alone were a burden to any team that didn't have a grade 1 wizard, and the entire Hogwarts team together was even more intimidating. Is this the advantage of studying at one of the 3 best wizarding schools in the world? Rose wiped the blood from her face with the back of her hand and smiled contentedly. She felt all the stress, anger, and boredom in her body disappear at that moment, which made her extremely comfortable at that moment. It's good to have so many punching bags, she said, snapping her fingers, then looked straight ahead and muttered to herself. I just want to know when the 4 special class mages saw it. Do we know their innate technique? Rose asked, looking at Asterion. She knew that all wizards and witches who reached grade 1 at a tender age possessed an innate technique. It was the universal one to be considered a true genius. Gravity, thunder, and volcanoes. Asterion replied, dusting off his clothes. What about the French bitch? Rose asked, confused. I don't know. Apparently Vila's bloodline and House Delacour's bloodline mutated. I don't know what Fleur's innate technique is. Asterion looked at her and replied in a very calm tone. After all, he didn't care what Fleur's innate technique was. The innate technique was only strong because of the user. Rose had similar thoughts. This was the mindset of someone strong. Only the strong could underestimate their enemies because they could bear the consequences of their actions if they were wrong. Suddenly, Asterion looked ahead and spoke. They have arrived. As Asterion's voice faded, 4 figures appeared on the mountaintop. Fleur, Alexei, Michael, and Anna. Took you long enough. I expected you to attack at night. Rose spoke with her hands behind her head as she looked at the 4 first-level wizards with a slightly frightening smile. We're not that rude, Lady Potter. Michael replied with a charismatic smile and a hint of flirtation in his tone. Oh, Rose also smiled menacingly. Flirting with me won't save you from the biggest beating you'll ever get in your life. Michael just shrugged as he got into a fighting stance. I apologize if I hurt you, Lady Potter. Rose raised an eyebrow at that and smiled, but this time her smile contained a hint of mockery. You'll have to do a lot more than that to hurt me, Ken prototype. Michael's smile faltered for a moment at being called a famous puppet. Aren't you going to run away again, Ms. Rodriguez? Asterion asked, snapping his index finger as he looked at the young woman with a cold stare. I will beat you so badly that no one will recognize you after this fight. Anna's face twitched slightly as she remembered the beating she had taken earlier before escaping with the help of the French team member. Lord Black, it's a pleasure to see you again. Fleur elegantly greeted the exceptionally handsome young man in front of her. Feeling the absolutely insane amount of magical energy hidden in his body, she licked her lips. Fleur wanted to taste such magical energy, but unfortunately she didn't think she could, not if he had a husband. She wasn't a slut who stole from married men. Although she assumed her mother didn't have as many complications as she did. Did you like my gift? She asked, looking at the dozens of unconscious bodies on the floor. She could see that there were many broken bones and a lot of blood. Nothing fatal though. They managed to use up some of our magical energy, just as you planned. Asterion replied sincerely as he looked at the young men lying on the ground with indifference. When Fleur kicked one of them, her smile didn't change at all, and she spoke with a pleasant, friendly laugh, although her words were not at all friendly. Trash and garbage, I didn't put my chances of winning in the garbage. Shall we begin, or would you like to wait until I have recovered my magical energy? Asterion asked, pulling out his wand and looking at the two women with his red eyes. At his words, lightning flashed in Anna's eyes as arcs of electricity danced around her body. At that moment, she truly looked like a thunder princess. Cedric stayed out of the fight and always stood by the throne. That was his job from the beginning. To be the last line of defense in case something unforeseen happened. But before the fight officially began, he took out his wand and dragged all the unconscious young people to a place far away from the center of the conflict. If they were left lying on the ground, the chances of them dying were high. No one stopped Cedric from doing this, even though it was advantageous for a team. The chance of accidentally killing someone was too high. No one wanted to risk being disqualified from the tournament for something as stupid as accidentally killing someone. Alexei stood next to Michael and looked at Rose with a calm gaze. He was tall and looked like a bear from a distance. He made a seal with his hand and muttered. Innate spell manipulation, world of lava, eruption of the end of the world. Boom. With his words, a hole in the ground opened up and huge amounts of lava spewed out. Chapter 156, 153, Second Phase of the King's Game, 8. As Alexei invoked his innate technique, the atmosphere heated up like never before. The searing, terrifying heat caused the air to warp violently. Bubbles of magma exploded, spewing still scalding lava into the air. Although Alexei attacked, his attack even affected his allies. Michael and Anna's faces changed drastically. They didn't have the fire resistance to stay in this environment without reinforcing their bodies. Fleur was not surprised at all by the scene in front of her. If she had such a powerful offensive power, she would do something like this, not only eliminating her enemies, but also her future enemies, in other words, herself. But Michael didn't think so, especially when he was so close to Alexei. Feeling his skin burning and his flesh quickly drying out, he quickly strengthened his body and moved away from Alexei. His face was extremely grim as he looked at Alexei. Even though he was strengthening his body, the human body was still the human body. There was a limit to how much heat one could take. At this moment, Alexei's body showed several signs of third-degree burns, especially his face had a large burn that covered his entire left cheek. Forming a seal with his hands, he responded to his allies' betrayal with extremely cold words. Innate magic manipulation, great movement of the universe, universal gravity. A terrifying pressure of purple light emanated from Michael's body, spreading out with him at the center. At that moment, the entire ground sank a few inches in an instant, showing the incredible gravitational force being exerted on the place. Asterion, who had already donned his armor, was perfectly fine, but the gravity had still affected him, making his movements a little heavier, but only a little. If he hadn't saved his magical energy, he would have summoned Baskerville and the gravity wouldn't have affected him at all. Rose was the complete opposite, looking like a fish that had returned to the water, her hands behind her head with an arrogant smile on her lips. In her case, Rose was manipulating the space around her, forcing an equal force against gravity, effectively nullifying the gravity applied to her, making her practically immune to the effects of gravity. A fact that made Michael particularly grim, along with his burned face. His expression was somewhat terrifying. Alexei, being pulled around by gravity, felt his organs twitch and a trickle of blood run down the corner of his mouth. The great pressure of gravity caused him to be injured almost immediately. Anna was in the same condition, but the lightning around her turned electricity into electromagnetic force that fought against gravity. Fleur was the strangest. She was perfectly fine despite being under the influence of gravity. This caused all eyes to turn to her, all confused as to how she was fine in the face of such a terrifying gravitational force. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll feel shy. She spoke with a false shyness on her face that made everyone roll their eyes at his brazen performance. Rose in particular looked at the half-breed with a deep frown. You body, you're not here. As she said this, Asterion briefly activated his second innate technique and a pentagram appeared in his eyes, then it faded and his eyes returned to normal. In that brief moment, Asterion confirmed Rose's words. This was not Fleur Delacour's real body, or rather, what was in front of them was just her projection into the material world. As Asterion spoke his conclusions, the faces of Anna, Michael, and Alexei were grim to say the least. They were pawns in the battle against Rose and Asterion. They could even assume that if they defeated Asterion and Rose, Fleur would appear and defeat them, who would be weakened after such a fight. If they lost to Asterion and Rose, the three young men would have nothing to complain about. They would even be proud to say that they had fought for a long time against two wizards of special rank. But to lose to Fleur was nothing less than a humiliation, a great humiliation that would stain their reputations forever. Especially Michael and Alexei, who wanted to enter politics after graduation, would be seriously damaged. Fleur seemed unconcerned that she had been exposed. On the contrary, she laughed merrily. Because it was very simple, Asterion Black and Rose Potter didn't let everyone go at that moment. Something that Anna, Michael, and Alexei understood very well, but which made the taste of being a pawn even worse. From the beginning they had been nothing but pawns in Fleur's hands. From now on I hate blondes. Michael spoke with a bitter tone, but he didn't decrease the supply of magical energy for his innate technique. He did the opposite. He doubled the supply. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The purple energy fell even more heavily to the ground, sinking the hard, rocky ground even further. Alexei didn't stand still either. Lava began to spew out of the ground even more voraciously. The already high temperature became completely unbearable. A normal person would die in a matter of seconds if exposed to such a high temperature. Anna didn't stand by and watch the destruction. She floated in the air, her hair fluttering in the wind while her eyes shone with thunderous lightning, and with a wave of her hand, white and blue lightning flooded the place. Cedric was already pale behind the throne. He was only a level 2 wizard. He couldn't do much in the face of the ruthless power of 3 level 1 wizards. Luna was the complete opposite of Cedric. The girl lay comfortably on the stone throne, completely unaffected by the negative effects of the innate techniques, because the throne blocked the influence of other wizards besides herself. Asterion moved his arms a little and walked towards Alexei, who was under a field of lava, demonstrating his incredible resistance to fire and heat. As for Michael, he left it to Rose. She was best suited to fight this kind of enemy in their limited situation at the moment, otherwise Asterion would have summoned Mahoraga or simply the Mercury Serpent, capable of eating space. Stepping onto the lava, Asterion walked with his red eyes looking directly at Alexei, his armor completely protecting his body from the heat and molten rock. Alexei didn't stand by and watch Asterion approach him so casually. Lava dragons rose from the ground and roared loudly, their roar accompanied by a pillar of lava that flew towards Asterion. Asterion raised his hand, summoned his black sword, and swung it at the lava pillar. The sword had the ability to cut through atoms, and it sliced through the lava pillar like butter. Asterion appeared in front of the dragon and slashed vertically. The whole dragon was sliced in two, the two halves turned back into lava and fell to the ground splashing molten rock. Asterion didn't wait for Alexei to react and appeared in front of him, grabbing his throat and lifting the son of the Russian Minister of Magic, even though he was smaller than his opponent. Your technique is powerful. Unfortunately for you, when someone manages to overcome the heat, their innate technique is not as powerful. Asterion commented with a smile on his face. He wasn't lying to Alexei. The young man did have a very powerful innate technique, but when he met someone as prepared as him, his innate technique didn't matter. Alexei tried to release the grip on his throat, but Asterion's hand was like a pair of steel tongs. It didn't move at all with his movements, holding tightly to his neck. Asterion smiled coldly and tightened his grip, causing Alexei's face to gradually turn pale and then purple from the obvious lack of oxygen. However, Alexei didn't give up. He put his hands together and formed a special seal on his hands, a terrifying smile forming on his face. Domain expansion, lava world. Being so close, Asterion had no time to try to escape. In an instant, reality changed, black walls formed around Asterion and Alexei, and the world completely changed in front of both young men. In a single moment, Asterion found himself in front of a world made of lava, the sheer abysmal temperature of which began to melt Asterion's armor. If it had been normal, Asterion would have had to use magical energy to restore the armor and it would have been intact again, but he couldn't use that much magical energy. You surprised me. I didn't expect you to master your domain expansion. Looking at the lava world around him, Asterion remained stoic. I mastered it a few months ago, in a battle of domain expansions. If you had used your expansion, I would have lost the next moment. Alexei commented, stroking his own neck with a look of fear on his face. Unfortunately for you, that will be the cause of your loss. Asterion spoke, looking at Alexei, a black pentagram appearing in his eyes. A pentagram that sent shivers down Alexei's spine, but it was impossible. He was in a whole world of lava. Chapter 157, Chapter 154, Second Phase of the King's Game, 9. Alexei didn't understand why he felt so cold in such a warm environment, and Asterion's strange eyes also shocked him. Wasn't Asterion Black's innate technique the Black House innate technique, cursed spirit creation and manipulation? So how could someone have a different innate technique? The absurd idea of Asterion having two innate techniques was so insane that it completely defied the logic of the world. Analyze existence. Two black pentagrams appeared before Asterion's eyes. They rotated and shone with a particularly cold and evil light. At least you lost to the men who killed Voldemort. Asterion said, a mad smile playing on his lips. Analysis complete. Annihilate. Buzz. A bolt of black energy shot out of Asterion's hand, slicing through the air in a millisecond. A powerful and extremely destructive beam of black energy, capable of atomically annihilating its intended target. Alexei didn't know how he had dodged it in the face of such a powerful movement. He had ducked to the extreme as he watched the black beam pass within inches of his face. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it would explode in his chest. It was the first time he had ever been so close to death. Oh, you dodged it. Asterion was genuinely surprised, but he understood that the amount of magical energy used wasn't enough to kill a grade 1 warlock instantly. If he had used special grade strength, that attack would have easily cut Alexei in half. Still, it was truly surprising that he dodged it. Are you trying to kill me? Alexei stood up and glared at Asterion, his face pale from having just escaped the clutches of death. Don't worry, even if you were hit, you wouldn't die, but you would lose an arm and a shoulder. Maybe a few more bones, but all that is insignificant information. Asterion smiled cruelly and spoke with an almost sadistic pleasure at seeing the look of fear on Alexei's face. Asterion knew that his second innate technique, imperfect destruction of truth, was beginning to affect him through the flow of information that constantly entered his mind, making him think that he was an omniscient god. And a god, in Asterion's mind, has no mercy for mortals, only for himself. In Air Black's eyes, God was the most selfish being in the universe. When he used his second innate technique, it was almost as if an alter ego had taken Asterion's place. But Asterion wasn't one to let something as trivial as his innate technique control him, so he slowly got a handle on it, despite the difficulty. Alexei looked at Asterion and took a deep breath. He calmed down and began to control the entire domino expanse, the lava world. The world reverberated as the sound heralded the end of the world, brought on by the eruption of a simply colossal volcano. The heat rose so high that Asterion's armor began to melt even faster. But Asterion discovered that Alexei wasn't as relaxed as he seemed, and using his second innate technique, Air Black almost immediately knew how Alexei's domain expansion worked. A test of endurance. Whoever lasted to the end would win. Asterion wanted to laugh. It was true that he was limited to a grade 2 warlock in every way, but in the world's power rankings, there was a clear difference between a grade 2 genius and an ordinary grade 2 warlock. For example, Asterion could recover magical energy at least 10 times faster than any grade 2 wizard, but even though he was grade 1, Alexei's recovery speed was still inferior to Asterion's. So the idea of using his power to win was a good one. So the idea of winning by using his fire resistance was ridiculous in Asterion's eyes. Let me know what you think if I attack and use even more of your magical energy. Asterion thought as he took a step forward, his armored feet stepping in the liquid lava as he walked towards Alexei. He knew that Alexei wasn't as light as he seemed at the moment. Heat resistance didn't mean heat immunity. Like him, his resistance to negative magical energy didn't give him immunity to negative magical energy, otherwise he could create a cursed spirit to make him immortal. He could create a cursed spirit for every aspect of his body. Unfortunately, he did not have immunity to magical energy. Alexei saw Asterion approaching. His stoic face couldn't help but change. He created his domain expansion as a test of resistance between him and the enemy. With his frightening resistance to heat, he could defeat 99% of wizards of the same level. However, Asterion Black and Rose Potter were exactly that 1%. He couldn't touch Rose because of her innate technique. Although Asterion wasn't as tough as Rose, he was just as powerful with his various cursed spirits. This will be easy. Asterion spoke, a mad smile still on his face, though he was more in control. Outside the domain expansion, everyone was surprised to see the black dome appear on the battlefield. No one imagined that Asterion would be forced into Alexei's domain extension in a single moment. Michael's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected his former rival to hide such an important asset. If he had targeted Alexei's domain expansion. That was an unexpected surprise. Who would have thought that an ant would be able to use domain expansion? Rose commented, looking at the 3 first-level mages, her smile about to widen. I assume one of you 3 possessed a domain extension. She continued, ignoring the grim faces of the wizards at being called an ant. Ana Rodriguez can't possibly have a domain, she just advanced to level 1. Considering the reaction to Ken's project, he doesn't have one either. That leaves just 1. Rose's blue eyes fell on Fleur, her smile even wider when she saw the French bitch's grim face. It seems that Alexei's domain expansion has thwarted his plans to make me fall for his domain expansion. Rose continued to speak as she moved closer and closer to the French team captain. Her blue eyes began to glow unnaturally. Fleur looked at Rose as she approached and just made a seal with her hands. She didn't mind the disbelieving looks of Anna and Michael. Rose smiled and turned back to Cedric. Cedric, I'll leave Luna with you. Don't hesitate to use all your power to keep her on the throne. If I come back and don't see her still on the throne, prepare for the cruelest training session you've ever had in your life. When Rose spoke, and when her voice stopped, Fleur's cold, indifferent voice reached her. Domain expansion, inverted world. The barriers manifested around them in an instant, encompassing Anna, Michael and Rose. Chapter 158, Chapter 155, Second Phase of the King's Game, 10. Seeing the empty mountaintop, Cedric's face turned bitter, especially after hearing Rose's kind offer of training. Training? You obviously want to use me as a punching bag to relieve your stress. Pulling out his wand, Cedric stood in front of the stone throne where Luna lay comfortably and took a deep breath. From Rose's words, he could assume that there were people hiding on the battlefield right now. Cedric's face turned even more bitter when he saw Luna's comfortable escape on the stone throne. He felt that his life was quite bitter. Good luck, Cedric. Luna waved at Cedric, cheering him up, and continued to look up at the sky, her eyes becoming more and more silvery, the blue in them gradually disappearing, replaced by a silver color. Cedric smiled at the delicate girl and returned his gaze to the battlefield, especially the two black domes that took up more than half of the arena. Who would have thought that two level 1 wizards could use domain expansion? As Rose stepped to the ground, she looked around and found herself in a very beautiful city, a huge metal tower looming on the horizon, threatening to pierce the sky with its sharp spire. Paris is the most important city in France. Unlike other countries where you had to conquer the entire territory before you could completely dominate, in France, as long as you conquered Paris, you practically became the new king of France. That's how it was in the Middle Ages, and that's how the new French dynasties were formed over the centuries. But the Paris that Rose saw was different from the Paris of the real world. The sky looked like mirrors, moving on their own in all sorts of geometric shapes, confusing the senses. The surrounding buildings moved and the ground changed position every second. It seemed like the world was made of mirrors that could change at any moment. Rose was fine. Her 6 eyes were working at full speed analyzing the world around her, and what she discovered left her quite surprised at the genius behind the creation of this domain expansion. Fleur Delacour didn't focus on attack at all, she just used manipulation to the extreme. In this world, she was an omnipresent and omnipotent goddess who could practically change the entire scenario at will. Rose had to admit, it was an ingenious extension of the domain. Instead of focusing on using the extension as something offensive, she used it to create a space that could change with her thoughts. This didn't mean that Fleur couldn't use her domain expansion to attack, it was the other way around. She could use her world as a weapon and change everything. This made Rose wary of everything, including the ground itself, but it only made her more excited. Fleur Delacour was more interesting than he had previously imagined. Rose might have known all this, but the same couldn't be said for Anna and Michael, who looked around with extreme caution and great apprehension. That bloody French witch. Anna cursed Fleur as she watched the world in constant motion, changing its appearance every time she blinked. Michael was in a similar state, looking at his surroundings with a calm but very cautious expression. You are in my world and it will be your enemy. Fleur's voice echoed through the room, causing the three of them to raise their heads, and at the end of the constantly moving street, they saw Fleur wearing a completely different outfit than the others. She was wearing high boots, tight white pants and a feminine blue military jacket. Anna, Michael, and Rose didn't have time to react to her words because the ground had opened up and the three of them started to fall from an enormous height. All three were placed in different positions, each falling from a height that was simply colossal enough to kill any normal human. Rose, her hair fluttering wildly in the strong wind of the fall, just put her hands in her pockets and let herself fall to the ground completely unconcerned. The extremely strong wind affected her hearing, while her clothes seemed to be completely pressed against her body. If you want to beat me, it won't be with height alone, Fleur. Rose muttered, enjoying her fall from a great height. Suddenly, as if she had heard Rose's voice, the air around the white-haired girl changed. The sky began to invert and what looked like extremely thin moons, rolling through the air and distorting space with their high speeds, flew toward Rose. Rose's gaze changed and she spun in the air with her arms outstretched, watching in slow motion as the moons passed dangerously close to her on either side. They were so close that Rose discovered that they weren't moons at all, but round mirrors spinning at high speed. Rose then changed position again, spinning back into the air with short bursts of magical energy, turning upside down in an instant. In the same second, a round mirror sliced a lock of hair from her fringe. Sensing that she couldn't be distracted, Rose, still upside down with her hair fluttering chaotically in the strong wind, stretched out her arm and pointed her finger in a certain direction on the ground. She murmured with a smile on her pretty lips. Innate magic manipulation, unlimited, red. A swirling red energy formed above Rose's finger and shot out in a straight line like a red laser, swirling the air around her. Bomb. The red lightning struck a house in fake Paris, causing a deafening sound as the whole house collapsed in the face of the extremely strong repulsive force. Fleur, who was sitting in a chair in the basement of the house, looked up and clicked her tongue. Even though the house had collapsed on top of her, there was no debris around her. She put her cup of tea in the pyre and stood up. Rose Potter could pinpoint her location even though she had created countless clones in various parts of Paris. I hate those incredibly beautiful eyes. She muttered unsatisfactorily. No matter how much she disguised her magical power, Rose would probably be able to locate her precisely. Fleur wasn't wrong about that, never mind Fleur's clones for Rose. The whole domain expansion had a core and that core was exactly Fleur herself, so it was impossible for Fleur's location to escape Rose's eyes. Moving her hands, the whole city looked like little Lego pieces, changing with her wishes and whims. The gigantic Eiffel Tower distorted grotesquely and began to change. A huge bronze dragon rose up in the middle of Paris. The huge bronze dragon spotted Rose plummeting from the sky and opened its huge mouth, showing its razor-sharp teeth, and an extremely hot flame blazed from deep within its throat. In the next moment, a bronze-colored flame erupted from the dragon's mouth and headed towards the sky. The air was distorted as a mass of hot air passed through. Fleur materialized a broadsword and appeared above the dragon's head, as if it knew what to do. The dragon unfolded its huge wings and flew into the air, ignoring the laws of physics and everything it stood for. Rose, seeing the bronze-colored flame heading in her direction, knew that she had successfully angered Fleur with her attack. Using red again to repel the flame, Rose's vision cleared again and the sight she saw made the smile on Rose's face widen enormously. Fleur, holding an enormous sword and riding on the head of a colossal dragon, was advancing towards her. Chapter 159, Chapter 156, Second Phase of the King's Game, 11. Landing on the bronze dragon's head, Rose found herself face to face with Fleur, who wielded a broad, long sword. "I have to admit, you're more interesting than I thought." Approaching Fleur, Rose, her hair fluttering in the wind from each beat of the dragon's wings, spoke with a smile. "I'm glad," Fleur replied sarcastically and didn't hesitate to swing her sword down vertically. Only a fleeting silver gleam flashed through the air. Rose leaned back and watched in slow motion as the blade passed inches from her chin. Shifting her center of gravity, Rose kicked Fleur squarely in the stomach, sending her sliding across the dragon's scales. Feeling the solid connection, Rose grinned. "With your domain activated, you can't use your innate technique to hide." Suddenly, Rose was cut off as Fleur appeared in front of her in mere milliseconds. The tip of the sword stopped just inches from her eyes. Even Fleur herself was frozen, unable to move. That was dangerous. "You shouldn't point sharp objects at people, they might get hurt." Rose's tone was gentle, as if it were her responsibility to teach Fleur how to be a good girl. Having said that, Rose charged her fist with magical energy, and just as she was about to end the fight, she felt the ground give way beneath her feet and began plummeting from the sky once again. The dragon below had flipped upside down, causing her to fall. The massive bronze dragon snaked its long, slender neck through the air, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow Rose in one bite. Rose twisted her body midair, narrowly avoiding the dragon's enormous jaws. She was so close that she could see her reflection in its bronze scales. But Rose didn't let the attack go unpunished. She gathered magical energy into her fist and struck the dragon's head with a powerful punch. Boom. The dragon's entire head practically caved in from Rose's blow, but no blood spilled from the mythical creature. After all, no matter how much Fleur wanted to manipulate the world around her, in the end, she was just a rank 1 witch. It was utterly impossible for her to create a flesh and blood creature within her domain expansion. But because of this, even with half its face destroyed, the dragon remained alive, its mouth, or what was left of it, opening as a bright light gathered in the back of its throat. In an instant, everything within Rose's sight transformed into a sea of bronze fire. The blistering heat scorched her skin, but the pain only deepened her smile. Pushing through the sea of fire, Rose landed on what remained of the dragon's head, gripping both of its horns. "You don't mind if I take this, do you?" Rose spoke, her voice dripping with sadistic glee, as she gathered strength in her hands and hips, tearing the horns from the face of the mythical beast in an instant. Rose let the horns begin to fall and became even more brutal, grabbing both halves of the dragon's mouth and forcing them open to the limit with her current strength. Though it couldn't compare to special grade strength, it was equivalent to that of a grade 1. Even so, the dragon's mouth and half of its neck split open. If it had blood, it would have rained down in torrents at that moment. The dragon, no longer able to continue flying, couldn't even roar as it plummeted from the sky faster than Rose, transforming into a comet and crashing into the false city of Paris. Rose's eyes, glowing unnaturally, her blue orbs darted rapidly within her pupils, searching for the core of the entire domain expansion. Suddenly, Rose's gaze locked onto a specific direction, and there, she saw Fleur's figure falling from the sky just like her. The French bitch's finger was pointed at her, as if she were holding a gun. A cruel and cunning smile adorned Fleur's face. "Fire," she muttered to herself, aiming at Rose's distant figure. Zoom. A razor-thin column of air sliced through the sky and appeared almost instantly in front of Rose. In that moment, the white-haired girl only reacted when she felt the sharp pain in her shoulder. Looking down, Rose's eyes widened as she stared, stunned, at the red liquid oozing from her shoulder and floating beside her in the air. "I've been hurt?" Pain was something new to Rose. She touched her shoulder and looked at the red liquid on her fingers, then simply smiled. Licking the blood from her fingertip, she gazed at Fleur with a wide grin. For the first time, Fleur felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of that maniacal smile. Rose Potter was insane. This was the only thought running through Fleur's mind as she saw that terrifying grin on such a beautiful face. Rose no longer cared about conserving her magical energy. At that moment, she pushed her 6 eyes to their limit, using them with an intensity she had never unleashed before. Drawing on roughly 48% of a grade 2's magical reserves, she maximized her innate technique with sheer monstrous efficiency. An overwhelming amount of mathematical calculations raced through Rose's mind. Extending her finger towards Fleur, she whispered calmly. "Innate spell manipulation, limitless, blue." A blue orb formed beside Rose, but she didn't stop there and whispered. "Innate spell manipulation, limitless, red." A red orb formed to Rose's left. Innate spell manipulation, limitless, maximum technique, purple void. What followed was the fusion of the blue and red orbs, transforming into a small purple sphere at the tip of Rose's finger. The purple orb shot forward, turning the sky black in an instant. Accompanied by an utterly terrifying silence, all space began to collapse from the inside out. Wherever the purple orb passed, the entire domain expansion was torn apart like a sheet of paper. Fleur didn't react as the attack hit her directly. She felt no pain when her stomach was simply reduced to nothing. There was no blood or even any remains of her internal organs. Looking down, Fleur felt blood trickling from her mouth as she calmly gazed at her gaping stomach. Blood flowed from the wound without any resistance. With a pained and reluctant expression, she clasped her fingers together. The entire domain expansion began to change, shrinking rapidly and condensing into a small orb in Fleur's hand. Without hesitation, she shattered the orb. The barriers that sustained the entire domain expansion shattered into millions of pieces of black glass, returning everyone to the mountaintop. Incredibly, once they left the domain, Fleur's body was perfectly intact. However, her face was so pale that one would think she no longer had any blood left in her body. Rose, clutching her face with a pained expression, looked at Fleur in shock. She had been prepared to be disqualified for Fleur's death, which filled the 14-year-old with endless regret. Rose realized she urgently needed to learn how to control herself during a fight and avoid slipping into a euphoric state. But in the end, it wasn't necessary. Fleur was alive and perfectly fine before her. Well, perfectly fine couldn't exactly describe Fleur at that moment. Rose could see that her magical energy was completely depleted, and her blood was dangerously low. If she wasn't treated with a potion, Fleur would die from lack of oxygen, as her blood couldn't carry oxygen to her brain and the various parts of her body. Cedric, try to heal Fleur, she's dying. Rose shouted, still holding her face as the overload of information was too much for her brain to process, literally causing it to overheat. Cedric, who had been standing guard near the stone throne where Luna was seated, didn't hesitate and quickly walked towards the French team captain. Helping the young woman lie down on the ground, Cedric used his wand and cast a diagnostic spell, only to be completely shocked when he discovered that Fleur had about a third of the blood a normal person should have. Cedric's face paled. He had no way of curing blood loss, not without a potion at that moment. This meant that the Hogwarts team would be disqualified for murder. Suddenly, the shadows next to Fleur shifted, and a small girl wearing the Beauxbatons crest emerged from the darkness. It was Sophie, who was supposed to be hiding and waiting for a chance to take Luna from the throne, but here she was, standing beside Fleur. She pulled a small pouch from her clothes and took out a tiny vial that appeared empty. But if one looked closely, they would see a single transparent drop inside. Is that? Cedric was shocked as he recognized the transparent drop in the vial. He couldn't believe how this girl had obtained a phoenix tear, the most natural elixir in the world when it came to healing. Sophie, of course, didn't explain how she had come across a phoenix tear. She opened Fleur's mouth and poured the contents in without hesitation. Fleur's face visibly regained color, but the daughter of the French Prime Minister remained unconscious. Though unconscious, it was better than being dead, which made Sophie sigh in relief. But her eyes widened in the next moment as she heard Cedric's voice beside her. Confund us. Coward. Sophie wanted to scream at Cedric's cowardice, but darkness quickly overtook her mind, causing the young girl to fall unconscious beside her captain. Chapter 160, Chapter 157, Second Phase of the King's Game, 12. Seeing the dirty move Cedric made, Rose laughed and said, "Well done, Cedric." Although the attack was indeed cowardly, victory was all that mattered in the end. People remembered the winners, not the losers. But Rose's smile quickly faded as she noticed two figures approaching her. When Fleur destroyed her own domain expansion by transferring the damage to her own world to save her life, Michael and Anna were expelled from the domain expansion. Rose wasn't afraid. Even with only 5% of her magical energy remaining, she would still fight, buying herself time and recovering her magic in the process. In terms of magical energy regeneration, Rose was proud to say she was the best. Bring it on, I can do this all day. Rising to her feet with her head still aching and her shoulder bleeding, Rose lifted her head proudly and took a fighting stance. Cedric also stood up, pointing his wand at the two first-class wizards. Even a few seconds of delay would be of great help to Rose, giving her enough time to recover her magic. Anna didn't say a word and immediately went on the offensive, lightning surrounding her figure as she vanished from the battlefield. Her speed was so extreme that Cedric and Michael only caught glimpses of a white blur, finding it incredibly difficult to track Anna's movements. Suddenly, to their surprise, Anna halted her attack and retreated, standing next to Michael. Crack! With the sound of glass shattering, the black dome on the other side of the battlefield broke into millions of pieces, signaling the end of Alexei's domain expansion. All eyes turned to the spot, where they saw an unconscious Alexei lying on the ground and Asterion standing tall. Both were in terrible condition, Alexei especially. Almost every part of his body was charred, making it hard for anyone to look at him directly. Asterion, on the other hand, had several burns on his arms and chest, particularly on his chest, where a fist-shaped mark was seared into his flesh. His entire armor was in tatters, the parts still in place were completely melted beyond recognition. Baskerville. Without much thought, Asterion summoned his loyal companion and transferred his injuries. The demon dog didn't even flinch as burns appeared on its body, which healed almost instantly, disappearing as quickly as they had formed. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Asterion's wounds vanished immediately. Asterion, now fully healed, stood before them, causing Anna and Michael to sigh helplessly at the situation unfolding before them. Fighting a special-class wizard was difficult, fighting Asterion Black was even harder. You never knew how many cursed spirits he had or what powers they possessed. Michael nodded and focused on his opponent. At least Rose Potter was injured, he hoped that would give him some advantage in their fight. Running away again? Asterion asked, his voice relaxed and completely free. After so many battles in less than 2 days, he was remarkably at ease and very satisfied. Originally, he had thought this tournament would be boring and annoying, but his opinion changed as he witnessed various innate techniques and saw that even ants could harm an elephant, even though he had been limited from the start. Being limited didn't diminish Alexei's achievement of wounding him or even Anna's ability to force him to use his innate technique against her, someone infinitely weaker. This tournament had become something truly interesting to participate in. No, let's finish this once and for all. Don't show mercy like you did before, Anna replied with a determined tone, her voice laced with seriousness. I wouldn't show you any less respect just because you're a woman, Asterion said as he assumed his fighting stance, leaving his shattered armor in pieces still clinging to his body. Lightning surrounded Anna's figure as she disappeared from where she stood. Asterion only saw a white flash in the air before Anna appeared in front of him, her fist ready to strike. Asterion caught Anna's fist before it could land and used his knee to strike her stomach. The knee hit with such force that the impact made a deafening sound. Boom. Even though Anna's speed was incredible, Asterion's eyes could still perfectly track her movements. Bruh. The excruciating pain in her stomach caused Anna to spit out a large amount of saliva as the air was knocked out of her lungs in an instant. However, even in that state, Anna escaped Asterion's grip on her wrist and, in a flash, climbed up his body, using her thighs to shift the special-class wizard's center of gravity. Asterion was thrown to the ground as Anna rolled off and landed on her knees. She didn't stop and immediately fired bolts of lightning at Asterion's fallen figure. Zzz. Bolt after bolt of electricity crackled and sizzled through the air, bathing Asterion's form in the purest form of energy. But incredibly, despite the barrage of lightning, his body remained unharmed. This made Anna's eyes narrow cautiously as she prepared her final trump card. She was simply biding her time, gaining every precious second with intelligence. Suddenly, Anna drew a coin and tossed it into the air. As the coin spun, blue and white lightning gathered around her, accumulating a massive amount of electrical energy. Electromagnetic cannon, she whispered, not holding back a single ounce of her magic. Even if she lost, she would go down knowing she had used every bit of her strength. Anna aimed her attack at Asterion, who was getting back on his feet, and without hesitation, she fired. Zum. As the electromagnetic cannon was unleashed, Anna's hair whipped wildly in the wind, and she was forced to step back from the massive recoil of her attack. Facing such an overwhelming assault, Asterion merely extended his hand as the pentagram in his eyes glowed intensely. Analyzing existence. Analysis complete. Best option chosen with current remaining magic, reflect. As the massive, plasma-charged cannon approached, a dark shield appeared in front of Asterion, absorbing the entire attack head-on. The concentrated plasma collided with the black shield and was deflected upward into the sky, splitting the sea of clouds in two, creating a scene worthy of being remembered by everyone watching at that moment. I'll take Asterion, and you handle Rose. Don't hold back your magic at this point, end the fight as quickly as possible, Anna said, walking towards Asterion with firm steps as lightning crackled around her figure. I tried, Mom. Anna thought as she collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, staring at the sea of clouds split apart by her final attack, her eyes widening in shock as she witnessed the aftermath. It brought an unparalleled sense of satisfaction to her heart. Then I'm not weak anymore. She thought, her eyes gradually closing as her mind drifted into sleep from exhaustion. Asterion deactivated his second innate technique, knowing he had revealed one of his trump cards. Most people wouldn't notice the pentagram in his eyes, but he was sure every special-class wizard watching had seen it perfectly. Looking at the unconscious Anna, she had no idea how much trouble she had caused him in that moment. It made him sigh, though he didn't dwell on it. Even if his enemies discovered his second innate technique, it would only make them more cautious when facing him. The only reason to hide his second innate technique was to catch his opponents off guard and finish them in that moment, but since that was no longer possible, Asterion would just have to crush his enemies head-on. Asterion set these thoughts aside and focused on the fight between Michael and Rose, if that could even be called a fight in the first place. Michael's innate technique was related to gravity, while Rose's was related to space. One could say Michael was being suppressed in every way. If he were a special-class wizard, things wouldn't be so simple, but in the wizarding world, there are no ifs, only the now. This made Michael's situation rather embarrassing, as Rose was practically immune to the effects of his gravity-based technique. Rose was actually getting bored. She had watched Asterion and Anna's fight, she wanted a battle like that, not a punching bag that was easy to defeat. While watching the fight, especially Anna's final attack, Rose noticed something very interesting about her cold-looking cousin. Truly, something quite fascinating. Shifting her attention back to the fight, Rose grew tired of dancing around the young man and appeared behind him. "I'm going to show off a little for my fans, I hope you don't mind," Rose said with a wide smile as she effortlessly dodged Michael's attack. Without hesitating further, she punched Michael in the face, sending one of his teeth flying, followed by an even harder punch that knocked out another tooth, mixed with blood. Rose didn't stop there. She continued beating him mercilessly, completely brutalizing Michael's once handsome face. After some time, Rose noticed Michael was already unconscious, but to make sure, she landed another punch. Seeing that he didn't react, she released her grip on his collar, finally letting him fall to the ground. "We won," Cedric murmured to himself, surveying the area with no enemies left standing. He sat down on the ground and let out a long sigh, filled with relief and the accumulated pressure from the entire ordeal. "Tie them all up and wait for the 3 days to end successfully," Rose said as she stretched comfortably. This had possibly been the most exciting fight of her life, filling her heart with a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, she noticed Asterion standing in front of her, inspecting the wound on her shoulder. "Ridiculous, a special class witch wounded this badly by a first-class witch," Asterion commented as he examined the injury. Seeing it was just a normal wound with no bone fractures, he stopped worrying and mocked Rose. Rose wasn't angered by Asterion's words, she had seen the concern in her cousin's eyes earlier. "How cute, the great Asterion Black worried about me," Rose said, placing her arm on Asterion's shoulder with a teasing smile on her lips. "I should let you bleed to death," Asterion replied coldly, brushing Rose's arm off his shoulder with a look of disgust. "You wouldn't let that happen." "I know you love me," Rose responded arrogantly, laughing. Asterion simply rolled his eyes and didn't reply. Luna, who had been sitting on the throne the whole time, rubbed her eyes lazily and asked in a sleepy tone, "Are we finally done?" This made Cedric, Asterion, and Rose glare at the girl with threatening looks. They had worked so hard, while Luna had comfortably slept on the stone throne, not caring about anything. Aware of her teammates' glares, Luna simply stuck out her tongue and continued lounging comfortably on the stone throne. Chapter 161, Chapter 158, Second Phase of the King's Game, 13e End. When the sun rose on the horizon on the third day, the entire arena, where the Game of Kings was taking place, began to tremble. From the trees to the mountains, everything started to shake. At the highest peak, Luna, who was sitting on the throne, looked up, prompting everyone else to follow her gaze towards the sky. The lion roared in the sky, the eagle let out its sharp cry, the badger stood proudly on its hind legs, and the serpent coiled and hissed. A series of words appeared beneath the animals. Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus. Asterion, Rose, Cedric, and Luna gazed at the Hogwarts crest with different emotions. Asterion, in particular, knew that his participation in this tournament was part of a vicious conspiracy plotted by others, although he had yet to discover the purpose. But at that moment, seeing the Hogwarts crest rising in the sky, he felt a sense of belonging. "It's not over yet, we still have 2 more tasks to win," Cedric murmured, but they all heard him, making Rose and Luna smile. "In the next task, I'll have a bigger role than just sleeping on a throne," Luna grumbled, feeling relaxed, her expression adorably capable of making anyone want to pinch her cheeks. Asterion and Cedric, being boys, couldn't do something as impolite as touching a girl without her permission, but Rose had no such reservations. She grabbed Luna's cheeks with a cruel smile and stretched them in different directions. Luna couldn't escape Rose's grasp and looked pitifully at Asterion and Cedric, silently pleading for help, but all she received were amused looks. Apparently, both boys were more than satisfied to see Luna suffering at Rose's hands. Suddenly, the entire highest mountain began to shake. The last thing they saw was the entire arena collapsing before their eyes. All the transfiguration placed on the site completely unraveled. All participants were operated back to Hogwarts. Asterion sighed in relief, feeling solid ground beneath his feet, and closed his eyes as an avalanche of blinding flashes overwhelmed his vision. Thunderous cheers filled the air, making the entire Quidditch stadium feel like it was shaking. Getting used to the flashes of light, he opened his eyes and saw the entire stadium roaring. He recognized his name, as well as Rose's, Cedric's, and Luna's. There were others, but the stadium was so loud that he wasn't sure if he heard them correctly. "Let's give a round of applause for all the competitors of the Game of Kings," Asterion heard Dumbledore's voice echoing throughout the stadium, and he looked towards the VIP seats. He saw the old wizard standing in front of the microphone, his blue eyes behind the lenses fixed on him with an intrigued smile. It was obvious that the shocking discovery of the second innate technique had piqued the interest of the most powerful wizard in the world. Dumbledore's voice continued to echo. "What we witnessed today was a spectacle of camaraderie, strength, strategy, and the effort of all our participants. Every competitor gave their all in a truly glorious battle that will be recorded in the history of all our beautiful countries. I am proud to say that together, we have created something truly spectacular." A barrage of enthusiastic and euphoric applause followed Dumbledore's words. The man had a way of captivating people that would make any politician envious. Asterion, who wasn't particularly interested in Dumbledore's speech, noticed Grindelwald sitting next to Dumbledore's seat. The black heir blinked a few times, trying to understand if he had really seen Grindelwald. After taking a closer look, he confirmed that the most wanted man in the world was indeed sitting in the middle of a stadium filled with hundreds of thousands of wizards and witches. This left Asterion speechless. Although he knew that the men would come to the show that they themselves had orchestrated, seeing him so relaxed gave the impression that Grindelwald was completely at ease at that moment. As if sensing his gaze, Grindelwald turned to him, his silver eyes like two pale moons in the sky, and smiled gently at him. "Congratulations on winning the game of kings, young Asterion," the black heir heard the dark wizard's voice in his ear, even from this distance. Asterion nodded to him, silently thanking him for the kind words, and began clapping as Dumbledore finished his speech. When the speech ended, the medical team began urgently taking the competitors away, especially Fleur and Alexei, both of whom were in critical condition. But with some rare potions and magic, they would probably recover before the second task officially began. Hopefully so. Approaching Rose, Asterion crouched down and whispered calmly in her ear, "Rose, take control of the crowd when you're interviewed. I have to speak with the Dark Lord." Rose nodded and looked at Grindelwald with a frown. It was more than obvious that she did not like the mass murderer known as Gellert Grindelwald. Sensing her gaze, his silver eyes, which reminded them of Luna, met hers with a gentle look, like a grandfather gazing at his granddaughter. If she didn't know any better, it would have been hard to believe that such an elegant and kind-looking old man was one of the worst Dark Lords ever to walk this planet. The man who had caused the death of 25 million muggles and countless wizards and witches. Be careful with him. He's like a snake hiding its fangs, Rose warned cautiously, seeing the gentle smile on the Dark Lord's face. Seeing Rose so full of concern for him, Asterion stepped closer and kissed her cheek tenderly. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm more than capable of protecting myself," he said, and without waiting for a response, he walked away with firm steps, leaving the 14-year-old girl with flushed cheeks. "I wasn't worried about you, idiot. I just don't want to see him kicking your arrogant butt," Rose muttered, still blushing, refusing to show any weakness. Asterion had no idea what Rose had said, otherwise, he would have turned back and smacked her on the head in frustration. In a corridor beneath the stadium, Asterion leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, looking up with a calm expression. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Grindelwald, dressed in a simple yet elegant German suit, devoid of any opulence. "Apologies for the delay. I have many eyes watching me," Grindelwald said. "Get to the point, Lord Grindelwald," Asterion replied, not in the mood for riddles. Grindelwald wasn't offended by Asterion's abrupt interruption. He looked at the young man and spoke. "I want you to succeed me in case I die," he said in a simple tone, as if death was no big deal to him. Asterion looked at the man in surprise and frowned. "You can see the future, you can escape any assassination. How could you die so easily?" "That's because I can't see the future I'm about to create," Grindelwald replied, his voice filled with joy and gentleness, seemingly at peace with the fact that he couldn't foresee the outcome of his own actions. "So, what do you say, young Asterion? Will you succeed me?" Grindelwald asked, gazing at Asterion with a genuinely kind look, like a grandfather passing on his legacy to his grandson. Chapter 162, Chapter 159, Death of Arcturus, 1. Asterion returned to the stadium with a calm expression, but inside, he was deeply shaken. He wasn't surprised that Grindelwald had asked him to succeed him, but it was the plan that Grindelwald had revealed that left Asterion completely stunned by the audacity of the Dark Lord's scheme. He had thought the god creation plan of the Black House was bold, but what Grindelwald was about to do was blasphemy of the highest order. No. Not even blasphemers could be as mad as Gellert Grindelwald. Still a bit dazed, Asterion noticed Narcissa approaching him with her usual calm expression, but he knew his cousin too well to recognize that she was more than nervous at that moment. A bad feeling sprouted in his chest. And when special-grade wizards had a sense of foreboding that something bad was about to happen, it usually became reality. His thoughts were confirmed as Narcissa drew closer and whispered, "Arcturus is calling for you." Asterion took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He understood, Arcturus was going to ask him to kill him. In this moment of celebration, with joyful and excited voices all around, Asterion felt as though his world was gradually turning gray. Closing his eyes, he felt the sounds growing more distant, and when he had completely calmed himself, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing two red orbs. "I will say goodbye to Daphne. Bring the whole family," Asterion calmly ordered, ignoring Narcissa's concerned expression. Narcissa hesitated to obey, seeing Asterion's completely expressionless face, but she nodded after meeting his majestic gaze. As Narcissa's figure receded, Asterion walked toward the stands, where he found his fiancée talking with her friends. Daphne, who was chatting with Tracy, noticed her fiancé approaching. She smiled brightly, but her smile quickly faded when she saw his eyes, so cold they could freeze hell. Daphne wasn't afraid of him and stepped closer, asking, "Did something happen, Asti?" "Arcturus," Asterion replied briefly, causing Daphne's eyes to narrow sharply. She quickly connected the dots and looked at him with a sad expression before embracing him. "I'll be here when you need me," she murmured in his ear, her voice filled with melancholy. She knew how important Arcturus was to Asterion. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Arcturus was practically a father to him. Asterion nodded and kissed her forehead tenderly before saying his goodbye. We'll talk more later. Daphne nodded and watched his back with concern. For some reason, she felt that her fiancé was carrying the weight of the world. This frustrated her to no end. She wasn't a delicate porcelain doll, yet she couldn't do anything to help Asterion. This wounded her pride and made her feel powerless for the first time. We will walk side by side, Asterion. I swear in Merlin's name, she whispered, clenching her fists, her blue eyes filled with determination. Ophelia had always imagined that when she walked into Black Manor, it would be a happy occasion because she would finally be meeting her mother. But she was wrong. Her great-uncle, whom she had never met, was dying, making the entire situation deeply depressing. She ignored the luxurious mansion she had only ever imagined seeing in books and looked at the old man in the bed with tears in her eyes. He looked skeletal, with no fat on his body, his bones pressed against his skin, making him appear extremely fragile. His hair was completely white and lifeless, dry, and brittle. For some reason, Ophelia felt dark ripples emanating from his body, as if something within him was on the verge of breaking free at any moment. Asterion, Arcturus's dry lips moved as he called out his great-grandson's name. Yes, great-grandfather, Asterion said calmly, holding Arcturus's skeletal hand. You have been my pride. From the moment I took you from the orphanage, you became the most important thing to me, my legacy and my honor to my ancestors. His voice, though weak, was firm and gentle. He sounded relieved. I would have liked to see you marry and have your own children, but I've already been selfish enough to leave my wife alone for so long. Arcturus turned his head with difficulty and looked around the room full of people, focusing especially on his irresponsible grandson, who was trying not to cry. Look at you, still a child at the end of my life, what a disappointment, my unworthy, drunken grandson, he said, glaring at Sirius. You old bastard, can't you be kind even at the last moment we'll see each other? Sirius responded with a bitter laugh under his grandfather's accusing gaze. But he smiled, seeing that his grandfather seemed to have accepted death with peace. And who are you, little one? Arcturus asked, looking at the young girl with black hair and red eyes, much like Asterion's. However, the girl had no trace of cursed energy in her body, indicating that she hadn't inherited the innate technique of the Black House. Pleasure to meet you, great-grandfather. I'm Ophelia Black, Bellatrix's daughter, she said. Arcturus smiled at the girl's politeness. He didn't ask about her origins, it no longer mattered. He was simply happy that the Black House had gained another member. Be a good girl and study hard, Arcturus said gently, shifting his gaze to Cygnus's 3 daughters. Your father and mother would be proud to see the dazzling women you've all become. Except for you, Bellatrix. His sentence ended with a chuckle as he mentioned Bellatrix. They'd probably lock me in a room and forget the key, Bellatrix muttered loud enough for everyone to laugh despite the sadness hanging in the air. Narcissa, when I'm gone, Asterion will need someone to help him manage all the Black family estates, Arcturus said, looking at Narcissa, who was dressed in her elegant black gown. Yes, great-uncle, Narcissa lowered her head, trying to hide her red eyes from all the crying. Then Arcturus's gaze fell on the gentlest of Cygnus's 3 daughters, Andromeda. As the patriarch of the House of Black, I decree that all descendants of Andromeda Tonks may reclaim the Black name. His words left both Nymphadora and Andromeda wide-eyed with shock. Arcturus then turned his gaze to his other great-grandchildren, Draco and Doria Malfoy. Stay strong and honor your house's name, hold your heads high, and be proud of where you come from, he said in a gentle tone, finally addressing them all with warmth. Draco and Doria nodded repeatedly, not daring to disobey the old patriarch's words. Come, Asterion, Arcturus said firmly but kindly, looking at his great-grandson. Asterion gritted his teeth, gently lifting Arcturus's frail body as he exited the room under everyone's sorrowful gazes. Where are they going? Ophelia asked, confused by what was happening, but her eyes remained fixed on Bellatrix. However, the girl was disappointed to see that her mother didn't even glance at her. It's something every heir and patriarch does at the end of the life of each Black family patriarch, Sirius explained to his niece, gently stroking her hair. And what would that be, Uncle Scoundrel? Ophelia asked her scruffy-looking uncle. Laughter echoed through the room at the way Ophelia addressed Sirius. Nothing a child needs to know, Sirius replied in a helpless tone. Clearly, he thought of himself as a handsome and mature uncle, how could he possibly be a scoundrel? Chapter 163, Chapter 160, Death of Arcturus, 2. Only Asterion's footsteps echoed in the room, holding Arcturus in his arms as you descended the spiral staircase. Grindelwald has asked me to succeed him. Asterion whispered to the frail old man in his arms. Arcturus frowned at his great-grandson's words, but relaxed again. Remember, Asterion, just go on without looking back, regret is a cruel poison that runs through your mind and destroys your determination. Arcturus knew he couldn't help Asterion for much longer, especially when his death was getting closer with every step his great-grandson took. But he wanted to help Asterion clear up some doubts in his mind. After all, his great-grandson was just a boy who, with the blessing of his ancestors, would outlive himself. I know, but what he's being offered is too tempting. Asterion sighed, commenting on the Dark Lord's proposal. Even he felt his heart race at what he would gain by succeeding Grindelwald. The smallest gain was the colossal power of the Dark Lord's organization, the Acolytes. The greatest gain was to personally possess all the knowledge that Grindelwald had amassed. This was not just knowledge, but hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years of research into which gods and other beings beyond human comprehension. This was the most attractive thing to Asterion. This knowledge was so tempting to him to create a god that he almost accepted Grindelwald's proposal on the spot. Fortunately, he said he would think about it, and then the two of them would meet in a certain place. You already know your answer, you just need a nudge to accept it. Arcturus laughed when he heard Asterion's helpless tone. Asterion rolled his eyes and didn't deny his words, he already knew his decision. You have to be careful, Asterion. Taking on something like this makes you a Dark Lord in the eyes of the world. Your image that you've created so much will crumble like a sand castle. Your enemies will use this to undermine your foundations and destroy everything you've built so far. Arcturus closed his eyes and said in a gentle tone that he would not influence his great-grandson's choices. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. That's what he taught Asterion the first day he came to Black Manor. Asterion answered in silence after a while. I know, I'll try to control the acolytes from the shadows. I am going to be a Dark Lord in the shadows and a Light Lord in the daytime. If that doesn't work, I'll steal all the knowledge Grindelwald has accumulated and be a good boy in the eyes of the world. Asterion finished with a laugh. A laugh Arcturus shared. Fooling Grindelwald will never be so easy, you impertinent brat. Asterion nodded and fell silent. Arcturus asked with a smile. How is your relationship with Daphne? It's going well, but she wants me to marry Rose. Asterion commented, remembering what Rose was like. The woman was not at all feminine, but she was pleasant to live with her bold aura. Henry's great-granddaughter. Arcturus laughed as he remembered the white-haired girl, or at least what he had heard about her from his great-grandson Asterion. Henry was a good man, unlike me. Maybe that's why his political career was a complete mess. Especially after he took his pro-Truxa stance. His son and grandson inherited it from him. It seems his spirit still lives on in his great-granddaughter. Accept the marriage. Having a witch of special rank at your side when the chaos of this world begins will be precious. Arcturus finished, hearing Asterion finally stop in front of the old metal door. I just think my life will be a complete mess with two completely different women. Asterion sighed at his words. At least it will be a fun life. Arcturus commented with a weak laugh. Asterion didn't answer and said quietly. We have arrived. Yes, we finally reached that point. Arcturus replied in a calm tone. At his age, after living between life and death for so long, death never seemed frightening to him. He would gladly let death come for him. He was a bad husband. His wife had been waiting for him for a long time. Asterion bit his lips and opened the iron door, which moved with a loud creak, revealing a stone chamber of dark stone, lit by torches. In the center of the stone chamber was a red pentagram, and in the center of the pentagram, a coffin lay cold on the cold floor. Walking over to the pentagram, Asterion crouched down and gently placed Arcturus' frail, skeletal body inside the coffin. Asterion smoothed out the wrinkles in his great-grandfather's clothes and made them perfect. Arcturus wore an elegant black suit from the last century, shoes, and his favorite pocket watch. As he looked up at the ceiling where his ancestor Corvinus Black had looked when he was about to die, Arcturus whispered with a peaceful smile. I am in the same place where all my ancestors came before me. For some reason, something so simple brought a sense of peace to the dying Arcturus. Asterion. Don't hesitate any longer. Do it. Arcturus said, looking at his great-grandson beside his coffin. Asterion gritted his teeth and made a cut on his wrist. He reached out and red blood ran down his wrist and dripped onto Arcturus' forehead. When the drop of blood hit Arcturus' forehead, the entire pentagram lit up. I, Arcturus Black, third of my name, patriarch of House Black, like my ancestors before me, pass on the sacred and honorable right to lead House Black to my great-grandson, Asterion Black, from this day forward. Every word that left Arcturus's lips seemed to add weight to Asterion's shoulders. I, Asterion Black, like my ancestors before me, accept the sacred duty to honor and lead House Black forward. Hearing his great-grandson's words, Arcturus closed his eyes in satisfaction and smiled softly as the red light of the pentagram began to expand, forming a ball of red light that covered the entire coffin. Melania, my love, I have finally come to find you. Let us burn in the fires of hell together. Arcturus, seeing the red light, seemed to see his beautiful sword for a moment and murmured with a peaceful smile on his face. His heart beat less and less, until finally the last beat of his heart stopped and his heart no longer beat. Asterion wanted to cry as he watched the scene, but he felt that if he cried, he would dishonor his grandfather, who had faced death so bravely. Suddenly, thousands of cursed ghosts emerged from Arcturus' body, all released when House Black's innate technique was undone. One skeleton in particular was a cursed spirit of a special degree. It emitted its terrifying aura and spread throughout the Black House. However, whether it was him or the other cursed spirits, none of them managed to escape from the pentagram. All of them seemed trapped and unable to be truly free. Asterion showed an unparalleled coolness when he saw this. He waved his hand and exorcised them all at once, his simply unparalleled magical energy rising into the sky like a pillar of blue light, attracting the attention of every witch and wizard in England at that moment. Rose, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and all the wizards and witches of the special grade raised their heads and looked at the blue pillar rising into the sky with thoughtful expressions. Another of my generation has died, I seem to be getting lonelier and lonelier. Dumbledore muttered as he watched the pillar of blue light cross the clouds in the sky. He raised his wine glass to the pillar and muttered. Go in peace, old rival. Arcturus Black was a difficult political rival to defeat. Dumbledore didn't know how many of his plans had been thwarted by the cunning fox's mind. Rose, standing by the window, looked at the magical energy and knew almost immediately that it was Asterian's. She clenched her fists and stared at the pillar without saying a word. In the library, Daphne looked up at the pillar of light in the sky with a worried and sad expression. She knew that Arcturus had died, and looking at her fiancé's hand, she couldn't imagine what Asterian was feeling right now. I'll be there as soon as I can, Asti, I won't leave you now. Daphne muttered as she hurried out of the library. Chapter 164, Chapter 161, First Phase of God's Creation Plan, 1. As the overwhelming pressure subsided, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Standing next to a special grade warlock unleashing all of his power was stressful to say the least. As the pressure subsided, an even sadder atmosphere filled the room. They all knew that Arcturus was dead. I'll begin the funeral arrangements. Narcissa replied with a cold expression, but everyone could see that the woman was suffering more than anyone else in the room. She had buried too many relatives in one lifetime, her parents, her uncles, her cousins, and now her great-uncle. I'll help, Sissy. Andromeda wiped the tears from the corner of her eye and spoke, rising from the sofa. She wasn't going to let her sister go through this again alone. Doria also got up and stood next to her mother. Even though she didn't know her mother's family very well, she knew how important they were to her mother, who was so proud to be a member of them. Sirius just picked up a bottle of whiskey and started drinking like never before. His eyes were red, but the man hadn't cried once. He hated it. He hated feeling those painful feelings in his chest. He had been to too many funerals in his own family. He drank to forget the pain, but only an overwhelming emptiness remained in his chest. Tonks had also gotten up from the sofa and gone to help her aunt and mother, who seemed to be suffering so much at the moment. In this sad, desolate, and cold environment, only Bellatrix showed an expression of boredom. Don't you feel sad, Bella? Or the monster inside you can't feel anything? Sirius drained the bottle of whiskey and spoke, looking coldly at his cousin. A seething anger bubbled up in his chest at the sight of that smile on her face. Why should I be sad? It's as natural to die as it is to be born. Bellatrix looked at Sirius and spoke in a cheerful tone, as if she enjoyed seeing the look of anger on Sirius' face. You're just an unfeeling monster. Sirius said coldly, his words as cruel as they could be. Sirius. Andromeda and Narcissa looked at Sirius Black in anger. Am I wrong? Look at her, laughing like she thinks the whole situation is funny. Sirius yelled, pointing at Bellatrix, who looked perfectly happy despite the cold nature of Sirius' words to her. She even has a daughter, but she doesn't care about the child. Sirius, completely out of his mind from drinking, pointed at the crying Ophelia and shouted even louder. Daughter. Bellatrix's green eyes fell on the black-haired, red-eyed girl, her disgust so obvious it made everyone's face look ugly. She's just a bastard that I don't even remember existed. She should have stayed in the hole she was made for and never come out. Bellatrix's casual and heartbreaking words made Ophelia's face lose all color. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at her mother in disbelief. Her words continued to echo in her mind, shattering any innocent dreams she had once had. It wasn't just her, everyone looked at Bellatrix with wide eyes. Doria in particular stared at her aunt in shock, even though she knew her aunt was mad. This was too mad. Narcissa approached Bellatrix and slapped her older sister across the face. Pa. The loud, clear sound echoed around the room. Why did you hit me? Holding her cheek, Bellatrix looked unfairly at her younger sister and asked with a hurt look. In her eyes, she hadn't said anything that wasn't true. Bellatrix could imagine that she had slept with Voldemort and become pregnant. When the girl was born, the Dark Lord had probably wiped her memory, leaving her unaware that she had a bastard child. But that was it. If it had been her child with Asterian, she would have loved the child and raised it and taught it everything she knew, but since it was Voldemort's daughter, she didn't care at all. She even felt a deep dislike for the bastard creature. She didn't want to be associated with such a thing. Doria, Tonks, take your cousin to her room. Narcissa spoke coldly and both young women carried the distraught Ophelia out of the room, whispering words of comfort to the girl. We'll talk about this later, Bellatrix. Narcissa said in an accusatory tone. The same look Andromeda gave her older sister. Bellatrix rubbed her cheek, indifferent to the look she received. If she really cared what others thought of her, she would have taken a rope and killed herself a long time ago. What's going on? Hearing the sudden voice, everyone looked at the door and saw Asterian standing in front of it with a tired and confused expression, noticing the tense atmosphere hanging over the place. Asterian. Narcissa approached him and hugged him tightly, burying his head in her arms. I'm fine, Sissy. Arcturus has left this world peacefully and happily. Asterian spoke in a soft tone. Although he was sad inside, he knew that his great-grandfather was truly at peace with his death. Narcissa looked at him, trying to see any signs of madness or anger, but was relieved to see that he only looked exhausted and tired of the whole situation. What happened? Asterion asked again as he left Narcissa's warm and comforting arms. The atmosphere was too hostile for a wake. Humph. Bellatrix acting like Bellatrix. Narcissa muttered, unhappy with her older sister's harsh and cruel words. Asterion asked no more. He had a good idea what had happened, especially with Ophelia on the scene. As he imagined, his cousin did not react, or rather, did not react in a friendly way to her newfound daughter. I have something to do, I'll leave everything to you, sissy. Asterion said, looking at Narcissa. He wanted to pay tribute to his grandfather, a tribute worthy of being remembered in the history of House Black. Narcissa nodded in agreement. She had already planned to take on this role. Especially now that she had the help of her sister, daughter, and niece. Asterion kissed Narcissa's cheek and chatted quickly with everyone, then hurried out of the room. He seems to be in a hurry. Andromeda commented worriedly, causing Narcissa to sigh helplessly. She felt her family had become even more complicated with so many new members arriving all the time. At the entrance to the manor, Asterion looked at the statue of his ancestor Corvinus Black and waved his hand. Baskerville appeared and placed the statue in the room where he kept all his things. Asterion nodded in satisfaction and quickly made his way to his secret laboratory, one of the most secure rooms in the entire mansion, which had previously been Corvinus' own bedroom. Once there, Asterion locked the secret passage by activating the mechanism and ordered Baskerville to place the statue in the middle of his laboratory. The whole laboratory looked very modern, very different from an orthodox witch's laboratory. Asterion preferred it that way. Modern tools were much better than the antiques the wizards used. One of the most important people to me died today. I used you as a tribute to him. Asterion commented calmly, looking into the statue's eyes. The day God was born in this world. Chapter 165, Chapter 162, First Phase of God's Creation Plan, 2. Inside Asterion's secret laboratory. If asked what the main difficulties were in creating a god, Asterion would answer simply and coherently, two things, energy and information. There were other things, but these two were the most important. Other issues could easily be overcome if the issue of energy and information could be successfully addressed. After all, the amount of energy required to create an omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent being could not simply be described as energy. Asterion theorized that even if he used 10,000 stars, he wouldn't be able to create a being like he wanted. Fortunately, magical energy was naturally stronger than any other energy in the universe. That meant he wouldn't need 10,000 suns, just one giant sun of magical energy. The second difficulty was information. As we already know, Asterion created cursed spirits with melodies, so the question arises, what does an all-powerful melody look like? The amount of data that Asterion had to process and use to create such a melody was beyond human parameters. To give you a basic idea of the size of the information, it was a number so absurd that it could easily be larger than the entire known universe. This was still a very basic estimate. It could easily be even larger. That's why Asterion, unlike his ancestors who wanted to create an all-powerful god all at once, divided God's creation plan into several stages. How many stages were needed was still under consideration, but he theorized that at least 10 stages were needed. The amount of energy and information needed to carry out the first stage of the plan was still great, but it was quite possible for his hands to accomplish it. Compared to his ancestors, who had never been able to put God's creation plan down on paper, his progress was nothing short of remarkable. Let's get started, he murmured, looking at the statue. Asterion began to use his two innate techniques simultaneously. A ball of black energy manifested in front of him, and in front of his eyes, two black pentagrams began to slowly rotate. Creation and manipulation of cursed spirits. Imperfect destruction of truth. Without hesitation, Asterion broke the seal on Corvinus Black's sister. He reached out and simply closed his fist with force. Crack. A particularly visible crack appeared in the ancestral statue of House Black. Soon, another crack appeared, and another, covering the statue on all sides. At that moment, the 1,000-year-old statue of the Black House collapsed into millions of pieces, revealing its contents inside. Asterion couldn't help but stop his movements when he saw the cursed spirit. It wasn't scary or grotesque, it was cute, without any of the bestial characteristics one would expect from such a powerful monster. What stood in front of Asterion was a girl. She looked very small, perhaps 10 years old, with extremely long black hair covering her naked body. Her hair was so long that it would make Rapunzel stand in awe. The only inhuman feature of the girl was her eyes. Her sclera, the white part of her eye, was completely black, and the iris of her eyes was an extremely intense shade of red. There were black lines around her eyes, reminiscent of a line drawn by children. Asterion's ruby-red eyes met the crimson eyes of the cursed spirit who was, of course, his ancestor. Asterion could understand why Herpo wanted the cursed spirit. The girl was strong, extremely strong. Only her negative magical energy was simply another level, almost on a par with his after he had awakened his second innate technique. Moreover, as the possessor of the innate technique of creation and manipulation of cursed spirits, he could sense a similar power in the girl. It seemed that Corvinus' sister also possessed the highest innate technique of the Black House, and when the girl transformed into a cursed spirit, she gained a similar ability. When she appeared, an incomparable negative magical energy affected the entire mansion, and the amount was so great that everyone in the mansion felt like they were being crushed by a colossal mountain above their heads. If it weren't for Asterion blocking the influence and the barrier protecting the Black Mansion, the girl's influence would probably have reached half of the country. The residents of the mansion breathed a sigh of relief when they felt the incomparable pressure disappear, and everyone had a deep fear on their faces when they felt the evil aura. They didn't know what Asterion was doing, but it was definitely not normal. "Hello." Asterion looked at the girl who was staring at him and greeted her with a blank look. He noticed that the girl still hadn't attacked him, even after being released from her seal after 1,000 years. The girl continued to stare at Asterion with her red eyes. The hair behind her waved gently, there was no hostility in her gaze. "Do I look like your brother?" Asterion asked, noticing that she was staring at her face. It wasn't hard to see that he looked like her brother. The girl finally answered Asterion, but didn't speak, just nodded silently. "Don't you hate him?" He continued to ask, the pentagram spinning in front of his eyes and the ball of black energy hovering above his left hand. The girl shook her head gently. It seems there are moments of lucidity in madness. Asterion thought as he analyzed the girl with his second innate technique. But he quickly grasped the heart of the matter. Although Corvinus Black had turned his sister into a cursed spirit, he didn't exorcise her, nor did he control her. Instead, he allowed her to live freely. This explained why Corvinus had to seal her away at the end of his life. He was already old and could no longer control his sister with the strength of his hand. From the very beginning, he had never truly controlled his sister, perhaps out of guilt, but Asterion had no interest in that. "I want to use you." Asterion spoke his purpose directly, his eyes looking into the girl's. The girl seemed genuinely confused by his words. "I want to fulfill my dream and the dream of your brother. To create a god to cleanse this world." Crouching down to the girl's eye level, he spoke in a calm voice. "To do this, I will have to strip you of your body and blood. In the end, you will be reborn as a goddess." The girl blinked a few times and stared at Asterion, who waited in silence for a decision. If she accepted, the process would be much easier, but if she refused, he was ready to exorcise her little ancestor and use violence against her. The girl didn't respond to Asterion's words, but with actions. She approached him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and obediently rested her head on his shoulder, quietly looking off to the side. It seemed that, in her silence, she supported his plan, or rather, the plan of her late brother. Asterion didn't know if she had accepted for his sake or for Corvinus, but it didn't matter anymore. He held the cold little body in his arms and gave the girl a gentle smile. Getting up, Asterion walked over to the table in the middle of the lab. Before placing the girl on it, he transfigured the sheets and pillows and gently placed the girl on them. He smoothed her hair as perfectly as possible and gave her a satisfied look, seeing that she seemed comfortable for the moment. "I will begin, ancestor." Asterion kissed her forehead gently and stroked her hair. The girl blinked a few times, looking comfortable with the kiss on her forehead and the caresses in her hair, and nodded silently. Asterion took a deep breath, trying to calm down and focus on the moment. Let's get started. Chapter 166, Chapter 163, First Phase of God's Creation Plan, 3. Looking at the girl lying among the pillows and sheets, Asterion extended both of his hands and closed his eyes. He began to use his two innate techniques. Let's begin. Opening his eyes quickly, Asterion exorcised the girl without any hesitation. However, the process did not proceed as it did with other cursed spirits. His little ancestor was extremely powerful. If she hadn't allowed it, he would have had to weaken her first before exorcising her. But since she had permitted it, he exorcised Corvinus' sister without any difficulty. Throughout the entire process, her red eyes stared at Asterion with an emotionless, silent gaze. Even as her body disintegrated, she continued to look at him as if she wanted to remember his face forever. Her entire body transformed into a red orb, resting calmly in Asterion's hands. He looked at the orb for a moment and threw it into the sphere of darkness before him. When the red orb came into contact with the sphere of darkness, it melted like ice under a scorching sun. A massive amount of negative magical energy accumulated within the sphere of darkness. A trace of magical energy escaped from the sphere and reduced everything around it to mere ashes, revealing the absurd amount of negative magical energy that Corvinus' sister possessed. Asterion's face grew solemn. Controlling such a large amount of energy was not to be taken lightly, especially when a mistake could cause everything to explode in the blink of an eye. He assumed that if there were an explosion, not only would the entire surrounding city be destroyed, but a third of England would be reduced to mere ashes. This, without considering the natural disasters that would follow the explosion. Hundreds of millions of people could die. Taking a deep breath, Asterion focused intensely and began to compose the melody. A melody he had simulated tens of millions of times in his mind. A dignified, supreme, and above all, mutable melody. It was hard to describe something meant to simulate omnipotence, but Asterion could only imagine it sounding like an angelic choir with billions of angels singing at the same time, or better yet, billions of fallen angels and demons singing simultaneously. He was not creating a god to be worshipped by humans, but a demon god emerging from the depths of space. A symbol of chaos, madness, and supreme power. An outer god in every sense of the term. While his second innate technique operated with all its might and an incomparably vast amount of data flowed through his mind, Asterion suddenly looked around, confused, his expression cold and cautious. He didn't understand, but he felt he was being watched, not by one, but by at least 6 different pairs of eyes. Yet, such a situation was impossible. He was in one of the most securely magical places on the entire planet. Even Dumbledore could not see through the magical defenses of this laboratory. Still, he could feel the gazes as if they were surrounding him. For the first time since his rebirth, Asterion felt a shiver run down his spine from sensing those eyes on him. They were not malicious gazes, they were just curious ones, and one in particular was looking at him with a serene and calm expression that, for some reason, reminded him of the moment he died. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he opened them again. Asterion didn't care if he was being watched or what was watching him, he focused entirely on the process in front of him. Asterion accelerated the process of encoding the absurd amount of information in his mind into a melody, which was automatically transferred to the sphere of darkness floating in front of him. As a result, his brain began to overload, and blood started dripping from his nose, but Asterion did not stop. On the contrary, he intensified the encoding of information into the melody even further. The more time passed, the more blood ran down Asterion's nose, soaking his shirt completely. His brain hurt so much that his face twisted grotesquely with the infernal pain he felt in his head. Asterion did not know how much time had passed, but it felt like an eternity. Every second seemed like a second in hell. His body began to fail, he could feel he had lost so much blood that his vision started to darken. However, even with his body on the verge of collapse, Asterion's mind remained extremely clear and focused. The sphere of darkness gradually transformed into an egg, covered with scarlet or dark lines, which were constantly expanding and contracting over time, resembling the most primitive and wild fetal movement in the multiverse. It seemed as if something was being generated inside the egg. When the egg appeared, Asterion's bloodless face showed relief, his eyes, nose, and ears were bleeding, but a smile appeared on his lips. The first stage was complete, all that was left was the magical energy to make the egg hatch fully. Asterion did not hesitate and used all of his cursed spirits, and no matter how weak they were, he began extracting negative energy from all of them at an extremely rapid pace. All this energy was converted into hundreds of serpents made of pure energy, flying around him. Asterion had nearly 20 special-grade spirits and hundreds of other cursed spirits. Such a large amount of negative magical energy made the environment extremely dark and damp, as if the entire place was engulfed in a heavy, cold rain. This immense amount of negative magical energy was directly infused into the egg. The hundreds of serpents made of pure negative magical energy opened their mouths and sank their fangs into the egg, beginning the energy transfer. The more energy was infused into the egg, the more the red and black lines on it contracted and pulsed, almost like a beating heart. Asterion's eyes gleamed with excitement, gradually taking on a glint of madness and insanity. He accelerated the energy transfer even further, ignoring his body's protests as it seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Crack! A particularly sharp sound broke the silence of the environment. A visible crack appeared on the egg's shell. Are you sure you want to continue? Upon hearing the female voice beside him, Asterion coldly glanced toward the source of the voice. Near the wall, surrounded by darkness, a pair of eyes stared silently at him. Looking around, Asterion noticed 5 other figures obscured by darkness, with only their eyes visible. He ignored the 5 beings and returned his gaze to the source of the female voice. His voice was so cold that it caught the attention of all the beings present in the room. I don't know what you are, and I don't care what you think. If you interfere, I will kill you. He didn't know who or what they were, but Asterion didn't care. If they meddled at such a delicate moment, he wouldn't care about his own safety and would start a massacre. The woman shrouded in shadows looked at Asterion silently, not bothering to respond, her eyes turned back to the egg. He's brave to speak in such a tone with his elder sister, Asterion heard one of the beings whisper, but he didn't care, his focus was entirely on the egg. The crack had expanded by then, covering the entire egg, and a loud, powerful heartbeat could now be heard. Crack! With a loud, clear sound, the entire shell of the egg exploded all at once. Chapter 167, Chapter 164, First Phase of God's Creation Plan, 4. When the egg exploded, particularly dark clouds gathered in the sky all over the planet. The temperature dropped slightly, about 0.5 degrees, but it was enough to shock any scientist to the core. If it had been a massive volcano erupting, they could have understood why the planet's temperature was falling, but these were just strangely black clouds. Some sensitive people suffering from depression, along with other superstitious individuals, saw this as a vision of the end of the world and took their own lives, jumping from buildings, hanging themselves, or shooting themselves, believing they were escaping the approaching apocalypse. It didn't happen in just one country, but in several around the world. All the negative feelings seemed to take shape as a serpent and flew in a specific direction. In Greece, a man with Middle Eastern features looked up at the sky with wide eyes. Then, he laughed so hard that his calm and serene demeanor shattered. As he stopped laughing, he wiped tears from the corners of his eyes and murmured to himself, dreams really can't be killed. Whether there's a hell or a heaven, you must be happy, Corvinus. At the Black Mansion, the scene was even stranger. It seemed that the entire mansion was covered in a deep, cold darkness. The garden, the roses, the entire mansion was encased in a layer of ice about a meter thick. In Asterian's secret laboratory. I have to say, it's a freak of nature, one of the 6 beings spoke calmly, observing the figure that had emerged from the egg. Its eyes were a blend of yellow and red, a color reminiscent of magma. Why not? It will be fun in the near future, another being with multicolored eyes spoke in a feminine voice, full of excitement, as if she feared the world might be too peaceful for her. Everything has the right to be born, no matter what it is. The being they called Big Sister looked at Asterian and gently nodded her head. After saying this, she glanced at Asterian once more and let out a tired sigh. Although she had said those words, she knew she still had more work to do, which made her look at him with a touch of resentment. But just one resentful glance from her made Asterian's body shiver from head to toe. He felt as if he were trapped inside an ice cave. Suddenly, a pair of thin arms wrapped around Asterian's neck, and all the coldness disappeared in her embrace. All 6 beings raised their heads and saw a girl with extremely long hair floating in the air. A sacred yet demonic aura emanated from her body, a goddess and a demon goddess, a being with 2 faces. She held him in an embrace from behind, resting her face peacefully on his shoulder, her red eyes staring coldly at the 6 beings. Shub-niggurath. A name escaped Asterian's lips as he felt the arms around his neck, the small body pressed against him. This made him smile. He had never smiled so happily before. He wanted to laugh out loud but held back, for he was not alone. As the name was spoken, the space around them rippled violently. Merely mentioning the name could cause natural magical phenomena to any human sorcerer. You are not welcome. The front door is only for guests, so you may leave through the back door, Asterian said, looking at the 6 beings with a cold gaze. Honestly, he already had an idea of who they were, or rather, what they were, but he did not care. That's rude, throwing us out without even sharing a glass of wine. Have humans become so rude? The being with eyes resembling volcanic magma spoke in an exaggerated tone, not hiding the amusement he felt at that moment. Asterian smirked at his words. Sharing a glass should be reserved for guests, not intruders. The boy has a sharp tongue, he muttered. Whose idea was it to invade his house, anyway? It was yours, airhead, another being replied angrily, their voice difficult to distinguish as either male or female. Its mere voice invoked a deep desire in everyone's heart. Asterian found himself thinking of Daphne naked in bed because of it. Let's go. The calm and serene feminine voice spoke before disappearing entirely from the laboratory, as if she had never been there. We'll meet again, boy, the being with magma eyes said before following his elder sister's lead and vanishing. The being with multicolored eyes looked at Asterian and Shub-niggurath with joy, waving at them before disappearing with the others, finally leaving Asterian alone. The moment they vanished, Asterian's face grew even paler, and he fell to his knees, gasping for air. The dried blood on his face made him look even more terrifying. Asterian felt that with every breath he took, his lungs burned as if they were on fire. Suddenly, he felt his face being cupped by 2 small hands and looked up, exhausted, to see the face of his little ancestor staring down at him with a blank expression. But unlike her previous appearance as a 10-year-old, she had grown, becoming a young girl of 15 or 16, though her height remained small, only about 5 feet 2 inches, 1.57 centimeters. Anyone could have mistaken her for his twin sister due to the many similarities they shared. She was still naked, her hair partially covering her nudity. Although her face was expressionless, Asterian could see the concern in her eyes. She leaned in and gently kissed his forehead, causing all his wounds, including his blood loss, to heal in the blink of an eye. Asterian's eyes widened at the sight. You see, this was negative magical energy, even he couldn't come out unscathed if it came into contact with his skin. One of the reasons he had never created a cursed spirit related to healing was because he could not use it on himself, only on his enemies. Instead of healing, it would hurt them more than it would heal. The human body was the natural enemy of negative magical energy. Humans had created the reversal spell, but that was all, just an incantation capable of limited healing. This energy could not be used by humans under any circumstances, as it would cause more harm than healing, but defying all the world's logic, he watched a cursed spirit heal him as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Smiling happily, Asterian felt one of the burdens he carried become lighter. His happiness made the girl show a small smile, though she seemed confused by the feeling flooding her being. We can't call you Shub-niggurath, your real name is too powerful. Asterian calmed down and stood up, holding the girl in his arms. She did not resist and hugged him tightly, her expression full of dependence. Asterian thought for a moment and smiled, the name he would give his future daughter coming to mind. Morgan Black, Asterian whispered, stroking the girl's black hair, which seemed weightless, as light as a feather. Hearing her new name, Morgan's eyes sparkled with joy. She kissed his cheek and rested her head on his shoulder, her eyes fixed on Asterian's face. Chapter 168, Chapter 165, Valory of Archicherus Black, 1. As Asterion walked through the halls of the mansion, he set aside the existence of primordial personifications of abstract concepts. His eyes were on the girl in his arms. She might look human, but she was something entirely different. She was a genuine cursed spirit, but this race changed the more energy Morgan accumulated in her body. When negative magical energy reached a certain level, it would transform into a completely new energy, a power capable of changing, manipulating, and creating anything. However, even without reaching that power currently, Morgan was not weak. On the contrary, she was extremely strong. As her creator, Asterion knew her powers well. The field of omnipotence. Within a specific area, Morgan could literally do anything she desired. This was Morgan's initial ability, and there were 2 more to come, but for now, Asterion was content with just this one. But there was a flaw: the size of the field of omnipotence was tiny compared to the area of destruction of special-grade cursed spirits. The field of omnipotence was an ability that required vast amounts of negative magical energy, and even though Morgan had the highest amount of negative magical energy among all his cursed spirits, she could only use her power within a radius of 10 meters. It was minuscule, considering that special-grade cursed spirits could destroy entire cities. Morgan, looking silently at Asterion, glanced at his clothes, and her eyes sparkled for a moment. In the next second, a black suit identical to Asterion's appeared on her body, making them look even more alike. This made Asterion's lips curve into an extremely satisfied smile. Morgan had just subverted any magical concept of the wizarding world, for not even magic could conjure something out of nothing. "Morgan, from today onwards, you are my sister," Asterion said, stopping in front of the living room door. He looked at the girl in his arms and gently set her down on the floor. Morgan nodded and clutched Asterion's clothes with an expressionless look, her red eyes fixed on his face. Asterion knew Morgan could speak, she simply didn't want to at the moment, something he respected. Smiling at her, Asterion opened the doors. A beautifully decorated room with sofas and a fireplace appeared before him. Asterion saw Sirius drinking as if there was no tomorrow. His grandfather's death had shaken the men more than he would like to admit. Not that Asterion wasn't grieving, but his mourning was silent. He did not have the privilege Sirius had to appear weak in front of his enemies. Besides Sirius, Bellatrix was lying in a most inelegant position for a woman on the sofa, staring distractedly at the ceiling. But Asterion knew Bella was suffering, in her own way, a strange way, but that was who Bellatrix Black was. When Asterion entered, Sirius didn't even bother to look, but Bellatrix glanced over casually. However, seeing someone next to her master, her eyes widened in shock at the scene before her. What did she see? A female version of her master. Bellatrix straightened up on the sofa and stared at the girl with a confused look. Given the tremors and the terrifying aura that had enveloped the mansion just a few minutes earlier, she had assumed that her beloved master was creating an immensely powerful cursed spirit to honor Arcturus. But, looking at the girl, Bellatrix began to doubt her thoughts. She couldn't feel a trace of negative magical energy from the girl beside Asterion. This convinced her that the girl was not a cursed spirit, of that, she was certain as the bearer of the Black House's simplified technique. "Bella, this is Morgan Black, my sister." Asterion pointed to Morgan beside him and spoke directly, causing Bella's eyes to widen in surprise. Even Sirius, who was drunk, looked at Asterion with confusion. When had the Black House gained so many descendants suddenly appearing every year? Could it be that he had some children he still didn't know about? He shook his head. He was sterile due to the inbreeding in his family. He couldn't have children, even potions couldn't fix such a severe flaw in his DNA. Another reason he had given himself to drink until he was unconscious. Sirius shook his head and drank the rest of the whiskey straight from the bottle in one gulp, finally collapsing unconscious on the sofa. Just before losing consciousness, Sirius muttered to himself, "You old fool. At least my father and brother will have company in hell. You arrogant, racist, cold old man. And yet, I still love you, old grouch. Hello, little Morgan, I am Bellatrix Black, my master's exclusive servant and maid." Bellatrix introduced herself with a wide smile on her lips. Although confused about Morgan's parentage, Bella didn't ask and didn't want to. As long as her master liked it, she could recognize a filthy beggar as a brother. Morgan looked at the woman and noticed the strange look in her eyes as she gazed at her brother. She looked at Asterion in confusion and remained silent, despite Bellatrix's introduction. "It seems that little Morgan is shy," Asterion commented, gently stroking her hair, a touch of tenderness in his eyes. "Don't worry, Bella, Morgan still has to learn proper etiquette." For the third time, Bellatrix's eyes widened in complete disbelief at the scene before her. She swore she had never seen Asterion look at anyone with such a gentle and tender gaze before. Even with Narcissa, Asterion had never shown such an expression. For the first time, Bellatrix looked at Morgan with a hint of respect. Morgan glanced at Bellatrix and then turned her attention back to Asterion. She could feel an overwhelming sadness in his heart, and despite feeling this way, his face was so composed that it made her momentarily doubt her own senses. This pain. Morgan narrowed her eyes, a cold expression crossing her face. She knew this pain, the pain of losing someone important to you. It was how she had felt when she was killed by a cursed spirit, before her brother turned her into the same monster that had killed her. Floating in the air under Bella's surprised gaze, Morgan rose to Asterion's eye level and gently stroked his head. She remained silent as she stroked his head, her eyes fixed on his face with a quiet expression. Asterion blinked a few times, understanding the situation, and looked at Morgan with a calm gaze. Like all his enslaved cursed spirits, Morgan was feeling what he was feeling, a natural empathy with her master that all the other cursed spirits possessed. Raising his arm to stroke her hair, Asterion smiled gratefully and said, "I don't need comfort, Morgan." Morgan looked at Asterion in confusion, his words puzzled her, but she narrowed her eyes with pleasure at the feel of his hand on her head. Nodding, she descended to the floor again and held onto Asterion's clothes once more. Her long hair, which was 2 meters in length, dragged along the floor, but upon closer inspection, one would see that the soft, silky strands never actually touched the ground, floating just above it to avoid any dirt. "Master, the others are preparing the funeral and the invitations." Ignoring Morgan's peculiarities, Bellatrix spoke with a happy, excited tone. Asterion looked calmly at Bellatrix, listening to the cheerful tone in her voice, but remained silent about it. He knew that, like him, this was her way of grieving. "Sirius and I will prepare Arcturus's body to be in perfect condition for the funeral. When the invitations are ready, I'll use my cursed spirits to deliver them to the future guests," Asterion commented calmly. Now that he had settled Morgan's creation, he wouldn't let Narcissa and his other cousins handle everything alone. Bella nodded but pointed at Sirius. "The little doggy drank 5 bottles of whiskey. I'll be surprised if he wakes up tomorrow." Asterion looked at the unconscious Sirius on the sofa and the glass bottles scattered on the floor with a helpless expression. "It's fine, I'll handle it myself," he sighed, leaving the living room and leaving Bella behind. Morgan followed behind him, unfazed by the occasional glances she received from Bellatrix. Chapter 169, Chapter 166, Valory of Architrus Black, 2. The funeral took place a day later. Asterion stood in a spacious hall, with purple flowers decorating the entire room, and in the center was a black coffin bearing the crest of House Black. The coffin was open, and Arcturus's body lay coldly inside. He was beautifully dressed in his wedding suit and the jewelry he liked to wear daily. Asterion stood before the coffin, gazing at his great-grandfather's pale and expressionless face. He seemed almost alive, with a look of relief and serenity on his face. Beside him, Daphne stood next to her fiancé, wearing a black mourning dress. She glanced at his finger and noticed a ring with the crest of House Black. She knew what that ring meant in the British wizarding community. From this moment on, Asterion Black was the patriarch of the most noble and ancient House of Black and would assume another seat as one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower, bringing his total to 2 seats. However, the circumstances of inheriting the mantle of the patriarch were rarely a happy event, and it was no different for Asterion. Daphne took her fiancé's hand and intertwined her fingers with his, leaning on him for silent support. Asterion looked at Daphne with calm eyes and gently kissed her forehead, but remained silent, turning his gaze back to Arcturus's body. Daphne, too, chose to remain silent. "Asterion, the first of the guests have arrived." Narcissa entered the hall, speaking in a slightly tense tone. Asterion looked at her and saw the tension in her body. He wasn't surprised by the anxiety she was feeling at that moment. It was hard not to be when the greatest Dark Lord would be visiting their home. Yes, Grindelwald had just arrived, and he was the first guest to do so. "I will greet Lord Grindelwald personally, Narcissa," Asterion said calmly, his eyes shining a little, revealing that he was not as composed as he appeared. Asterion felt Daphne squeeze his arm tighter at the mention of the Dark Lord. Still, she did not seem to retreat and wanted to greet Grindelwald personally as the future Lady Black. This made him smile gently at her. "Let's not keep Grindelwald waiting," Asterion said as he walked away, leaving the coffin alone in the middle of the great hall. Narcissa watched the couple with a complicated expression, especially Daphne. Her actions made the former Lady Malfoy look at the girl with a more approving gaze. She wondered if she herself had ever had such courage at Daphne's age. Shaking her head, Narcissa silently followed them. She didn't know why the Dark Lord had come to the funeral. She hadn't invited him in the first place. She just hoped that everything would go smoothly and that no fight would break out. Asterion reached the front of the mansion and opened the door. He saw Grindelwald in a simple black suit, followed by Aurelius Dumbledore. "Welcome, Lord Grindelwald, Sir Dumbledore," Asterion greeted both with a calm expression, his eyes looking directly at the faces of the 2 men who were wanted in many countries. "I apologize for the delay, I had some unforeseen issues." Grindelwald looked at the young man before him and did not hide his appreciation. He was more than pleased to see the calm demeanor of his successor. Asterion might have been devastated at that moment, but on the outside, he was completely composed. This was a good trait for someone destined for greatness. Any decent leader must remain calm even in the most stressful or dangerous situations. If you are not confident, how can you give your subordinates a sense of security? Aurelius merely nodded, looking at Asterion with a complicated expression. He already knew his adoptive father's plans. If something went wrong, this young man would be their new leader. This brought up some complex feelings in him. He had hoped to inherit the acolytes, but Grindelwald did not allow him to be his heir. Yet, he understood why his father hadn't allowed it. He did not have the strength required to guarantee the basic security of the organization in the face of European countries. Grindelwald's eyes fell on the young girl holding his future successor's arm, and he did not hesitate to compliment her. This must be your fiancée, a beautiful young lady indeed, with much talent. He was not lying. In his eyes, Daphne truly was talented. A witch of grade 1 at 14 had a greater chance of reaching special grade than Ana Rodriguez, who was already 19. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Grindelwald. Your presence honors us, Daphne responded with a polite and elegant smile, her expression remaining unchanged despite the praise from the extremely dangerous men before her. But the truth was that she felt her heart beating extremely fast. She was very sensitive to magical energy due to her innate technique, Heart of Nature, and in Grindelwald, she could sense the immense magical energy in his seemingly old and frail body. He was like a blazing sun before her. Fortunately, Daphne felt Asterion blocking Grindelwald's influence, or she would have been pale with fear and shamed all of House Black, something she would never allow herself to do under any circumstances. Let's go inside, Asterion gestured for both men to enter the mansion. As soon as he entered, Grindelwald quickly noticed the absence of the ancestral statue at the entrance of the mansion. Earlier, he had sensed that the statue acted as a seal, binding an extremely powerful cursed spirit, but now the statue was gone. Grindelwald looked at Asterion and concluded that he had exorcised and enslaved the cursed spirit that had caused Corvinus Black's death. No longer concerned, Grindelwald followed Asterion into the great hall, where his eyes soon fell on the coffin in the center of the room. He approached and looked at the body of the beautifully dressed man. Grindelwald had no strong feelings for the men in the coffin, but he respected him. Not just anyone could politically stand against Albus Dumbledore, but Arcturus Black had done so for 50 long years. That deserved his respect. Arcturus, I must thank you for teaching dignity and respect to your great-grandson. He will be my successor, taking this world to a level no other wizard has ever reached, Grindelwald murmured in a voice only he could hear, placing a hand on his chest and bowing slightly. His actions caused everyone present to look at him in surprise. No one would have expected the Dark Lord to greet Arcturus in such a way. Just as Asterion was about to speak, he turned and looked toward the mansion's entrance. There were two other magical energies that had reached special grade. He could recognize both familiar auras. Dumbledore and Rose. Operating to the mansion's entrance, ignoring the surprised eyes of others, Asterion appeared at the door and saw Dumbledore and Rose, both dressed in black. I am sorry for your loss, Asterion, Rose said, hugging Asterion while whispering with a look of sympathy. Asterion looked at Rose in surprise but hugged her back, giving her a few gentle pats on the back. Dumbledore watched the whole scene with a happy expression on his face. He was pleased to see Asterion and Rose getting along so well, almost treating each other like family. Thank you for visiting on this sad day, Lord Dumbledore, Asterion said as he separated from Rose and looked at the Lord of Light. Arcturus was my rival for over 50 years, it is the least I could do, Dumbledore replied, his voice gentle and warm. Asterion nodded and led both of them into the great hall. Rose was not surprised to see Grindelwald there, she had already sensed the man's magical aura before entering the mansion. He wasn't hiding at all, releasing incredible amounts of magical energy into the air. But Rose's gaze did not linger on Grindelwald for long. She approached the coffin and saw her distant relative lying calmly within. So, this was the man who raised Asterion. I must say, they are quite similar in terms of demeanor and aura, Rose murmured to herself as she looked at the elegantly dressed man. She could see that he had died in peace and relief, showing calmness in facing death head-on. Thank you for bringing Asterion into our lives. He may be a bit annoying, sarcastic, and somewhat sadistic, but I don't regret living by his side. For that, you have my gratitude, great uncle, she whispered, continuing to gaze at the men with a gentle expression. Although she did not know the exact degree of kinship between them, Rose still called him great uncle out of respect for the men who raised Asterion. Chapter 170, Chapter 167, Valori of Arcturus Black, 3. Looking around, Asterion saw that the entire hall was silent. Men and women were dressed in elegant black suits and dresses. It seemed that everyone had come to mourn the death of Arcturus, but he wasn't fooled by their false words and smiles of sympathy. Asterion knew that behind those words and smiles, many were actually pleased by Arcturus's death. For over 50 years, Arcturus had led the politics of the British magical community. With his death, a new generation, full of ambition, was eager to rise. Especially with Dumbledore growing older, everyone wanted to become the second Mage Marshal of the Clock Tower. Politics has an ugly side, doesn't it, Asterion? Rose said, standing beside Asterion, sipping from a glass of orange juice. She could tell, from the micro-expressions of the people, that many of them were almost smiling with joy, and it made her deeply nauseous. It was like animals devouring the body of Arcturus Black at his own funeral. Looking at Rose, Asterion calmly remarked, you'll get used to it, politics, by its nature, is ugly. Seeing Asterion's calm and expressionless face, Rose clicked her tongue in admiration. She didn't have the cold blood to remain calm around people as disgusting as these. If she had been in Asterion's place and the person in the coffin was someone important to her, she would have thrown everyone out and probably broken a lot of bones. Young Rose, may I speak with Lord Black alone? Hearing the voice beside her, Rose felt a shiver run down her spine, she hadn't sensed anything. Looking to the side, she saw an elderly man with a gentle appearance, dressed simply. Behind him, a middle-aged man was following him faithfully. Gellert Grindelwald and Aurelius Dumbledore. It was the first time Rose had seen the Dark Lord so closely. Those silver eyes gazed at her with a gentle look, eyes that reminded her of Luna. Her gaze shifted to Aurelius, a member of House Dumbledore. She did not fully understand the circumstances that had led someone from House Dumbledore to side with Grindelwald, but she knew it was far from normal. Looking at Asterion, Rose saw him nodding his head. She snorted coldly and walked toward Dumbledore, but not before giving a proud look to both of the dark wizards. "A very proud young lady," Grindelwald said in a gentle tone, letting out a low laugh. Asterion said nothing and remained silent. He could feel countless discreet eyes falling on him at that moment, wanting to know the reason for the conversation. It was no secret that, with his methods, many were just waiting for him to declare himself a Dark Lord. Grindelwald's proximity only reinforced these opinions. Asterion was certain he would be the topic of many conversations after Arcturus's funeral. Fortunately, his reputation from the Civil War would help mitigate the damage. After all, he was a war hero. This made Asterion realize that Grindelwald had approached him at the funeral on purpose, almost as if to subtly suggest to everyone that they had a friendly relationship, thereby tainting his reputation. "I'm leaving, Lord Black," Grindelwald said in a gentle tone. "But before I go, I invite you to witness the pure and immaculate future I have worked so hard for over the years." Grindelwald's words made Asterion narrow his eyes. He knew the Dark Lord's plan because Grindelwald himself had shared it with him, but his words implied he had found the last piece needed to complete his plan, the perfect place for the future imprisonment ritual. "You have found the legendary Isle of Avalon," Asterion whispered to himself. Avalon. The legendary utopia of the wizard Merlin. One of the 7 legendary places of the magical world. The legendary places of the magical world were the desire of every wizard, said to contain the legacies of the 7 legendary wizards who essentially created the magical world. Avalon was particularly coveted by the entire British magical community, as it possibly held the legacy of Merlin, the wizard closest to God. However, with the fall of the Kingdom of Camelot, Merlin vanished, and many claimed that his last words were that he would be in Avalon, in his utopia. "Send me a letter with the location, and I will arrive promptly," Asterion said with a calm expression, his chest rising and falling slightly faster. Even he was tempted by Merlin's legacy. Grindelwald smiled with satisfaction at Asterion's reaction and left, but not before nodding to Dumbledore, who wore a thoughtful expression. No one heard the conversation between Asterion and Grindelwald, not even Dumbledore himself, but Grindelwald's satisfied smile left many wondering what Asterion had said to make the Dark Lord leave so pleased. Deceiving Grindelwald is not such a simple task, Asterion thought as he watched the men leave. Initially, he had intended to control the acolytes in secret, becoming a Dark Lord in the shadows, but this would not be an easy task, not when Grindelwald wanted him to assume the title publicly as a Dark Lord. But becoming a Dark Lord was not something he desired, especially when his reputation would affect not only himself but everyone around him. He was not like Grindelwald, who stood alone, he had responsibilities and duties. Letting out a sigh, Asterion stopped thinking about it and refocused on the funeral. However, he sighed again when he saw the old man wearing a very outdated black robe approaching him with a gentle look. "Lord Black, my condolences. I greatly admired your great-grandfather, he was a man of exemplary character," Dumbledore said with a sad and understanding tone, trying to comfort the young man. "Exemplary character? Are we talking about the same Arcturus?" Asterion almost let out a few sarcastic remarks at Dumbledore's words. If there was one thing Arcturus was not, it was a man of exemplary character. Arcturus had confessed some of his crimes to Asterion, crimes that would have easily left him rotting in Azkaban for 200 years, and that was just a small part of his misdeeds. Arcturus Black did not have an exemplary character, on the contrary, in the eyes of the law, he was a murderous monster who should have been locked up long ago, with the key to his cell thrown away forever. Looking at Asterion's calm face, Dumbledore spoke in a gentle tone. "I know how persuasive Gellert can be, Lord Black. He manipulates you without you even realizing it, every move you make does not escape his magical eyes." His voice carried a hint of regret and sadness. Asterion wanted to laugh at Dumbledore's words, but he held back, given that he was at Arcturus's funeral. It was the most ironic thing in the world to hear Dumbledore lecturing on manipulation when he himself was more of a manipulator than Grindelwald, who could see the future. "I don't understand what you are talking about, Mage Marshal." "Lord Grindelwald merely offered his condolences on the death of my great-grandfather," Asterion said, taking a sip of the wine from his glass before changing the subject. "But let's talk about something else. How is the investigation into the traitorous member of the Hogwarts Council going?" he asked, looking directly into Dumbledore's eyes. Asterion had not forgotten that he was involved in a conspiracy. His own participation in the International Magic and Witchcraft Tournament was part of a conspiracy, one whose purpose he still had no idea about. Dumbledore shook his head and spoke with a regretful tone. "Robert Crouch was found dead. Rufus concluded it was a suicide." "Suicide?" Asterion showed a sarcastic smile upon hearing about the death of a member of the Hogwarts Council. He believed more that Robert Crouch was under the Imperious Curse and was forced to kill himself than that he had actually committed suicide. Chapter 171, Chapter 168, Valori of Arcturus Black, 4. "I think we agree that it wasn't a simple suicide." Asterion spoke in a slightly cold tone. He didn't think someone like Robert Crouch would commit suicide. People with a hunger for power fear death more than anything else on this planet. Dumbledore smiled and fiddled with his glasses, his blue eyes narrowing with a hint of amusement. It really had been a long time since anyone had dared to manipulate him. Even though whoever is behind the conspiracy hasn't been found, they've forgotten that I know everything that happens at Hogwarts. Strangely, according to the animated portraits, Robert had entered a certain room, which he left only the next day with a very satisfied smile. The headmaster of Hogwarts spoke, his voice full of amusement and interest. Another member of the Hogwarts Council, I presume. Asterion said after hearing the man's words. At this point he already had an idea who Robert had visited, and Dumbledore's next words only confirmed his suspicions. Dumbledore nodded and smiled. Veruca Buckthorn snide. That arrogant bitch. Asterion sneered when he heard the woman's name. At that moment, he already knew who was behind this conspiracy. This organization called AR was infiltrated before the ministry was dissolved. Asterion spoke, his lips curving into a slightly murderous smile. Since they dare to plot against us, they must have the support of the lesser noble houses, especially those that were left out of the sharing of interests. Dumbledore just listened in silence, his eyes shining with a hint of coldness. I'm just curious why they wanted me at the tournament. Hearing Asterion's words, Dumbledore's lips parted and he replied calmly. They want to pit us against each other. With more than 100 years of experience, Dumbledore had long since become accustomed to thinking of countless possible scenarios when he found himself in a similar situation. Of all the possibilities, this was the most realistic, not only because it would make sense for Asterion to fight him, but also because it could achieve the goal of this organization called AR. He and Asterion would kill each other in battle, leaving the power center vacant to be filled again. The clock tower that had just been built would collapse like a sand castle without its foundations. Asterion and himself. Asterion had a strange look on his face as he listened to Dumbledore's conclusions. He hadn't really thought about it, not because it was so obvious, but because he and Dumbledore had long had a tactical agreement not to fight each other. A simple fight between him and the currently most powerful man in the world wasn't something the island of Great Britain could handle, it would sink at the first movement of either of them. So, whether it was him or Dumbledore or Rose, they made a tactical agreement not to fight, that everything would be resolved through dialogue, and if dialogue could be used, then both sides would make concessions. Each would take a step back. It might seem that Asterion was at a disadvantage, but Dumbledore was old, even with his great magical energy that had helped slow the aging of his body functions. The most powerful wizard in the world would eventually die like any human. That's why Asterion had accepted this tactical deal, he could afford to wait for Dumbledore to die. This deal was good for both sides, and when Dumbledore finally died, Asterion would be free to complete his plans without further complications. I want to torture Veruca Buckthorn Snide to extract information from her, let's dig up this cancer once and for all. Asterion spoke with a terribly cold tone, he was in a very bad mood about Arcturus' death, someone had to bear his wrath. And unfortunately for Veruca, she would be the target of his wrath. Dumbledore wasn't surprised by his words and nodded silently. He hadn't competed with Asterion to torture someone, he wasn't that kind of man. He preferred a more elegant and less brutal method. Mental torture. She's already locked up in the Hogwarts dungeon. Dumbledore spoke in a soft tone as he calmly walked away. He had much to do, especially with the second task of the tournament being brought in from other lands. As Grindelwald and Dumbledore left, the atmosphere in the room became noticeably lighter. Being around special-grade wizards was no different than being around lions, you never knew when they would bite. Rose, in a corner of the room, looked around with a bored look on her face while holding a glass of orange juice, when suddenly she felt every hair on her body stand on end. A terrible, incomparable malevolence fell upon her. In her senses, she could feel the most absolute wickedness spreading through the environment like a heavy, cold rain. Looking around, Rose was shocked to realize that she was the only one feeling the oppressive feeling of malice. Everyone else seemed fine, as if they hadn't noticed anything unusual. But she didn't care for long, as Rose's blue eyes darted frantically around the hall, finally catching sight of a small figure making its way through the crowd of chattering people. It was a girl, small and delicate as a porcelain doll, her long hair so long that it was completely impossible to move with precision. However, her figure moved with shocking grace, unhindered by her enormous hair. Strangely, no one seemed to notice her presence, which made Rose even more cautious. As if noticing her gaze, the girl stopped and turned to face Rose. Rose's beautiful blue eyes met her beautiful red eyes. Rose opened her mouth in shock and couldn't help but notice the girl's striking resemblance to Asterion. She was practically the female version of her cousin. Rose also noticed that she was wearing men's clothes, a suit identical to the one Asterion was wearing. Suddenly, she realized that the feeling of malice she felt was coming from the girl. This made Rose's eyes widen as she discovered something incredible with her 6 eyes. The girl in front of her wasn't human, that wouldn't be a problem, after all, there were many intelligent races like Velas, elves, and goblins, but this girl was a cursed spirit. Yes, the girl was a cursed ghost in human form. It was the first time she had ever seen a spirit in full human form. However, the negative magical energy in that small body made Rose look cautiously at the cursed spirit that possessed the form of a 15-year-old girl, albeit a very small one. Rose took a deep breath and looked accusingly at Asterion, who was drinking and talking to people with a calm expression on his face. Every wake was more like a party than a wake. Suddenly, she saw the cursed spirit appear behind Asterion, holding his clothes with an inexpressive look, confirming her suspicion. However, the scene that followed made Rose's eyes widen as Asterion smiled gently and rubbed the cursed spirit hair lovingly. It was the first time she had seen Asterion so kind, but his kindness was directed at a cursed spirit. What in Merlin's name is going on here? Rose muttered to herself with an extremely confused look on her face. Chapter 172, Chapter 169, Torture and Secrets, 1. After the wake, Asterion stood behind a desk and looked at the pile of papers with a grim expression. The pile of papers was at least 30 centimeters high, with at least hundreds of sheets, if not thousands. He finally understood the popular saying, only one who takes care of the house knows the cost of maintaining it. The cost of maintaining the Black Mansion each month alone was enough to support tens of thousands of ordinary families. To maintain this high cost of living, House Black owned many industries in Diagon Alley and many places in Britain. Which, in turn, cost a lot of money to maintain and support. Why is it so difficult for ordinary people to get rich in the wizarding world? This is easy to explain. Noble houses in England and powerful families in other countries controlled virtually every sector of the economy in each country. By creating individual monopolies, they made it virtually impossible for ordinary people to get rich like in a normal society. Combine this with the corruption in the Ministry of Magic and you have an extremely unjust society based on caste and nepotism. Every piece of paper in front of Asterion was a report, compiled by Narcissa, of all costs and profits at the end of each month and year. House Black spent about 12 million gold galleons a year to keep everything running smoothly, and the profit from all this investment was about 19 million gold galleons. Frankly, it was an amount that hardly any family could spend in a lifetime, but of that 19 million, 12 million was simply reinvested, creating an almost perpetual cycle of profit, and all the rest, which was about 6 million, was kept in the black vaults in Gringotts. From the above profit, you can imagine how much money House Black has accumulated in its 1,000 years of existence. Of course, wizards didn't spend as much in the old days as they do today, but it was such a large sum that Asterion could shake England's economy to its core if he wanted to. That was just House Black. Other noble houses, even if they didn't come close to House Black's fortune, still had very large fortunes. One of the reasons Dumbledore never attacked and exterminated these parasites that fed off the land. Wiping out the noble houses would probably only lead to the worst economic crisis any country in the world has ever faced. Not to mention the international damage, since England was also a major importer in international trade. Leaning back in his chair, Asterion stroked his forehead and let out a heavy sigh of fatigue, admiring Arcturus even more for taking care of House Black on his own for so long. Seeing Asterion's condition, Narcissa spoke in a gentle tone. Asti, you don't have to force yourself, I usually do that, you just have to concentrate on your studies. Asterion rolled his eyes at her words. Narcissa not only worked as his secretary in the clock tower, but also took care of House Black's finances. You could say the woman worked more than 8 hours a day. Knowing this, Asterion couldn't leave Narcissa as overworked as before, it was too cruel and unfair, even if Narcissa didn't seem to mind. Sissy, ask Andromeda if she would like to be hired to help with House Black's finances. Asterion spoke in a calm tone. He couldn't just hire anyone to help with the finances, it had to be someone he could trust, and Andromeda fit the bill. After all, it was an astronomical sum, and when it came to money, you can never underestimate human greed. Narcissa was surprised and after some thought she nodded with a smile on her lips. I'll talk to her. Narcissa spoke in a slightly excited tone. The idea of working with her sister seemed more than ideal in her eyes. Suddenly, Narcissa's eyes fell on the girl sitting on the sofa, dressed in men's clothes, her long black hair covering the entire office sofa. She was holding a large cookie in her hands and eating adorably with her cheeks puffed out like squirrels, the whole picture looking extremely adorable. Even though it wasn't the first time she had seen the girl, she was still amazed at how much the girl resembled her cousin. She was practically the female version of Asterion. Narcissa didn't ask about the girl's origins. Asterion was the Lord of House Black, no longer the child she had cared for and loved as a young girl. She couldn't question Asterion like she had before. Asti, is Morgan going to Hogwarts? Narcissa asked, looking away from the girl and towards Asterion behind the desk. Yes. Without looking up, Asterion replied, reading the report in front of him in a calm tone. Although Rose and Dumbledore would probably find out Morgan's identity, Asterion knew that they wouldn't say anything. After all, in their conception it was only a cursed spirit in human form. An extremely powerful cursed spirit. For the moment, they would never know how important Morgan Black was to Asterion. And it would stay that way for a long time. He didn't want to tell anyone until the time was right, including Daphne. The fewer people who knew, the easier it would be to carry out his final plan. Sissy, I'm going back to Hogwarts today. Asterion spoke and added. There will probably be a meeting of the 12 Lords this week. Narcissa lifted her head and looked at Asterion in surprise. A meeting of the 12 Lords was very rare. There had only been one since the clock tower was built, a meeting held because of Grindelwald and his attacks. Now that another one was scheduled, she could imagine that something very serious had happened. It would be enough to summon all 12 lords of the clock tower. Yes, I'll get everything ready. Narcissa nodded and spoke in a serious tone. Although she didn't know what the meeting was about, she knew that people would probably die. Hogwarts, dungeons. Walking through the dark corridors, illuminated by the flickering flames of torches, Asterion stopped in front of a rusty metal door and flashed a cold smile. Opening the door, Asterion saw a cell made of moss-covered stones, and a strong, pungent smell hung in the air. It was obvious that the sanitary conditions of the place were not the best. In the middle of the cell, a woman was tied to a chair, her hair disheveled and her face pale, her once elegant dress dirty and somewhat worn. Her lips were parched from lack of water, but despite her condition, her eyes were more than bright. It was Veruca Buckthorn Snide. Forgive my tardiness, I was busy with more important matters than meeting you, Miss Buckthorn. Taking off his jacket and laying it folded on an old table, Asterion spoke in a gentle tone. If you speak now, I can be a gentleman. He began slowly folding up the sleeves of his shirt, unaware of the look he received from the woman stuck in the chair. What an honor to have the great Asterion Black torment me in person. A hoarse but still proud voice escaped the woman's parched lips. Asterion couldn't help but smile, seeing the woman's pride still strong despite the circumstances. Although he didn't understand why she was so proud, maybe it was because she was a high-ranking member of a secret organization, but he didn't care. Sorry, I don't give autographs, especially to my enemies. Asterion finished folding the sleeves of his shirt and turned to the woman in the chair. Let's get started. Asterion smiled coldly as he pulled on white silk gloves. Chapter 173, Chapter 170, Torture and Secrets, 2. Let's begin with a simple question. Asterion held Veruca's face with both gloved hands and looked directly into her eyes. Who is the leader of your organization? There was a strange gentleness in his voice, open to the cruel and sadistic nature of the situation they both found themselves in. Looking into his red eyes, Veruca grinned, bared her teeth and spat in his face with a look of nothing but disgust and loathing. You noble pig, even if you kill me, I won't say anything. She spoke, her voice full of joy at the sight of Asterion's inexpressive face. The spit that had been blocked by Baskerville's barrier fell to the ground and Asterion's lips curled into an amused smile. It was the first time he had seen this woman react like that, especially considering her noble status. That's right, show me your tenacious spirit and your determination, otherwise this would be very boring and we'd be finished very quickly. He spoke in a soft tone as he stepped back slightly. Not caring about the cold look he received from the woman, Asterion continued. You can't know this, but we are a noble house very focused on anatomy. I dare say we are the best wizards on the planet who know the anatomy of all races best. My ancestors and I were so focused on creating gods that we simply studied what could be studied. We know more about the human body than Muggle science itself. From Asterion's shadow, a case appeared on the old wooden table. When the case was opened, silver medical tools seemed to glow with a cold, sharp light. I think you already know what's about to happen. Asterion deftly picked up a scalpel and saw his reflection in the small silver blade. Veruca gave Asterion a cold, arrogant look and spat again, this time on the floor. Asterion was indifferent to the woman's actions, he wanted information and to vent his anger, which was an unfortunate opportunity for Veruca, but as fate once said. Fate doesn't care who you are, and it can be very cruel when it wants to be. Honestly, Verita serum could be useful and I have a few vials, but where's the fun in that? He twirled the scalpel between his fingers with a dexterity that would put an experienced doctor to shame. Asterion approached and forced Veruca's legs apart, lifting her dress under the woman's shocked eyes. The human body has many sensitive areas, an experienced tattooist knows which areas hurt more and which hurt less. Asterion said, ignoring the sight of Veruca's underwear. Consequently, the inner thigh is one of the few pains that can make someone scream like a pig being slaughtered. Asterion smiled and, with almost no hesitation, gently slid the scalpel along the inside of her thigh. He could feel her shudder at the cold touch of the blade. Asterion applied a little force and the extremely sharp scalpel sank into the soft flesh, opening it without any difficulty. Arg. A painful groan escaped Veruca's lips as she shuddered at the pain between her legs and looked fearfully at Asterion, who smiled gently at her. In her eyes, he was no different than a demon. Who is the leader of your organization and which noble houses are involved in your little conspiracy? Asterion stopped moving and asked, looking directly into the woman's eyes. Veruca didn't answer and raised her head proudly. We are historians, explorers, archaeologists, and scholars, we only want the truth. Wrong answer. Asterion spoke calmly and began to move the scalpel again, sinking cruelly into the woman's flesh. There was already a small pool of blood on the chair, obviously he had cut an artery and a major one at that. Veruca fought the pain as she bit her lip, trying to stifle the screams that threatened to escape her lips. Asterion stopped, allowing her body to relax, only for him to move again, causing her body to struggle violently once more. I'm not only going to torture you physically, I'm going to torture you mentally. I'm going to make you waver between sheer terror and the faint hope that it's all finally over. Asterion said gently. Believe me, you will persevere, for our brains are programmed to persevere under the worst possible conditions. Even the slightest hope will make you endure just to survive. Veruca lifted her head wearily and smiled. Do your best, you noble pig. Before continuing, Asterion asked in a calm tone. I'm curious, why do you hate nobles? You're obviously one, or at least you married an English noble. Married. Veruca practically spat venom when she said those words. I was sold by my father to an 80-year-old pig when I hadn't even started bleeding. I was an 11-year-old girl. Our ******* and beaten day and night just so my bloody father could open a bar in Diagon Alley. My father didn't care about me. I was offered as a toy to every man who visited that cursed mansion. Veruca screamed as she struggled even harder than when she was being tortured by Asterion. Hearing her words, Asterion's eyes didn't change. That was what was underneath, when all the glamour and glitter of the magical world disappeared. Veruca was not the only one to suffer this tragic fate, and she certainly would not be the last. The world was, in its purest essence, greed and more greed. Did Asterion pity her? The answer was yes. He felt sorry for her. No woman deserved to go through the hell she did. But in the end that was all it was, pity. There was no other feeling involved, especially when Veruca wanted to manipulate him into colliding with Dumbledore at the behest of that organization. An organization that was against him and threatened the safety of everyone he cared about. I see. Asterion spoke, his voice calm as he looked at the hysterical woman before him. Because of your past, I will give you the chance to tell, and I will end your life without you feeling any pain or even knowing you're dead. Veruca replied, spitting again on the ground where Asterion had stepped. Her answer was more than clear at that moment. Take your pity and mercy and shove it up your ass, you noble pig. She spoke in an arrogant tone full of contempt for Asterion. Asterion looked at Veruca and his eyes grew cold. I gave you a chance, but you refused, so if you want to blame me for what I'm going to do to you in the next few hours, blame your arrogance. Asterion spoke soothingly, taking a pair of pliers from the case on the table and approaching Veruca. He looked at Veruca's immaculately manicured nails and pulled with the pliers, separating the nail from the finger and exposing small pieces of flesh and blood. Argh! Veruca couldn't stand the pain and let out a loud, agonizing scream as she struggled in the chair. After a while she stopped, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She raised her exhausted face and whispered. It's going to take a lot more than that to make me talk, you noble pig. Don't worry, we're just getting started. When you're about to die I'll use a phoenix tear to heal your wounds and continue the process. Asterion spoke calmly as he took out a vial containing a few transparent drops. Veruca's face turned pale as she heard his words. She already knew that Dumbledore had allowed her to be tortured when she saw those phoenix tears. Suddenly, Veruca looked at Asterion and spoke with a wicked smile on her lips. Do you know why we infiltrated Hogwarts? Asterion remained silent, waiting for her next words, and he had to say that her words really surprised him. Dumbledore knows where the inheritance of the magical goddess Hecate is, the one who married the rebellion at the end of the 1800s. The student who killed the Goblin King gave the inheritance to the headmaster of Hogwarts, who would pass it on to every headmaster who took the position. Veruca spoke with a voice full of temptation. She couldn't believe that Asterion wouldn't be tempted to get the legendary inheritance given by a wizard god. And to get the inheritance, Asterion would have to fight Dumbledore. When the battle took place, she would use the remnants of the Goblin King's ancient magic to kill them both. Chapter 174, Chapter 171, Conspiracies and Secrets, 1. Hearing someone knocking on the metal door, Asterion stopped what he was doing and turned around. Behind him Veruca had his head down while his limbs were firmly attached to the chair. The skin of Veruca's arms was open at the sides, revealing the red and bloody muscles inside, each vein seemingly untouched and with the blood still flowing smoothly inside, showing how precise Asterion's dissection skills were. Asterion's gloves were completely stained, the pristine white long since replaced by a dark red. Placing the scalpel in its case on the table, Asterion took off his gloves and opened the door. He saw an old man with a long beard wearing a very nice blue robe. It was Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at young Asterion and then into the cell, and what he saw made him raise his eyebrows. Veruca's condition was much worse than he had expected. From the dull glow in her eyes, he guessed he was seeing a shell of a once proud woman. Dumbledore didn't feel anything special when he saw Veruca's horrible condition. He'd seen far worse when he was young and doing his chores like any other Hogwarts student. Can we talk, Asterion? Yes, let's go outside. Asterion nodded and left the stone cell, leaving Veruca in silence. As the door closed, Veruca's originally low head rose and her lifeless eyes began to glow again. She gritted her teeth and used her magical energy to try and break the chains that bound her, but no matter how hard she tried, the chains were still intact. She knew that these bindings were alchemical items used to bind witches and wizards. This complicated things for her, but she didn't give up and kept trying, but this time with a different approach. As far as she knew, this type of binding was strong against magic, but extremely weak against physical attacks. Crouching with her head close to her lap, she used her bound hand to pull a small object that resembled a wand out of her thick hair, only it seemed too small to be a wand. Although her wrists were bound, she could still move her hands perfectly. Ignoring the pain in her arm, she turned her wrist with difficulty and pointed to the box on the table. With a silent spell, the same scalpel that had sliced her flesh countless times flew at her and cut the leather restraints on her right arm. With her arm now free, it was easy to remove the other restraints. Veruca stood, but groaned in pain as she felt her wound sting, knowing that the salt Asterion had thrown on them had begun to take effect. Walking over to the table, she didn't hesitate and picked up the bottle of Phoenix tears. After hours of agonizing and painful torture, there were only 2 tears left in the bottle. Without hesitation, she drank the precious natural healing elixir. She felt her wounds itch and her body began to regenerate at a frightening speed. Moments later, she was completely healed. "You will pay for all the pain I've suffered, Asterion Black," Veruca muttered with a look so cold and full of resentment that it would probably frighten a demon. "I will kill every person you love and bask in your gaze." Veruca moved her torn and blood-stained dress, not waiting for Asterion to return, certain she would be killed if the monster saw her free. In the highest tower of Hogwarts, where astrology classes were held, Asterion and Dumbledore looked coldly at the bloodied figure running quickly from the castle grounds. If they looked closely, they could see that it was Veruca herself. "I have to admit, I really am inferior to you when it comes to manipulation," Asterion commented, looking coldly at the woman he had deliberately let slip away. It wasn't his idea, it was Dumbledore's. And he had to say, it worked perfectly. Dumbledore didn't comment on Asterion's words and spoke in a gentle tone. "Now all we have to do is follow her and she'll lead us to her accomplices. Even if the leader of this organization isn't there, there will probably be other members on site. Baskerville is in her shadow, no matter where she runs to, I'll know." Asterion spoke in a calm tone, his lips curled into a sadistic, amused smile. He would love to see Veruca's expression when she saw him again. "How will you deal with the rebellious noble houses?" Ignoring the sadistic smile on Asterion's lips, Dumbledore asked curiously, his eyes calm. Perhaps only he knew what he wanted by asking such a question. Asterion looked at Dumbledore and didn't hide the sarcasm in his eyes. He knew very well what this old man wanted. Those least involved in this conspiracy will be stripped of their titles, lands, and possessions and exiled. The most serious traitors will be killed and those involved thrown into Azkaban. Knowing that Dumbledore wanted him to kill everyone involved, Asterion clearly wouldn't, especially since England had just come out of a civil war. Killing more people would only change his image to that of a cruel, cold tyrant. Showing traitors a little mercy for the people showed that he was not a bloodthirsty killer. Behind the scenes, these people will still die in the future, albeit by accident. The prisoners in Azkaban would be the first to die, since no one could check the status of the prisoners in Azkaban. Asterion's words would surprise Dumbledore, for he knew the boy next to him only too well. He knew how much Asterion would like to kill anyone who stood in his way. Asterion's actions made Dumbledore nod with a satisfied look. In his eyes, Asterion was more mature and less murderous than in the past, which pleased the Lord of Light very much. It seemed that young Daphne and Rose were doing a good job of making Asterion more human. However, Dumbledore really wanted Asterion to kill all the traitors. It would undermine the boy's foundations, but that didn't matter at the moment. Whether they were killed or not, the clock tower would have many more openings for him to fill with half-bloods and muggle-born. That's what Asterion knew Dumbledore was thinking, but what Dumbledore himself didn't know was that this was Asterion's plan as well. In the future, when he transforms the entire society into a constitutional monarchy, the noble houses will be the biggest obstacle to the centralization of certain powers. He had to centralize his power at this time and keep certain rights in his hands so that the throne of his future children and descendants would not be destroyed in the future. He could gain more support from the people by showing how liberal he was in this sense, or at least give the impression that everything was still a beautiful society that they still had the power to control. In the future, he would let the aristocratic faction, the neutral faction, and the democratic faction fight each other while he coldly watched and only intervened when things got serious, thus gaining prestige among the people by doing nothing while everyone was killing each other. Dumbledore didn't know about Asterion's plans, otherwise he wouldn't have been so pleased with Asterion. Unfortunately, Dumbledore never thought in his wildest dreams that Asterion would want to establish a monarchy. Suddenly, Asterion, who had been silent, smiled and looked in a certain direction with a cold stare. "The rat has entered the cave," he said calmly. Dumbledore smiled too, and they both looked at each other and moved at the same time. Chapter 175, Chapter 172, Conspiracies and Secrets, 2. Hogsmeade Village. Veruca, her dress bloodied and almost completely destroyed, arrived at a house and knocked on the door in a different, specific rhythm. A few moments later, the door was opened and she didn't hesitate to enter. "Where have you been, Veruca?" Just as the red-haired woman with the green eyes was about to ask, she saw the sorry state of her old friend. "What in Merlin's name happened to you?" The woman quickly approached and checked Veruca for injuries, and to her relief, there were no obvious wounds on her body, except for a large amount of blood that she assumed belonged to someone else. She walked over to a chair by the fireplace. Walking over to a chair by the fireplace, Veruca sat down wearily and replied in a weak, exhausted tone. "I've been discovered by Dumbledore, Patricia." Patricia Rakepick, a famous cursebreaker from Gringotts Bank, wore a horrified expression as she listened to her friend's words. She couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her skin. "How did you escape?" Patricia asked in a frankly skeptical tone, discreetly drawing her wand. In her eyes, there was no way Veruca could escape Dumbledore's clutches. Veruca looked at the wand in her friend's hand and didn't blame Patricia for being cautious. She was also surprised that she had escaped before. It was normal for Patricia to be skeptical of her for managing to escape from Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world. Although I was arrested by Dumbledore, it was Asterion Black who tortured me. The boy is very inexperienced. I had my little wand hidden in my hair and managed to escape when Dumbledore called him to talk. Veruca practically leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes as she answered, she body and mind completely exhausted. Asterion's torture was both physical and psychological, letting her fall to the bottom of the abyss of sheer terror and then pulling her up, giving her a little relief and hope. But that relief and hope would soon turn back into sheer terror and pain. He repeated this cycle over and over again, and several times she almost died in the process, but she was healed by the Phoenix Tears. But the Phoenix Tears didn't cure her. Mental exhaustion and damage, she was sure that her inner self was completely terrified at the thought of meeting that monster again, but her hatred for Asterion overcame any trauma and fear she possessed at the moment. Patricia lowered her wand to listen to her words. She couldn't help but look at Veruca pitifully. She was sure that things hadn't been as easy as her friend had said. Suddenly, a male voice with a strong Oriental accent was heard in the house. Have we been discovered? Veruca opened his eyes and saw a man in his 30s. His features told him he was from an Oriental region, China, Korea, or Japan. He had black hair and very dark brown eyes, almost black. He was wearing a white robe, which had earned him the nickname White Robe Witch in the wizarding community. Probably not, Kazuhiro-san, otherwise, with the coldness and cruelty of Albus Dumbledore and Asterion Black, we'd be imprisoned and tortured by now. Patricia commented, sitting down next to her friend and letting out a heavy sigh of worry. Besides her, Veruca and Kazuhiro-san were the three R representatives in England. Only the three of them would know how to communicate, so the chance of exposure was almost nil. Kazuhiro Shiratori, a dark wizard, member of R and graduate of the Japanese Mahuto Kuro school, nodded. I sent a message to my old sensei Nakamura, now the Japanese Minister of Magic, and he said that everything was normal at Hogwarts. There was no sign that anything big was about to happen. Apparently, Dumbledore-sama and Asterion-sama haven't spread the news that you've been arrested. Kazuhiro spoke as he sat down across from the two women, his voice carrying a strong accent from his homeland, but respect was evident when he mentioned the two special-grade wizards. I'll make a call to the chief. Patricia spoke, got up from her chair and went to her room, returning with a hand mirror in one hand. She whispered a few words and the mirror began to glow brightly. Soon after, the image of a dark-skinned man wearing an elegant red suit appeared in the mirror. He was the head of the R organization in England, the immediate boss of all three present in this small house. Pilgrim. All three stood and greeted the men with respect. He was one of the few semi-special grades of the organization. Of course they had to show respect. Do you three have anything important to report? The pilgrim asked, raising an eyebrow at the sight of the three of them together. His voice was serious and dignified. Veruca began to answer what she knew, and each time she spoke, the man's face grew darker. When Veruca finished speaking, she saw that their leader had a pale face and a rare expression of fear that surprised everyone, including Patricia and Kazuhiro. What could a semi-special wizard be afraid of? Albus Dumbledore and Asterion Black. The pilgrim spoke, watching the two shadows in the corner of the room. He could see them even if he was blind. It seems that this organization doesn't just operate on English soil, but all over the world. When Veruca heard the voice, a chill ran through her body, her face went pale and a terror rose in her heart, paralyzing her with fear. She would never forget that voice. It was the same voice as the monster that had been torturing her for hours. Veruca was too scared to move, but not Patricia and Kazuhiro, and when they both turned around, what they saw finally made them understand why their leader was showing an expression of fear. Even the Japanese Minister of Magic is involved. I must say I underestimated this organization called R. Dumbledore commented, looking at Kazuhiro. He and Asterion had listened to the entire conversation, including the involvement of the Japanese Minister of Magic, one of the 7 special-grade wizards participating in the International Tournament of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dumbledore had really underestimated the scope of this organization. He hadn't expected someone so important to conspire with an illegal organization. He dared say that this organization had already reached global proportions, involving countless countries around the world in a vast web of smuggled alchemical items, ancient relics, and forbidden magical tomes from centuries past. He suspected that many interesting people were involved in this illegal organization. It could be said that it was quite a powerful organization, even in Dumbledore's eyes. Asterion looked at the leader called Pilgrim and smiled coldly. At last we meet, little mouse. Now that you're out of hiding, you've finally lost the nerve to plot against me. Asterion spoke in a sarcastic tone as he saw the veiled fear on the face of the men in the mirror. He despised these people who only had the courage to conspire against him from the shadows. Pilgrim's face didn't change at all at his words. The man calmed down and regained his former confident demeanor. We are much greater than you think, Asterion Black. Even if it's just you and Dumbledore, you won't be able to destroy an organization with over 1,000 years of history. Asterion and Dumbledore looked at the pilgrim curiously. Those words were truly arrogant and proud, especially to be said in front of them. You overestimate your existence, little mouse, even though you are protected by a network of interests around the world. I'm sure your leaders could sacrifice you to appease our wrath. Asterian's lips curved into a cold, sadistic smile as he said this, the drastic change in his face caused by her words making him feel very pleased. He didn't like people being arrogant in front of him, especially when they were infinitely weaker than him. Chapter 176, Chapter 173, Conspiracies and Secrets, 3. What are you going to do with them? Asterian asked looking at Dumbledore, ignoring the ants who looked very frightened at the moment. He would rather kill them all until there were no members of this cancer called left, but since he wasn't acting alone, he asked his temporary teammate. Dumbledore stroked his long beard and looked at the three of them with a gentle smile for a long time before speaking. We want to dig the worms out of the ground, and the only thing that can do that is make a lot of noise. Dumbledore's words made the three people's expressions change drastically. Even the pilgrim, who was listening to everything through the magic mirror, couldn't help but change his expression. If his organization was revealed to the world, he could imagine that the upper echelons would give their lives to calm everyone down. It didn't matter if he was a semi-special class warlock with the potential to reach the special class. As long as he was semi-special, he was disposable in the eyes of the organization. Only a special grade warlock could do anything to protect him, but unfortunately, he was nowhere near the level he wanted to be. Asterian frowned, although making a lot of noise really did make things a lot easier, but exposing such an extremely powerful organization could cause some problems that he didn't want to expose in front of the whole world. Are you sure? This kind of organization is probably already closely connected to countless countries, powerful families, and noble houses. If we mess with them, they might impose economic sanctions against England. Asterian commented in a calm tone. It would be problematic, but that was it. At most it would be problematic to bring down such a large network of economic interests. However, House Black had been a noble house for 1,000 years for a reason, and its political and economic power was very great, even internationally. Besides, since he was the patriarch of House Black, Asterian assumed that many people wouldn't dare touch House Black's interests. Still, Asterian didn't underestimate human greed. As Karl Marx once said, at a profit of 10%, the businessman is stimulated, at 20%, he becomes bold, at 50%, he is reckless, at 100%, he tramples on all human laws, and at 300%, there is no crime that frightens him, not even the risk of the gallows. Asterian didn't underestimate the greed of greedy businessmen. Laws and morals were nothing compared to the money and power he brought with him. As if reading the thoughts in Asterian's mind, Dumbledore let out a low, cheerful laugh, looked at the red-eyed young man and spoke in reassuring tones. Don't worry, Asterian, even though I'm old, I've still got a bit of prestige left in these old bones. Asterian didn't really doubt the man's words, being the most powerful man in the world had its privileges. In the eyes of the world, any special grade wizard was no different than a nuclear bomb, but Dumbledore was more. He was on a different level compared to the other special grade wizards. He was the bomb czar. The pilgrim looked at these two people and thought he saw madmen. How could anyone think of fighting an organization that had existed for over 1,000 years? Even if it was Dumbledore, there was a limit to his arrogance. The man's face was extremely grim. You ignore me as if I didn't exist, but understand that I am not an ant as you think. Asterian and Dumbledore turned and smiled at the same time, both not hiding their sarcasm and contempt as they looked at the men reflected in the mirror. Looking at the men standing proudly in the mirror, Asterian's lips curved into a cold smile, sarcastic words escaping his lips. You think we were just talking, little mouse? Hearing Asterian's words, a bad premonition appeared in the pilgrim's heart. You must understand that each magic mirror must be connected to another in order for both sides to be able to conduct a conversation over a distance. This magical signal can be extremely weak for everyone else, almost imperceptible, but for a special grade witches, no matter how weak a magical signal is, we can feel it. Every word that came out of Asterian's mouth made the pilgrim's face sink. He quickly turned off the mirror and even broke the extremely expensive magic item. Seeing his reaction, Asterian smiled coldly and finished his last words. If you think you can get away with conspiring against me, you filthy rat, I'll give you a painful and extremely agonizing death. I'll leave these three to you, Dumbledore. I'll take care of the cowardly little rat. Looking at Patricia, Veruca, and Kazuhiro, Asterian spoke, snapping his fingers with an amused smile on his lips. His words made the faces of the three people turn pale. They knew they were screwed, incredibly screwed. Only a miracle could save them at this point. Don't worry about them. I really wanted to know how you found out that every headmaster at Hogwarts possessed the heritage of the magical goddess Hecate. Dumbledore said, stroking his beard while his blue eyes looked at the three of them with a gentle smile. Where is the pilgrim? Seeing Asterian preparing to leave, Dumbledore asked. Bratislava, Slovakia. Asterian replied with an amused smile. He hadn't expected his first trip to Europe to be a deadly one. As for asking the Slovak Ministry of Magic for permission to enter Slovakia, he had no idea how to go about it. A country that didn't have a special grade which wasn't even considered a country in Asterian's eyes. Weakness was the ultimate sin, especially when it came to entire countries. Dumbledore frowned when he heard this. He felt it was too abrupt for Asterian to go to Europe, even for a few hours. He could already hear the complaints that would land on his desk sometime later. After all, a weapon with the destructive power of nuclear bombs couldn't just walk into a country. Don't destroy the city. Dumbledore warned in a serious tone. He didn't want to spend weeks dealing with international tensions. Asterion rolled his eyes again. He wasn't a child who didn't know how to control himself. He also knew that entering another country like this, especially in Europe, would put many countries on their guard. Coupled with the near World War tensions in the world right now, Asterion could be the second Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the fuse for a possible war. Don't underestimate people's paranoia, especially in pre-war times. Any spark can start a huge fire at any time. Don't worry, I won't cause any international incidents. Asterion let the words go and walked away with a smile on his face. Dumbledore turned to the three members of the our organization and asked in a very soft tone. It didn't look like he was going to take any action against these people. Now that he's gone, would you be so kind as to accompany me to Hogwarts? I'll serve you a delicious cup of lemon drop tea. Dumbledore had never been known for his kindness. They called him the cruel son for a reason. The man was extremely explosive when necessary. If I tell you everything, can you make an unbreakable vow to spare my life? Kazuhiro and Veruca opened their eyes wide and looked at their companion with shock, disbelief, and anger. They hadn't really expected Patricia to betray them at this point. If they had been through a long period of torture, they could understand betrayal, but at this moment, when nothing had happened, they were furious at the betrayal. Don't look at me like that, my life is more important than anything else. Patricia spoke without caring for the angry eyes of her companions. She was young, with a good reputation in the British community. She didn't want to die for the organization. Wise decision, Lady Patricia. Dumbledore smiled and gestured elegantly for Patricia to walk beside him. Chapter 177, Chapter 174, Conspiracies and Secrets, 4. Bratislava, Slovakia. Above the city, Asterion hovered in the air, his red eyes gazing downward with a cold smile. The pilgrim had obviously operated when he spoke his words earlier, but unfortunately for him, escaping from a special grade wizard was not so easy. Still, Asterion had to admire the man's bit of courage, for instead of operating to another country or hiding in some unknown mountain, he chose to apparate directly to the Slovakian Ministry of Magic, a bold and cunning move, Asterion thought. Wearing a graceful smile, Asterion landed in a dark alley and stepped out onto the streets of the old city, dressed in an elegant black suit embroidered with the black family crest on his chest. In his hand, the Patriarch's ring and Marvellogaunt's ring, which contained one of the three Deathly Hallows. Gazing at the ring that held the Resurrection Stone, Asterion narrowed his eyes, thinking of Grindelwald, but dismissed the thought as he stopped in front of a beautiful building. To Muggles, this place was nothing more than a massive monument with nothing inside. But to the eyes of any witch or wizard, it was an imposing building in the middle of the city. As he walked toward the entrance, Asterion was stopped by two men guarding the entrance to the Ministry of Magic. Identification and international visa, one of the men said in Slovak, holding his wand and looking at the young men with suspicion. There was no way not to be suspicious of Asterion, dressed the way he was. Everything about him screamed Englishman from head to toe. Asterion didn't speak Slovak, so naturally, he didn't understand what the guard said, but he could guess from the man's expressions and gestures. Pulling a small black book with a golden tower symbol from his jacket, Asterion handed it over willingly. Karen took the small book and opened it, his eyes narrowing as he read the information inside. The book automatically translated itself into his language, and beside a picture of the same young man standing in front of him, it read. Asterion Black. Position, Patriarch of the most noble and ancient House of Black, holding 2 seats on the 12 Lords of the Clock Tower. Wizard, Special Grade. Karen ignored everything else when he saw Special Grade. Looking up and seeing those red eyes calmly staring back at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Without waiting to speak to his companion, Karen ran into the Ministry of Magic, not caring about his companion's shocked expression. Asterion wasn't surprised by the man's reaction and waited patiently. He had told Dumbledore that there would be no international incidents, and he would keep to that promise as long as things were resolved peacefully. While Asterion waited outside, Karen had already burst into the office of the Slovakian Minister of Magic, Wilfred Petkovic. Minister. I have something urgent to report. Karen exclaimed, despite the disapproving look from his superior. Ignoring the deadly glare he was receiving, he approached and handed over the small black book. Wilfred's eyes narrowed at the sight of the tower symbol on the ID card. Taking the book and opening it, his expression grew even more serious as he read the information inside. Thank you for the warning, Karen. You may leave, I will personally handle everything related to this matter, Wilfred said in a calm tone, which greatly surprised Karen. But as a subordinate, he nodded and left the office. Once Karen was gone, Wilfred turned to the men sitting next to him with a cold look. He wasn't pleased about being used, despite being a member of Organization R. He didn't care much for that old group. He could sense that if something were to happen while the two were in conflict, which seemed almost inevitable, it would be difficult for him to be re-elected. This left him even more dissatisfied with the men. You'd better pray, because the one who has arrived can destroy this country at any moment, Wilfred commented coldly to the dark-skinned man dressed in an elegant red suit. Don't worry, Wilfred. He wouldn't dare do anything while I'm on international soil, replied Vladislav Mitrovic, also known as the Pilgrim, a high-ranking member of the old Organization R. Humph. Wilfred merely snorted coldly at the men, looking at him with disdain. He didn't know what Vladislav had done, but the arrival of Asterian Black meant that this man had dared to do something against a special grade wizard, suicide in his eyes, as well as in the eyes of almost every wizard around the world. The door opened, and Wilfred narrowed his eyes as he saw the tall boy with black hair and red eyes. He was impeccably dressed like an English noble. Asterian Black, responsible for killing 2 special grade wizards at the age of just 14. An incredible record in the entire history of the wizarding world. Smiling kindly, Wilfred stood and approached Asterian, extending his hand. It is a pleasure to greet the slayer of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Your presence graces us with honor and admiration, Lord Black. Asterian looked at the middle-aged man. He had brown hair streaked with white, and he appeared to be someone who had lived a full life, filled with seriousness, clearly someone who had fought his entire life, just like any other wizard in the world. Shaking the minister's hand firmly, Asterian replied, "Your country is beautiful, Minister Pekovic." Wilfred's smile widened at this. Asterian's words hinted that he hadn't come with hostile intentions, greatly easing the minister's concerns about the arrival of the special grade wizard. Gesturing for Asterian to sit in the chair across from his desk, Wilfred poured 2 wide glasses of whiskey, serving one to the special grade wizard. "Thank you," Asterian said, taking the glass and bringing it to his lips while his eyes fell on the man in the red suit. His eyes did not hide the amusement he felt as he looked at the men who had conspired against him. "I must say, your arrival has surprised everyone, Lord Black. After all, I received no notice of your visit to my country from the clock tower." Noticing Asterian's gaze, Wilfred commented with a subtle tone of disapproval at his abrupt arrival. "I did notify them of my arrival, but something must have gone wrong, and the message didn't reach the Slovakian Ministry of Magic," Asterian replied with an elegant smile, his eyes giving the minister a slightly dangerous look, as if warning him not to pursue this delicate matter any further. Wilfred cursed himself internally. He had thought Asterian was young and inexperienced with politics, but he realized now that the boy was a shrewd fox despite his age. He also noted the dangerous tone in the special grade wizard's eyes, a subtle warning that Wilfred wisely chose to heed. Only a fool would antagonize a special grade wizard, and he was not like Vladislav, who dared to provoke one. Wilfred wanted to live for many more years. "What brings you to my beautiful country?" Wilfred took a sip of his whiskey and asked with genuine curiosity. He was truly curious to know how the worthless man beside him had managed to provoke a special grade wizard. "The men next to you conspired against me, Dumbledore, and Rose Potter, 3 special grade wizards," Asterian replied, looking at the Minister of Magic with amusement. He was eager to see how the minister would react to those words. Wilfred took a deep breath and tried to steady his trembling hand, which held the glass. He had known Vladislav was a stupid fool, but he didn't realize the man was this stupid. To provoke not 1, but 3 special grade wizards. Chapter 178, Chapter 175, Conspiracies and Secrets, 5. Wilfred looked at Vladislav and couldn't help but wonder if there was any brain inside that large head. He couldn't imagine that there could be someone so stupid as to offend 3 special grade wizards at once. 3 special grade wizards, one of whom was considered the most powerful man in the world. Albus Dumbledore. Taking a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions, Wilfred found himself unable to relax despite his long experience. A bad premonition had settled in his heart and hadn't left for a moment. On the contrary, this sense of extreme danger only grew stronger with time. He knew the source of the danger was sitting right in front of him, elegantly sipping a glass of whiskey. Asterian Black, the Black Prince, as he was commonly known in the international wizarding community, a man worth several special grade wizards. According to reports, there were nearly 20 special grade cursed spirits under his control. What is the concept of nearly 20 special grade cursed spirits? Wilfred knew that if Asterian Black wished it, his country could vanish from the map in an instant, simple and deadly. "The minister knows how to resolve this peacefully," Asterian said, his voice calm and courteous. Anyone could have mistaken the handsome young man for a prince. Of course, Wilfred knew what Asterian was referring to. Handing Vladislav over to Asterian would resolve everything peacefully. However, this was a dangerous decision, not just for him, the Minister of Magic, but also for his beautiful country, Slovakia. First, the consequences of handing over the future special grade wizard of the country would make him a sinner in the eyes of the wizarding population. Being re-elected would be nothing but a distant dream. He doubted he'd even keep his life intact, and he might be forced to commit suicide to appease the anger of the people. Second, the damage to the country from such a decision would be catastrophic. Catastrophic would even be an understatement. His entire country would be dragged through the mud, and when anyone thought of Slovakia, they would think of the country that handed over its own citizen to die on foreign soil in a public execution. Wilfred could already imagine the mass migration if he agreed to hand Vladislav over to England. He wouldn't blame his citizens if they chose that path. After all, who would stay in a country that couldn't even protect its own talent? Taking a deep breath, Wilfred made his decision. Even if he rejected Asterian's humiliating proposal, the Minister of Magic was certain that Asterian Black would never dare to kill someone inside a foreign Ministry of Magic. The consequences of such an act were no different from lighting a match and throwing it onto a gasoline-soaked pyre. "I apologize, Lord Asterian, but that is simply impossible. Vladislav is a citizen of Slovakia, and as such, he will be judged according to our country's laws," Wilfred said. As he spoke, Wilfred could already imagine Asterion Black's emotional outburst, but instead, what followed was only a sigh laden with helplessness and weariness. Placing the glass on the table, Asterion crossed his legs and toyed with the ring of Marvel Gaunt, spinning it on his finger as he calmly responded, "You're putting me in a difficult position, Minister of Magic." Wilfred stood up and bowed, placing his hand over his chest, showing total sincerity in his words. "I know, and that is why I humbly ask for you to calm your anger. Vladislav will be judged with complete fairness." Sweat trickled down the middle-aged man's face as the ominous feeling grew stronger. He felt as if he could be killed at any moment. It was a sensation that brought him back to his youth when he faced a semi-special grade cursed spirit. Looking at the men who displayed humility and seriousness before him, Asterion gave him a glance of appreciation and responded with another question. "Wilfred, history is strange. Only the victors get to write it." Without paying attention to the man's confused expression, Asterion continued speaking calmly. "When historians look back on this day, they will see that Minister of Magic Wilfred Petkovic and the semi-special grade wizard from the evil organization are conspired to kill Asterion Black in an assassination attempt orchestrated right here in the Ministry of Magic of Slovakia. I was merely forced to defend myself in pure self-defense. After all, my life was at risk," Asterion concluded, still toying with the ring on his finger. His words were calm and elegant, as though he weren't discussing what would become one of the most shocking events of the 20th century. The faces of both Wilfred and Vladislav changed drastically upon hearing Asterion's bold and shameless lie. A deep fear appeared on their faces. They had never imagined that Asterion would disregard the already tense public opinion in Europe and attack the Minister of Magic within his own ministry. "Lord Black," Wilfred tried to plead, but what happened in the next instant left him wide-eyed in shock and pure horror. The moment Asterion finished speaking, the entire atmosphere shifted in less than a second. The imposing and majestic ministry, the central hub of Slovakia's magical community, was torn apart, shattered, slashed, and burned in an instant. A figure emerged from the ruins of the once proud Slovakian Ministry of Magic, clad in silver armor that shimmered like stars. His flaming white wings spread wide, casting radiant, golden fire all around. The red and gold flames seemed to have a life of their own, engulfing everything in their path. Yet, incredibly, they avoided all human life in the area. Fortunately, Asterion had managed to control his power, otherwise, it wouldn't just be the Ministry of Magic, but the entire city that would have been affected. In the office of the Slovakian Minister of Magic, or rather, what was left of it after the cataclysmic destruction that had befallen the ministry, Asterion sat unscathed. Everything within 10 meters of him remained intact, and not a single speck of dust marred his fine clothes. He was seated in a chair, legs crossed, idly playing with his ring. What a disappointment. Unfortunately, I can't fulfill the promise I made. When they ask whose fault today's events were, know that it's yours and yours alone. Now, face the consequences of your actions, Minister of Magic Wilfred Petkovic." Asterion spoke while observing the colorless face of the most powerful man in Slovakia, his expression resembling that of a wax figure. Pure horror was veiled in his eyes, a look reminiscent of men returning from war, their faces haunted, terrified by the smallest sounds. No longer concerned with Wilfred, Asterion's red eyes finally fell on the man in the red suit. "Well, well, little rat, we finally meet in person. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, for this is just the beginning of your hellish life. But don't worry, you won't be alone. Your superiors will be joining you." Asterion's voice was calm as he noticed something interesting. The men seemed to tremble at his words. "You're insane. A monster." Vladislav spat, gritting his teeth, desperately trying to suppress the terror rising in his chest, but found it an impossible task. The great and noble semi-special grade wizard could not remain calm in the presence of the purest and most destructive force seated before him. For the first time in his life, Vladislav felt terror seize his thoughts again, like the hunger that had gnawed at his stomach when he was just a child on the streets of Bratislava. If it hadn't been for an elder from the organization, who saw him fighting a dog for scraps of food and noticed his magical energy, he probably would have been just another beggar in the world. "I find it amusing when someone like you calls me a monster, but in my eyes, the real monsters are those like you who hide in the shadows, trying to manipulate the world like mere puppets," Asterion remarked, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "But you're right about one thing, I will become the very monster you speak of and despise. As they say, you have to be careful because, at some point, the hunter becomes the monster he hunts." Looking directly into Vladislav's eyes, Asterion spoke in a calm tone. He didn't resent his destiny of becoming a monster. After all, it was all about choices, and he had chosen to become one. He had to face the consequences of his actions, just as Arcturus had once told him. Chapter 179, Chapter 176, Conspiracies and Secrets, 6. Asterion sat elegantly with a cup of tea, enjoying the quiet of Dumbledore's office. Across from him, Morgan was adorably devouring a cookie. Apparently, cookies had become her favorite food, so much so that the girl used her power of omnipotence to endlessly create cookies with different flavors. When Asterion said the most diverse flavors, she really meant the most diverse, including cookies that tasted like chicken or even octopus. The flavors were so disgusting that Asterion thought of wiping out all chickens and octopuses from the face of the earth. Dumbledore looked away from Morgan, glared at the boy and spoke in a slightly irritated tone. You look relaxed as the world slowly burns, Lord Black. I suffer an attempt on my precious life and you blame the victim. The world is becoming madder and madder. Asterion responded to Dumbledore's words with a calm tone, a smile playing on his lips. Humph. Dumbledore couldn't help but snort coldly when he heard his reply. He knew very well that what had happened in Slovakia was pure nonsense and information control by House Black. Ordinary, naive wizards might believe the nonsense written in the newspapers, but powerful wizards and powerful families might actually know what had happened. But I have to say, keeping Rita Skeeter alive finally paid off. The woman knows how to whip up the masses. She's a good tool. When you die, I'll have her write a book about your life, Dumbledore. Everyone will love getting to know the real Albus Dumbledore. Asterion commented, bringing the cup to his lips, his smile not fading for a minute. He was obviously in a very good mood. Hearing his words, even with over 100 years of experience, Dumbledore couldn't control his features. His lips twitched unnaturally as the lines on his face tightened. Dumbledore was sure that when he died, Rita Skeeter would indeed besmirch his name with the most vile and filthy words that mankind had created in 10,000 years of existence. Dumbledore had to agree with Asterion that the woman had a great talent for writing, a talent that unfortunately tended toward evil, especially in Asterion's hands. Do you know how many letters have arrived on my desk since yesterday? Dumbledore asked angrily, leaning back in his chair and stroking his own forehead. He had never seen such a pile of letters before. For the first time in his life, Dumbledore wanted to pull out his wand and set fire to that hideous pile of paper. Just stick to the script, Dumbledore. They'll calm down. Nobody really wants a third Wizarding World War. Asterion smiled sarcastically and replied calmly. Not at all worried about his actions on foreign soil. There have been 2 Wizarding World Wars, all at important times in the Gregorian calendar. In the year 476, the First Magical World War took place. At that time, when the witch gods still existed, a devastating war took place between human and inhuman forces. The reason for the war was simple: magical resources, which obviously weren't infinite. The consequences of this war were obvious. The center of Western magical civilization, Rome, had fallen because of its great arrogance. A civilization protected by witch gods collapsed like a sand castle. Rome burned as never before. Of course, the side of the magical beings also suffered losses from which they could never recover. The elder dragons were practically extinct in this battle. These winged beings were considered the gods of all magical races. In the end, what remained of the elder dragons were dragons with low IQs and almost no talent compared to their parents. The Second Magical World War took place in 1453, and once again human and magical forces clashed. But this time, the war was caused by rapid human expansionism. The magical creatures that had once populated the world were gradually being swept away by an indomitable and unstoppable river, humanity. Hunted for the precious magical properties that their bodies carried, the magical beings once again started another magical world war, and the world collapsed into a myriad of wars that once again devastated the continent. The result of the war was even more tragic. Almost all intelligent magical races either became extinct, fled, were enslaved or signed a non-aggression pact with humanity. Vila, goblins, house elves, and centaurs were a good example of the aftermath of the Second World War. Even if Asterion had made such a mess of things this time, the Third Wizarding World War wouldn't have happened. Speaking of the Wizarding World War, instead of being a battle between 2 factions like the previous 2, the Wizarding World War III would be fought between humanity. Of course, if Asterion had done what was done in France or Germany, the consequences wouldn't just be cards, but a declaration of war that would lead to World War III. However, no one wants a war of that magnitude. The modern world is not the same as it was in centuries past. Such a war, no matter how hard they try to hide it, would eventually be discovered by Muggles, leading to something even more terrifying. The existence of cursed spirits is known to all of humanity. Just to imagine the fear of 7 billion people all at once, perhaps the most powerful cursed spirit in the world could be born, and a cursed spirit of that magnitude would not be so easy to exorcise. But Asterion looked at Morgan and smiled softly as he stroked her hair. With Morgan, he wasn't as worried about the existence of the wizarding world being revealed, and thus the truth about the cursed spirit. Dumbledore noticed the affection and kindness in Asterion's eyes and looked at the cursed spirit eating cookies. He couldn't help but think of an absurd possibility. Wasn't Asterion in love with his own cursed spirit? Even with more than 100 years of experience, he never thought that his mind would ever be capable of such an absurd idea. Even if it's impossible for Asterion to fall in love with a cursed spirit, I must still prepare Asterion's marriage to Daphne as quickly as possible. Dumbledore thought as he looked carefully at Asterion. He had always believed that a gentleman would not stand under a falling bridge. He'd better prepare himself and prevent something so absurd from happening. Even if they don't want a third world war, they can still force sessions against England. A lot of people were unhappy with your attack in Europe. Dumbledore commented, sipping his tea with lemon drops. That really is a problem, but one that's easy to solve. Tell them I can exorcise a special grade cursed spirit for free for any country nearby. Asterion spoke calmly, smiling elegantly. His words made Dumbledore narrow his eyes and look at Asterion a little more cautiously. Asterion's suggestion was very good indeed. Inviting a special grade wizard wasn't cheap at all, and besides, exorcism work was practically tailor-made for House Black. Not only would they earn money, but they would also get another cursed spirit, so there was no downside, and even if Asterion worked for free, he would still get a special grade cursed spirit. What's more, his reputation would spread even further around the world, earning him the goodwill of many witches and wizards around the world. Asterion's proposal killed 2 ducks with 1 shot. This made Dumbledore more cautious with the 14-year-old. Arcturus had taught the boy well. Chapter 180, Chapter 177, Conspiracies and Secrets, 7. Still in Dumbledore's office, Asterion looked curiously at the beautiful red and gold bird on the perch. A phoenix. Unlike the elder dragons, which were extinct, the phoenix and the unicorns were still alive and well. Although the 2 races were not as intelligent as the elder dragons, they were not to be underestimated. Both races had their own unique magic that no other race in the world possessed, with the phoenix being able to pass through any anti-apparition spell and its immortality. The unicorn could sense if someone was pure or not and could run away as fast as the wind. The phoenix, called Fawkes, looked at Asterion and then at Morgan, its wariness of the girl most obvious. The bird showed a very human fear in its feathered face. This caused Dumbledore to narrow his eyes and thought, although he knew that the cursed spirit in the form of a girl was not normal, he hadn't expected even one of the purest creatures on the planet to show fear and caution. Feeling someone tugging at his clothes, Asterion looked to the side and saw Morgan pointing at the phoenix and then at his own mouth, his big red eyes looking at him with a look of expectation. The intention was obvious, to eat Fawkes. How could Asterion not understand what Morgan was trying to say? Looking at the girl who looked at him expectantly, Asterion replied in a soft tone. No, you can't turn Fawkes into cookies and eat him. Morgan gave him a slightly angry look and ate the cookie in her hand with ferocious bites, her eyes occasionally glancing at the red and gold bird. Dumbledore couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of the 2 of them interacting. Turn Fawkes into a cookie and eat him. What a greedy, cursed mind. Dumbledore cleared his throat loudly and spoke calmly, adjusting his glasses that were sliding down his nose. I suppose you want to know the result of the interrogation. Asterion nodded and waited silently for his words. Patricia cooperated as you said and talked about some secret R bases in England and some in other countries, as well as some information about hierarchy and history. Dumbledore said with a dissatisfied look on his face. Unfortunately that was all, the R organization is very cautious even with its high-ranking members. Asterion wasn't surprised, this was an organization that was still alive after a millennium, not a secret club of college friends. If it were that easy to find, it would have been destroyed long ago. And Pilgrim? Asterion asked, narrowing his eyes. He had handed the men over to Dumbledore the day before, he must have already known the result of the torture. Adjusting his glasses again, Dumbledore showed an amused smile playing on his lips. I didn't get much information from the men, he had taken an unbreakable vow, a vow taken by all members with semi-special and special degrees. Asterion's eyes lit up as he listened to the man's words. Looks like you've got quite a problem on your hands. Dumbledore laughed at his words and nodded. This information alone says that the other side has special class wizards. That's normal, it's a 1,000-year-old organization. Force was the strongest form of protection in the world. Asterion commented, bringing the goblet to his lips and drinking the entire contents in one go. I know all the known special grade mages in the world, I have a few suspicions about who they might be, but they're just that, suspicions. Dumbledore placed the cup in the fire and spoke with an amused smile on his lips. He hadn't expected to be able to participate in something so interesting at the end of his life. We will have our answer at the Geneva Convention, where all the special grade wizards will gather to discuss the new treaty restricting the actions of special grade witches and wizards. Asterion spoke, his eyes shining for a moment. This would be the first convention he had ever attended, a meeting with all the special grade wizards of the world gathered in one place. Dumbledore nodded in agreement with the boy's words, he knew that this Geneva Convention would be very interesting, England would be attending with 2 wizards and 1 witch of the special grade. Albus Dumbledore, Asterion Black and Rose Potter. With Rose and Asterion, England became extremely powerful in a short period of less than 10 years, surpassing many nations. Did he say anything else? Asterion narrowed his eyes and asked with a calm expression. His eyes looked at Dumbledore with a penetrating gaze. Dumbledore laughed at the boy's sharp words and replied calmly. Apart from a few interesting things about me, nothing very relevant to you, Lord Black. Asterion snorted coldly, not believing a word of what the man in front of him was saying. Albus, as arrogant as ever. A male voice was heard above the 2 wizards. Dumbledore and Asterion raised their heads to see a portrait of a middle-aged man wearing a very nice suit. Ancestor. Asterion greeted the animated portrait of the man with an elegant smile. Dumbledore just stared amusedly at the image of the former headmaster of Hogwarts. Looking into Asterion's red eyes, Phineas stroked his beard and looked very pleased. Because of Dumbledore, he already knew the glorious deeds of this descendant of his. Phineas felt nothing but pride at having another red-eyed bearer in House Black. Boy, remember, don't trust that old fox, no Hogwarts headmaster is easy. Even though he was restricted from saying certain things, Phineas still warned his offspring. He didn't want his precious offspring to be betrayed on a dangerous occasion. Your words hurt my feelings, Headmaster Black. Dumbledore spoke with a slightly offended tone as he smiled gently. Humph. Phineas just snorted coldly and didn't believe a word of what Dumbledore said. Of all the wizards and witches who had held the position of headmaster of Hogwarts in the course of its 1,000 years, Albus Dumbledore was by far the strongest and most cunning after Rowena Ravenclaw. Thank you for your warning, great-great-grandfather. Asterion smiled teasingly at Dumbledore and thanked his ancestor for his concern. But then again, he had never trusted Dumbledore. The man was far too manipulative to gain his trust. Since my business is done, I will take my leave, Asterion said, getting up from his chair and leaving the office, holding Morna's hand. When the door was closed, Dumbledore looked at the animated portrait of Phineas and spoke in an amused tone. I thought you were going to tell your precious offspring the secret of Hogwarts. Phineas seemed offended by Dumbledore's words and replied with all the elegance and arrogance of a black. Like all the headmasters before me, I have taken an oath never to reveal the secrets of Hogwarts. Besides, my dear descendant does not need to know the terrible secret this school hides in its bowels. How honorable of you. It was Dumbledore's turn to mock Phineas. But I really want to know how, in Merlin's name, this organization called are managed to discover the secret that only the headmaster of Hogwarts knows. Dumbledore spoke, leaning back in his chair, his face terribly grim, an expression shared by Phineas and all the animated portraits in the office. You need to check the seal again, Albus, perhaps the seal is weak and the white thing has woken again. Phineas said with a voice full of dignity. At the thought that the monster had awakened and was about to break out of the seal, the dead former headmaster of Hogwarts' face turned pale. It wasn't for nothing that he was afraid. This creature had almost destroyed the entire island of Great Britain. Chapter 181, Chapter 178, Decision and Two Wives, 1. Asterion walked through the corridors of Hogwarts with a thoughtful expression on his face, Morgan following beside him, holding his hand as she ate a cookie. The patriarch of House Black analyzed every word Phineas Black said. My ancestor was trying to tell me that Dumbledore, or rather Hogwarts, has something that can kill me. That was also the support that this our organization had to deal with me, Rose and Dumbledore. That was the best conclusion Asterion could come to with the little information he had been given. What was it? What was so dangerous that his ancestor had actually warned him to beware of Dumbledore? What did this decrepit old castle still hide in its bowels? The legacy of the goddess Hecate was shocking enough. Was there another hidden secret? Asterion couldn't help but smile with a touch of animation. He really never expected Hogwarts to have so many dark and deadly secrets still hidden away. Entering the Slytherin common room, Asterion's red eyes quickly fell on a girl sitting on the sofa, looking up with distracted and confused eyes. Ophelia. Asterion heard from Narcissa the cruel words Bellatrix had spoken to the girl. Such words could break the heart of anyone who longed for motherly love. He took a seat on the sofa next to her, Morgan on the left and Ophelia on the right. The three of them had similar features and could be mistaken for siblings. I heard Bellatrix's words, Ophelia. Asterion commented calmly as a glass of wine appeared in his hand, courtesy of Baskerville. A bitter laugh escaped the 13-year-old's lips. She turned to look at Asterion and he saw that her eyes were red from crying. Is that why you never wanted to introduce me to my mother, cousin? She asked, her voice slightly hoarse and weary. Bellatrix's words still echoed in his mind, making her look even more despondent and sad. Yes. Asterion nodded. Bellatrix is a mad woman who only cares about herself and me. Everything else is completely expendable to her. That's Bellatrix Black, dear cousin. Drink, drink, it will relax your tired body. Asterion handed the glass of wine to Ophelia and spoke in a calm tone. He had known this would happen ever since he met the girl. Bellatrix would never care about Ophelia unless she was his daughter and his, which obviously wasn't the case. Ophelia took the goblet without hesitation and drank the entire contents in one gulp. Sweet. She murmured, the taste still lingering in her mouth. Ophelia, I know I can't help you, but if you wish, I can be your brother. Asterion said, stroking the girl's black hair with surprising tenderness. Ophelia looked at Asterion in surprise and sniffled, feeling the tears threatening to fall at any moment. She practically threw herself into Asterion's arms as she cried and showed no sign of stopping. She spoke such cruel words. I just felt my heart break as I heard each word. She was so cruel. How can a mother talk to her daughter like that? She spoke between sniffles and cries as she buried her head in Asterion's chest, searching for some sense of affection. Asterion gave it to her, stroking her hair and patting her back reassuringly while whispering words of comfort and kindness in her ear. Morgan looked at it all with confused eyes. It had been a long time since she had felt anything like this. She touched where her own heart should have been and felt nothing. Apart from her master/brother, there was simply no other feeling in her. She had once cried like that for her dead parents, but after her brother turned her into a cursed spirit, she couldn't feel any feelings anymore. It was only after her master turned her into a prototype god that she began to feel emotions again, but they were all meant for Asterion and no one else. Emotions, she thought as she ate her delicious strawberry-flavored cookie. Should I make a blue cookie? She thought again, pushing those thoughts about emotions to the side. After almost half an hour of crying, Ophelia calmed down and lay helplessly on Asterian's chest, listening intently to his heartbeat. You weren't lying to me? She asked in a fragile, delicate voice, her hands clutching the fabric of his clothes. If you accept me. Asterian looked at the girl lying on his chest and replied in a calm tone, still stroking her hair. Ophelia nodded silently and hugged Asterian even tighter, as if she did not want to part from him. That was what she wanted from her mother, that feeling of comfort and security, someone she could trust almost unconditionally. Unfortunately, it wasn't her mother who had given her that feeling, but Asterian, her cousin. Now go to sleep and don't come back until the beautiful and elegant Ophelia Black returns. Asterian said with a small smile on his lips and watched as the girl agreed to his words. Seeing the girl disappear in the direction of the girls' dormitory, Asterian got up and walked to his room. Once in his room, Asterian began to do what he had always done since he created Morgan, analyze her and deduce the second stage of God's creation plan. Morgan undressed and stood naked in front of Asterian. The 15-year-old girl was completely indifferent to showing her nakedness to her master. Sitting in the chair, Asterian activated his second innate technique and looked at Morgan's body. In his eyes, Morgan was an extremely large amount of data, compressed in a disorderly and chaotic way. But that was Asterian's intention in creating Morgan, only out of chaos could order be created. A concept implemented when he created the omnipotent melody, that only the most volatile and transformative of elements could be the vessel of omnipotence, and what but chaos could serve so well. Suddenly, while he was analyzing Morgan, the door opened and Daphne walked in with the same smug, arrogant expression she had had since they first met. Daphne's eyes didn't change at all when she saw a naked young woman posing in front of her fiancé. She walked over to Asterian and sat on his lap, looking curiously at the naked young woman. She was practically the female version of Asterian, which was why she wasn't jealous, since Asterian had already told her that Morgan was a cursed spirit who was extremely important to his future plan. What that plan was, she didn't know and didn't ask. If Asterian wanted to know, she would. One thing she had learned from her mother was that privacy, even between couples, was of the utmost importance. It was a proof of trust that both had to give to each other. If something as basic as trust could not be given by both parties, then the relationship should not have started in the first place. In the end, energy and information is still the main problem. Daphne heard her fiancé mutter as he rested his cheek on her shoulder. She felt his hands on her waist as she felt his soft, warm kisses on her neck and nape. Daphne couldn't help but let out a pleasant sigh at the caresses on her skin. Daphne just let him do whatever he wanted with her body. He was her future husband, it was his right, just as it was her right to do whatever she wanted with his body. Have you thought about accepting Rose? Daphne asked with a hot, sensual sigh, not hiding the raw, naked desire in her eyes. I'll accept, but be aware that our lives have been turned upside down because of that crazy white-haired woman. I hope you won't regret it. Asterian spoke, slipping his hand into Daphne's blouse and reaching for her soft globes, which fit perfectly in his hand. He could feel her shiver at his touch and it brought a smile to Asterian's lips. At least it'll be a fun life with Rose acting like Rose. Daphne replied, breathing heavily as she felt tiny impulses running through her body like electric shocks. We'll see. Asterian said, claiming his fiancée's lips in an eager kiss. They both gave into the kiss, completely ignoring Morgan, who went back to eating cookies while watching everything with a strange look on her face. Chapter 182, Chapter 179, Decision and Two Wives, 2. I heard you kissed Asterian. Her words made Rose stiffen. She hadn't expected Asterian to mention that kiss to Daphne. Damn blabbermouth, you couldn't keep a secret. It was just an accident. Rose commented with a dry, slightly embarrassed laugh. She didn't have Asterian's lack of shame, so the feeling of embarrassment was especially strong at the moment. Oddly enough, you tripped and fell over my future husband's lips with your words. I must say you're very clumsy, Lady Potter. Daphne spoke calmly, but anyone could hear the sarcasm and irony in her tone. Cough, cough. Rose feigned a fake cough and looked everywhere but at Daphne. At that moment, all she wanted was for the ground to open up and swallow her whole. Daphne's judgmental look was too deadly for her guilty conscience. I don't mind, though. Daphne's words made Rose look at Daphne with a look of shock. She tapped her own ear, wondering if she had heard her words right. You don't mind if I kissed your fiancé? Rose gave her a strange look and had to ask again to prove that she had heard what she had heard. Rose had heard some rumors that nobles had strange hobbies. She hadn't expected the elegant and noble Daphne Greengrass to have such an unusual hobby. If Daphne could read minds and hear Rose's thoughts, she was absolutely certain that she would explode into the purest rage she had ever felt. Although confused by the look Rose gave her, Daphne ignored it and took out a piece of paper and a pen and placed it in front of Rose. The intention was obvious, to read it and sign it. Rose looked at the paper and pen with a strange look on her face. After a moment's hesitation, she took the paper and began to read. The title of the document made her hand tremble. Double wedding terms. Rose looked at Daphne in complete disbelief, her expression showing nothing but pure disbelief. What does that mean? Rose asked in a strange tone, feeling as if her mind couldn't keep up with the strange rhythm of this conversation. Isn't it obvious? Those are the terms of the marriage between me, Asterian, and you. Bringing the cup of tea to her lips, Daphne replied calmly as she sat elegantly across from Rose. With her head still full of questions, Rose continued to look at the terms of the document and was amazed at how many clauses there were in the contract. Clause 41 says that if you have no children, my children cannot inherit Greengrass House. Rose said, looking confused at the beautiful young woman in front of her. What don't you understand? Daphne raised an eyebrow, listening to Rose's doubt. Everything in that clause. Rose answered truthfully, in her eyes, everything in that clause was strange. You seem to have missed Dumbledore's politics lessons. Daphne rolled her eyes, but explained calmly. This is a tripartite marriage contract, which means that the three parties are equal in status, which means that you are married to me and Asterion, which makes your descendants eligible to inherit House Greengrass under the Salic law, which governs our country's inheritance laws. With this clause, your children will not be able to inherit the Greengrass throne. Without waiting for Rose's further question, Daphne replied in a calm and completely cool tone. Before you ask, there's a chance I'm sterile, long-term endogamy problems. You could say that I have cousins in almost every noble house, which makes genetic defects quite common in our society. Daphne's indifferent words made Rose look at the 14-year-old with a different eye. It wasn't pity, but sincere admiration. If it were her, she wouldn't be so calm about such a possibility. Still, Daphne was as strong as ever. Does Asterion know? Rose asked in a calm tone. Do you think I could propose this without his approval? Daphne replied, looking at Rose. When she imagined that this girl was his wife, she couldn't help but feel helpless, but she still thought it would be an interesting addition, considering how she and Asterion were. She continued to speak. He gave me full power to choose the terms of the contract. Rose nodded and continued to look at the clauses. Of the hundreds of clauses, half were about inheritance and power sharing, including the seats of the 12 lords of the clock tower. She saw that Asterion was quite generous, as each of his children by both wives would have a seat without any inequality. This made Rose realize that if she married Asterion and had children, House Black, Greengrass and House Potter would have virtually all the political power in England in their hands. Remembering Dumbledore's plan, Rose thought for a moment and didn't mind. She could continue the renovation of the clock tower and allow the born witches and half-bloods to enter without a problem, especially with the power of the three houses. In all honesty, the whole contract was no different than an extensive interest-based marriage, something Rose didn't mind. Political power was never something she wanted in the first place. Smiling wickedly, she looked at Daphne and asked with an amused smile on her lips. Where do I sign, dear wife? She never thought that her plan would come to fruition so quickly, or at least she thought that getting Daphne to accept her would be complicated, but everything worked out easily. Rose would have a handsome husband and a beautiful wife while practically the entire power of an entire country fell into her lap free and easy. Dumbledore would be proud, right? She'd practically done what he hadn't managed in over half a century and best of all without any bloodshed or civil war. Hearing Rose's amused tone calling her wife, Daphne felt like her life was going to be a whirlwind of madness because of the crazy, fun-loving girl. Remember Rose, you are my wife and Asterion's wife, and we protect each other no matter what the other does, even if this world burns to the ground, we protect each other. Daphne placed the cup on the pyre and spoke with a serious tone. There wasn't a trace of amusement in her voice. Rose raised her eyebrows at this, but relaxed them the next moment. She could understand Daphne's words. This world wasn't black and white, it was a dark gray and full of cruelty to those in power. In short, whether it was Asterion or Daphne, they would probably do things that went against all morals and respect. As long as there is no indiscriminate massacre of the people, I will stand by you and Asterion. Rose spoke with a serious tone. She could be malleable on certain issues, but she couldn't allow innocent people to die. It was her final line and she wouldn't cross it, no matter who it was. Daphne looked surprised at Rose. Honestly, she thought she would be much stricter about it, but surprisingly, she seemed freer than expected. Very well, now we can negotiate clauses that you want to remove, tamper with or create. Daphne spoke as she took out a similar document from the small bag she was carrying, her blue eyes looking at Rose with a strong gaze. Rose didn't show any weakness and they both started arguing. If they wanted this whole marriage thing to work, they had to do things properly. Chapter 183, Chapter 180, The Old King of Camelot, 1. He wants to talk to me. Crouching in the forest, among the bushes and trees, Luna muttered to herself, ignoring the ancient and powerful whisper in her ear. He's no cute at all, I prefer Baskerville. Free me, I promise you glory, gold and power, you will be Queen of Britain, just like I did with Morgana. His whisper was full of endless temptations, glorious and empty promises. He offered a golden crown, but in Luna's eyes this crown was only painted gold, its interior was rusty bronze. Morgana died skewered by her own brother/husband's Excalibur. I don't want to be queen, I'd rather just be Luna and nothing more. Luna replied by drawing a woman holding a scythe, with other figures, men and women, appearing beside her. Their destiny cannot be yours. Imagine, you rule these sacred lands, I can give you Excalibur, you who wield it will rule this entire land. Everyone would bow down to you and listen to your every whim, you would be a god to them. He kept trying, his male voice soft but powerful, the voice of an experienced ruler. Luna didn't change at all listening to his temptations. She might be missing a few screws in her head, but she wasn't stupid enough to believe such an empty promise without proof. And even if there was proof, she wouldn't dare accept it. She agreed with something Asterion had said: if you want to be king, you have to bear the burden that comes with it. Luna didn't think that her small, delicate body could bear the weight, especially since Asterion wanted to become king of England in the near future. She had no doubt that if she dared to stand in his way, he would kill her without hesitation. Because they were friends, he would let her die painlessly. So, as tempting as it was to be queen and all that, Luna ignored the words of the former king of Camelot. It was suicide, and she wanted to live many more years, especially to save endangered magical creatures. Perhaps he noticed that Luna didn't seem to be interested, and the soft, powerful voice changed to a cold, indifferent one. You think you can refuse my proposal without consequences, little human? I'll torture your mind and watch you beg on your knees while I listen to your screams of agony and pain. Well, that's bad news. Luna commented as she heard the voice in her ear. She knew that the old king was in a very bad mood, which she didn't blame him for. If she was sealed away for more than 1,000 years, she would also be in a very bad mood. However, this was not good news for her. Even though the old king couldn't use much power because he was still sealed, a remnant of his power was enough to make her life a living hell. Luckily, Luna wasn't helpless, she was at Hogwarts. Her friends included Asterion Black, the Black Prince, and Rose Potter, the Space Princess. She had the capital to defend herself against the old king. Suddenly, Luna's delicate face contorted in sheer agony, her muscles no longer seemed to obey her, her heart felt like it was being held by a 5-fingered claw. Luna's face turned pale as she fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Gritting her teeth, she looked up at the castle on the hill and whispered, her eyes shining with an intense silver light. Oh dear king, though I am an ant before your overwhelming power, an ant can invite an equally great king. Do you think there is a king worthy of facing me in this empty, simple-minded age? The male voice sounded tyrannical as a roar hit Luna's mind. King Uther fought me and failed, his son King Arthur fought me and failed and had to seal me away with the help of the damned sorcerer called Merlin. When I come out of that damned seal, I'll bathe this whole land in blood, I'll fill whole rivers with blood and corpses. But Luna smiled when she heard the voice of the old king. Oh great king, you may be surprised how much the world has changed. Though the human race no longer has the protection of the witch gods, we have something better and greater, hope. Luna spoke every word as she stood up, despite the protests of her body, took a step forward and walked towards the castle. Her feet bled as they came in contact with the sharp stones and spikes on the ground. Hope. What a ridiculous and insignificant word, little human. Hope is for the weak, the strong can do anything. The voice answered Luna again with sarcasm and irony. However, Luna smiled brightly as she replied with the same sarcasm and irony. Oh great king, you forget that you just begged me to free you with empty promises and a rusty crown. There was a moment of silence before a huge roar rang out in Luna's mind, a sound so loud that blood began to drip from the young Ravenclaw's ears and nose. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to rip your flesh and feed it to the pigs to feast on, you damned human, how dare you humiliate me? Someone looks angry. Luna commented fearlessly as she wiped the blood from her nose with her hand. Her face was streaked with dried blood, but she didn't lose her smile for a moment. The angrier the old king became, the more she was able to help Asterion and Rose once this abomination from the ancient era was gone. I will show you that there is still a king worthy of fighting you, your majesty. Ignoring the pain she felt, Luna walked on, leaving a trail of blood on the bumpy ground. Her eyes didn't stop shining for a moment. The angrier the old king became, the more future she could see, every variable, every knot of fate, every decision that would affect this fight. The countless futures unfolded before her like pages in a book, thousands, hundreds of millions of possibilities, but she only needed one. Just one. Below Hogwarts, in a dark and vast place, a gigantic being lay coldly on the ground, colossal chains clinging to it beneath its shimmering white scales, trapping the beast from every possible direction. A crown of golden horns rose proudly from a head the size of a 5-story building. A pair of golden reptilian eyes opened, and in that bestial gaze, an unusual fury blazed like a volcanic eruption. A sword enameled in the color of kings was embedded in the creature's head, piercing the so-called impenetrable scales and sinking into the winged beast's flesh. Just by looking at it, an entire army of 1,000 men could gain the morale to fight 300,000 men. The sword looked like a work of art made by the hands of the gods, its silver blade appeared milky white and shone with a sharp light, fairy runes were written along the blade. The blue and gold enameled hilt shone brightly. The whole sword was surrounded by tiny golden lights, making the appearance of the legendary sword even more legendary. However, despite all the fury, the dragon didn't move a muscle and didn't even seem to be able to open its monstrous mouth. When it closed its eyes, the beast calmed down and everything fell silent again. You're all dead, I swear on my name. Chapter 184, Chapter 181, The Old King of Camelot, 2. Hermione was clutching a book as she walked through the corridors of Hogwarts towards the library of the castle, but her steps stopped. Her brown eyes were fixed on the foot-shaped bloodstains. It was early in the morning and there were hardly any students in the corridor. Hermione frowned and drew her wand, After the attack on Hogwarts, she and almost all the students had acquired a skill that many veterans possessed after years of fighting cursed spirits: caution. Shifting her steps, her eyes following the bloody footsteps on the ground, Hermione showed a look of determination and, after a moment's thought, stepped forward. With only her footsteps echoing down the corridor, Hermione followed the trail of blood, a book in one hand and her wand in the other. Her nose comforted itself gently, picking up the strongest scent of blood. Hermione noticed that the more she followed the bloody footsteps, the more she noticed that the footsteps seemed to be heading towards the stairs that led to the Slytherin common room. Quickening her pace, Hermione turned the corner to the left and came upon a small figure leaning against the wall opposite the stairs leading down to the dungeons where the Slytherin common room was located. Hermione's eyes widened in horror at the sight of Luna's condition. She was obviously badly bruised, her skin so pale that there seemed to be no blood left in her body. Dried, clotted blood pooled in both of her ears. Her almost silver blonde hair was clinging to her sweaty face. And despite the whole situation, she was still smiling brightly. "Hermione, help me get to Asterion." Without even looking back to see who was behind her, Luna spoke in a weak, hoarse voice. "What in Merlin's name has happened to you?" Helping Luna to her feet, Hermione couldn't help but ask worriedly. The pitiful state Luna was in certainly shocked her. Just an angry king. Smiling, Luna stepped forward with Hermione's help and started down the spiral staircase. Her smile didn't falter for a moment, even though her body was vehemently protesting her actions. "King." Hermione's expression was a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Even though she knew that Luna was a little crazy and had some screws missing in her head, she didn't think it had come to this. She might have believed Luna more if she'd said she was a cursed spirit, but a king. What on earth was a king supposed to mean? Besides, there was no king in England except Her Majesty the Queen of England. Luna just laughed at her question and didn't answer, showing a mysterious smile. "You'll know when you hear what I'm going to tell Asterion." Hermione rolled her eyes and glared at the delicate girl, who looked more like a moon elf, but she remained silent, concentrating on helping Luna down the stairs carefully. The next thing Hermione knew, she was standing in front of an oval door. A silver snake encircled the door. Its eyes were large emeralds that, if sold, would probably make someone a millionaire in the wizarding world. "I don't know what the password to the Slytherin common room is, it's probably something very complicated." Hermione's words stopped abruptly, her eyes widening as she watched the doors open with a simple word from Luna. "Pure blood." Hermione's lips couldn't help but twitch as she stared at the open door in annoyance. She hadn't expected the password to be so easy. Entering the room, Hermione couldn't help but notice how luxurious the Slytherin common room was compared to the Gryffindor common room. The light cast a pale shade of green on the walls, while beautiful hand-carved furniture decorated the entire room. Hermione assumed that a lot of the school's money went to support this luxurious environment. Shaking her head, she ignored the thrones by the fireplace and focused on the moment. "How are we going to find Asterion's room?" Hermione asked worriedly. There were too many rooms, especially in the boys' dormitory. "Go to the boys' dormitory, I know which room it is," Luna said in an increasingly weak tone. "Are you sure you don't want to go to the infirmary?" Seeing her face turn even paler, like marble, if that was possible, Hermione suggested with an expression that was clearly concerned for the Ravenclaw's health. "I'm not going to die, at least not today." Luna's eyes glowed with a silver hue as she said this. With a helpless expression on her face, Hermione sighed and helped Luna walk. Passing countless rooms, the Gryffindor girl stopped when she heard Luna's voice. "We're here." Looking at the room, Hermione saw that it was the same as every other room she had seen before. Hermione didn't care if she woke Asterion. She stepped forward and anxiously knocked on the door with her fists. Noticing no movement, Hermione was about to increase her knocking when the door opened and Asterion appeared before her, wearing only sweatpants and a bare chest. "I have to say, I never thought I'd see a Gryffindor trample a Slytherin." Ignoring the young girl's flushed cheeks, Asterion commented sarcastically, but his gaze soon fell on Luna, or rather, her terrible condition. Frowning, Asterion approached Luna and took her by the arms, leading her into the room. Hermione hesitated for a moment, but entered the room anyway. Once in the room, Hermione looked around curiously and noticed a figure on the bed under the sheets. Although she couldn't see who it was, she could recognize the beautiful hair of Daphne Greengrass. Her cheeks grew even hotter as she imagined what had happened the night before. Ignoring a perverted Hermione, Asterion gently placed Luna in his chair. He checked her wounds with his second innate technique and couldn't help but notice something strange. A strange magical energy was coursing through Luna's body, causing damage. What was strange was that this magical energy was different from the magical energy of witches and the negative magical energy of cursed spirits. It really confused him. What was this magical energy? Taking a pot of healing magic from Baskerville's belly, Asterion removed the cork with his finger and carefully poured the green liquid onto the young woman's tender lips. Throughout the process, Asterion continued to use imperfect destruction of truth to evaluate this strange magical energy and the properties it contained. The healing pool had no effect on this strange magical energy, almost as if it nullified the effects of the healing potion, turning the magical liquid into something like water. Asterion noticed that the main characteristics of this magical energy were order, command, and rule. Frankly speaking, it was different from an innate technique, it was more like a natural property of this magical energy. Morgan. Asterion spoke and Morgan appeared beside him, discreetly wiping the remains of cookies from the corner of his mouth. Clean the magical energy from Luna's body. Asterion ordered. Morgan's eyes glowed with a phosphorescent hue. With a single look, Luna, who had been in a critical condition, recovered almost instantly. Hermione's eyes widened in shock as she understood why Luna didn't want to go to the hospital. "Oh great king, your loyal subject thanks you for your kindness and mercy in saving a mere commoner like me." Luna said her thanks while acting out a medieval scene. Asterion rolled his eyes at the obvious and subtle prediction of the young woman's future. He really didn't like clairvoyance. Always meddling in other people's affairs. "Now tell me why you were in that state and what that strange energy in your body is." Asterion asked in a low tone, not wanting to wake Daphne, who was lying gently on the bed. Chapter 185, Chapter 182, The Old King of Camelot, 3. In Asterion's room. "It started the day the game of kings ended," a voice appeared in my head. Luna said, feeling relaxed and no longer able to endure the agonizing pain. It was a man, powerful and full of hidden arrogance. He said empty promises and a crown on my head, he wanted me to be Queen of Great Britain, like he once did with Morgan Le Fay. As Luna said these words, Asterion's eyes narrowed and Hermione behind him couldn't help but open her eyes in utter shock and disbelief. Why would he make such a promise? Asterion asked straight to the point, he already had an idea who it was from Luna's words. Together with the warning he had received from Phineas Black, he put the puzzle together without too much difficulty. He wanted me to remove Excalibur from his flesh and blood so that he could finally be free of the seal that had imprisoned him for over 1,000 years. Narrowing her eyes in comfort, Luna answered without hesitation, not caring what shock her words might cause. Asterion's lips curved into a smile of amusement, he put his hand to his face and muttered to himself. "So that's it, that's what you were counting on to kill me in Dumbledore. I must say, you really are capable of killing me. A relic from another age, probably the last of its kind, a creature that fought against wizarding gods." Suddenly, a pair of hands touched his chest, 5 slender fingers with blue-painted nails sliding over his skin, hugging him tightly while a soft body pressed against his back. "Put some clothes on, you're still almost naked." He heard Daphne speak and then helped him into a loose and very comfortable white silk shirt. Asterion rolled his eyes, he wasn't naked, only his upper body was exposed, but Daphne's possessiveness spoke louder at the moment. Hermione looked at Daphne and couldn't help but feel a little envious and embarrassed at the scene in front of her. Daphne was wearing a beautifully stitched black lace camisole with floral prints, her black underwear showing through the almost transparent fabric, especially at the top where her modest and beautiful breasts were perfectly visible. She didn't want to admit it, but she was a little jealous of that body. Daphne seemed to be perfect in every way, especially her body, which seemed to be sculpted to perfection. Looking at Asterion and Daphne, Hermione was sure that Rose had won the lottery. Seeing Asterion finally presentable, Daphne nodded in satisfaction. She didn't like other women looking at her fiancé's naked body, even if it was only her upper body. Asterion didn't mind Daphne's thoughts and concentrated as countless ideas began to appear in his mind. Looking at Morgan, Asterion could barely hold back the laughter that threatened to escape his lips. He had found the best battery to bring Morgan to the second stage, how could he not be happy? Originally, he thought of something else to use as a battery, but with an elder dragon captured and deliciously served to him on a silver platter, he didn't need anything else and would leave whatever he came up with for stage 3. Did he say anything else? Asterion asked, narrowing his eyes with a seemingly calm expression. He said there was no worthy king in this empty age, no king capable of fighting him as King Uther and King Arthur had done in the past. So I said I would find a king worthy to fight him. Luna looked at Asterion innocently and spoke with a sweet expression. Asterion rolled his eyes at Luna's innocence. He had already discovered that Luna was not as innocent as she seemed to everyone. She was more cunning than anyone else, especially with her gift of seeing into the future. As for her dragging him into this mess, Asterion didn't mind at all. He had been involved before, when they wanted to use an elder dragon as a weapon to kill him. But Luna's words practically confirmed his suspicions about who the elder dragon was. He wasn't the only one who figured it out. Hermione and Daphne behind him with wide eyes also understood who Luna was talking about. Vortigern, king of the legendary Camelot, also known as Albion, the White Dragon. A tyrant king in every sense of the word. There probably wasn't an English wizard who didn't know this name. He was King Arthur Pendragon's main antagonist in the legends handed down from antiquity. Knowing that this monster was alive and sealed beneath the castle made both girls feel a cold shiver run through their bodies. How is that possible? Daphne tried to remain calm, but in the face of such a frightening fact, she couldn't. This was no ordinary enemy. This wasn't just any enemy, this was the accursed Vortigern, the one who had personally fought Arthur Pendragon. Who was Arthur Pendragon? Not only did he have elder dragon blood running through his veins, but he also wielded a sword. A sword made by the Lady of the Lake herself, Vivian, a true pagan goddess. Excalibur was a weapon that could kill gods. But even with all these advantages, it was only with Merlin's help that Arthur managed to kill Vortigern, which was obviously a lie, considering what she had heard from Luna. What are we going to do? From what Luna said, the seal isn't as strong as we thought. Hermione asked with a panicked look on her face. She was the most panicked of all the people here. Of course, no one blamed her. Unlike Asterion and Daphne, Hermione hadn't been involved in the world beyond the attack on Hogwarts, so it was normal for her to panic at this point. Don't worry too much, Hermione, the seal probably took some damage when the Hogwarts core exploded. Besides, his request for Luna to help him escape shows that he's nowhere near escaping the seal. Seeing the girl's panic, Asterion comforted her by putting his hand on her shoulder. He wasn't lying, Vortigern was far from escaping his seal, something he would use to his advantage. Even if there is a problem, there will be me, Dumbledore and Rose. It's not so easy for that winged lizard to do something. Asterion continued to speak, gradually calming Hermione's panicked expression. Noticing her own state, Hermione felt a little embarrassed, but looked at Asterion with a look of gratitude. Asterion was right, even if there was a problem, it wouldn't be something she, a mere second-grade witch, could do anything about. That kind of thing would be handled by special-grade wizards. Knowing this, the girl's troubled heart calmed down considerably. Luna, almost asleep from exhaustion, opened her narrowed eyes and spoke in a tired tone. Someone will try to release the dragon seal. I don't know who or what it is, but my vision can't see it. Asterion's eyebrows knitted together. Trouble, this was trouble. An unknown enemy who knew about the highest secret of Hogwarts. No matter how he looked at it, he was still part of the damn conspiracy, even if he had arrested the conspirators. Chapter 186, Chapter 183, Second Trial of the International Tournament of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 1. After some thought, Asterion stopped worrying about a possible attack on Hogwarts. He would leave Morgan to guard the seal. Even if a special-grade wizard came, he could still be stopped until he, Dumbledore and Rose arrived at the site. If the special-grade wizard came within 10 meters of Morgan, that special-grade wizard would be dead before he could even reach the location of the seal. Luna, what can you tell me about the second trial of the tournament? Asterion asked, changing the subject. The atmosphere seemed to be relieved by his words. Luna looked at Asterion. She understood that he was changing the atmosphere, but she didn't say anything and answered truthfully. A race. Luna's words surprised everyone, including Asterion. He hadn't expected the second trial of the tournament to be a race. It seemed too simple, considering what happened in the first trial. It's not that easy, we'll have to suffer a lot to tame these little winged reptiles. Luna commented with a bored expression, her voice containing a bit of bitterness. She herself will have a lot of trouble with her little experimental companion. Asterion looked at Luna in surprise. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to choose a dragon race for the second trial. Though the dragons of today were infinitely weaker than their ancestors, there was something about them that hadn't changed. Pride, tyranny, and cruelty. It wasn't easy to tame a dragon, even if it was bred from an egg. The word untamable was almost associated with this race. If it hadn't been for an English wizard named Newt Scamander, there probably wouldn't have been a credible account of taming a dragon. Asterion didn't think he could tame a dragon, let alone any of the other participants, so the school didn't want dragons to be tamed at all, but rather forced to be controlled by any means necessary. Seeing Luna's annoyance, Asterion assumed that she had chosen to tame the dragon and that it hadn't worked out very well. But knowing what the second trial was already about was more than an advantage. Hermione, tell Rose what you heard and Luna will tell Cedric when she recovers. Asterion ordered in a calm tone. He wanted to concentrate on something more important than the second trial now, to analyze and calculate how he had turned the last of a whole race into a battery to help Morgan complete the second stage. Hermione nodded with a serious expression and left the room with quick steps, obviously wanting to talk to Rose as soon as possible. Luna, who had heard the slight signal for her to leave, pouted, very unhappy with his attitude. She had suffered so much to tell Asterion and had only managed to be thrown out of the room. Worthy of a selfish king. Rest well and don't use your gift too much. Although I don't know the price for seeing the future, it will never be easy. Fate always takes its toll, Luna. Asterion commented as he approached Luna and stroked her hair in a calm tone. Enjoying the pats on the head, Luna closed her eyes with pleasure and nodded silently. She also knew that seeing the future came with a price, an especially expensive price. Life itself was the least of the prices to be paid, even a relief for someone like the seers. The highest price was to be held hostage by one's own mind and paranoia, to live a life of tragedy, if one could call it a life at all. Madness, obsession, and insanity were practically normal for any powerful seer. Grindelwald and other seers were there to prove it. Practically at the end of their lives, all seers become insane and extremely paranoid. Perhaps this was the fate of those who saw the world through special eyes. I'm going to sleep and let Daphne snuggle up to you again. Getting up from the chair, Luna spoke, causing Daphne to roll her eyes as she crossed her arms under her breasts. Luna stuck her tongue out at Daphne and left the room, jumping for joy and whistling like a bird. She's going to go crazy sooner or later. Daphne commented in a tired voice. She couldn't imagine that Luna was still sane at 30. It doesn't matter, I can help her anytime. Having a personal psychic is very useful. Asterion sat down in his chair, resting his head on his hand as he leaned sideways. Daphne sat on his lap, leaning comfortably against him, doing nothing but keeping him company. At that moment she knew he was thinking about something very important, something she noticed every time Morgan was involved in any way. Without realizing it, Daphne felt her eyelids grow heavy and she fell asleep in his arms, her head resting on his chest. Asterion looked at Daphne sleeping peacefully in his arms and couldn't help but reach out to stroke her hair gently. She seemed to trust him completely, being completely unprotected, which might sound strange, but it was something that made Asterion's lips curl into a smile. It was quite comforting to have someone who trusted him on that level. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Rose was asleep in bed, but her sleeping position was anything but comfortable. She was lying horizontally on the bed with her feet facing in different directions. She was wearing a large white man's blouse and very small black shorts. This was the scene Hermione saw when she entered the room, which didn't surprise the brown-haired girl at all. For some reason, she compared Rose to Daphne at that moment and couldn't help but pucker her lips unnaturally. She was really curious how Rose would manage to seduce Asterion with her manners. Shaking her head, Hermione quickly approached the bed and began rocking Rose back and forth, trying to wake the white-haired girl. "Wake up, Rose." Seeing no sign of her waking up, Hermione shook her even harder, speaking in a louder tone than usual. Rose didn't bother to open her eyes. 5 more minutes, Mione." Hermione rolled her eyes and spoke directly. "Luna's been attacked." Rose's eyes opened at the same moment, her drowsiness disappearing instantly. She sat up in bed and looked at Hermione seriously. "What happened?" Her tone was unbelievably dignified. She knew Luna was a seer. What could happen to a seer who could easily run away from any ambush? Hermione took a deep breath and repeated what she had heard in Asterion's room. The more she listened to Hermione's words, the more Rose's eyes lit up with excitement. To say that she was excited to fight someone like Vortigern was an understatement. Mentally, she couldn't help but thank this organization called R, which Dumbledore had said was responsible for putting her and Asterion's names on it. "To thank you for your thoughtful gift, I'm going to destroy you in the most direct and brutal way I can think of. No one can threaten my life and get away with it without consequences." Rose thought as an amused smile played on her lips. Although she found her participation in the tournament amusing, she still didn't like being plotted against, especially with a weapon that could kill her. "As for the second trial of the Tournament of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I want to train my dragon," Rose commented with a glare. Not once or twice had she felt envious of Asterion's dragon named Nidhogg. Now she could finally get one, even if it was nowhere near as strong, but she could change that. Potions were one of her strengths. She could make a potion to purify a dragon's bloodline. Chapter 187, Chapter 184, Second Trial of the International Tournament of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 2. Only Dumbledore's footsteps echoed in the spiral staircase. He smiled as he stepped onto the last step and found himself in front of a dark dome that resembled the outside of a domain extension. "Merlin is a genius, even dead, his domain expansion still works by itself," Dumbledore commented with a truly sincere tone, looking at the huge black dome. Suddenly, Dumbledore's eyes noticed a crack in the dome, not a big one, no more than 2 meters long. Since the dome was miles long, 2 meters really wasn't much. The explosion of the Hogwarts core had damaged the seal, despite all the magical defenses. Unfortunately, even a 2-meter gap was enough for the Elder Dragon inside to exert some influence on the outside. Worst of all, Dumbledore couldn't restore the seal to its perfect state, for the seal itself was an extension of the domain, and the holder of the extension of the domain was dead. It was impossible for him to restore the seal. The only thing Dumbledore could do was to seal the entire area where the dome was located, creating a double-layered seal. But it certainly wouldn't be as effective as the seal Merlin himself had made. Sensing something, Dumbledore raised his head and saw a giant golden eye staring directly at him. Smiling softly, the old Hogwarts headmaster placed his hand on his chest and bowed gracefully. "Your Majesty, I see you're in very good health. It seems that sleep is doing you good. Your scales are as bright as the light itself, a light that would put diamonds to shame." A hint of anger flashed through his golden eyes at Dumbledore's sarcastic words. Vortigern could not understand why everyone he had met so far in this age had been wizards with sharp tongues. Where are the honorable knights? Where is the honor of a strong man? Where are the good manners? Vortigern suppressed the rage in his chest and spoke with his magical energy, or rather the minimal remnant he could mobilize at the moment. "Human, what do you want? Rejuvenation? Power? To be king? Knowledge, perhaps? I can grant you any wish you desire." Vortigern spoke, his voice full of endless temptation and promises that would make anyone accept. Unfortunately, it was Dumbledore who stood before him, a man who, though manipulative, loved his country above all else. If Vortigern were released, the headmaster of Hogwarts had no doubt that the Elder Dragon would destroy the entire island of Britain in his rage. Still, Dumbledore couldn't help but give the old king of Camelot a strange look. "If I didn't know better, I'd think your Majesty had turned into a jinni," he continued with an amused laugh. "But my wish itself is very simple. Could you die? It would save a lot of work for future successors to the position of headmaster of Hogwarts." If Vortigern had been angry before, he was furious now. His huge body shook, threatening to rise at any moment and attack Dumbledore, but just as he was about to do so, Excalibur, still embedded in the white dragon's head, began to glow and Vortigern's body stopped moving. A reluctant roar sounded in Dumbledore's mind before silence filled the room. It seems that although the seal is damaged, the core of the seal itself is Excalibur. Dumbledore thought, feeling the sacred aura still in the air. Even the air seemed to be purified, making it extremely pure. Knowing this, a weight fell from Dumbledore's shoulders. As long as Excalibur remained, the entire seal would still work perfectly, despite the damage to the barrier. Shaking his head, Dumbledore began to create a barrier around the dome, using his own innate technique. Fried lizard, that must be delicious. Dumbledore commented with an amused smile on his lips, but if you looked into his eyes, you would see a cold, calm look. He still couldn't understand how an organization could know a secret that only the headmaster of Hogwarts knew. Before you become a headmaster, you have to take an unbreakable vow, and not just any unbreakable vow, but one with extremely strict clauses. Under no circumstances are you to divulge any information, whether in writing, speech, signs, or even by memory. If this is disobeyed, death is instantaneous. Still, organization knew about Vortigern and planned to use it against him and young Asterion. With one last look at the Black Dome, Dumbledore climbed the stairs and returned the place to its former silence. In the Great Hall, Asterion stood next to Daphne while his friends talked to each other, all looking excited at the announcement of the second trial of the tournament, which would take place in a few minutes. Looking around, Asterion could see his former rivals in the Game of Kings, all of whom looked very healthy, some more than others. Fortunately, the prosthetics of the witch world were quite advanced in other countries, especially in Germany, which was the pinnacle of the modern world in healing spells and alchemical items. So after a few days of rest, Hans Weiss looked perfectly fine. But with a prosthesis instead of an arm. Honestly, if his arm had been intact, he could have reattached it, but unfortunately either Rose's attack or Fiendfire's were not kind to human tissue and destroyed his arm completely. Another thing he noticed was that the French team was completely isolated. Fleur no longer had those lustful eyes on her, instead everyone looked at her with fear. Everyone saw how she had enslaved dozens of participants, including the Chinese and Japanese teams. In particular, Matteo Roman, a member of the Italian team, looked completely terrified of the young Vila. Asterion couldn't blame the young man, the feeling of being enslaved would certainly not be pleasant. Ma Sir Sherry. Gabriel stood beside Asterion and looked at his older sister with pity. She looked extremely pitiful, which made Theodore try everything to cheer up the source of his passion. To Blaise and Daphne's extreme dismay, they both just wanted the French girl to disappear. Although they both wanted it for different reasons. Blaise wanted his friend back and Daphne wanted the French bitch away from her fiancé. Asterion, on the other hand, didn't mind Gabrielle's approach. Although the girl seemed to be a nuisance, he discovered that the girl seemed to have a high EQ, which made even the most boring conversations pleasant. Frankly, Asterion had the idea to kidnap Gabrielle from France. The girl was born to be the foreign minister. Not only was she cunning like an old fox, but she also had an ability to control a conversation that would put any veteran politician to shame. Your sister is a strong woman, Lady Gabrielle. Raising the goblet to his lips, Asterion spoke in a calm tone, seeing Gabrielle's worried expression. He wasn't lying. If there was a strong woman in this world, it was Fleur Delacour. Imagine being under the lustful eyes of men and women 24 hours a day. Fleur's mentality was definitely one of the strongest he knew. In the future, he could even imagine Fleur becoming a special grade witch, considering she hadn't even graduated yet and already had the strength of a grade 1 witch. Gabrielle's eyes narrowed as she looked at Asterion, a smile playing on her red lips. She could feel that Asterion's attitude had changed. In the past he would have stayed away and even ignored her, but at this moment she felt that he wanted to befriend her. Although she was still confused as to why his attitude had changed. However, she soon put these thoughts aside and thought that this was a great opportunity to get closer to her crush. Gabrielle ignored Daphne's increasingly murderous stare and chatted happily with Asterion. Chapter 188, Chapter 185, Second Trial of the International Tournament of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 3. As everyone chattered, Dumbledore rose from his seat, holding a goblet in his hand and tapping the golden goblet gently with a knife. Tim. Suddenly, the room was silent, and all eyes were on the old man wearing a blue robe with silver threads. His long beard was so white and smooth that you'd wonder how many hours a day Dumbledore spent grooming his beautiful beard. First of all, I must say that the Game of Kings was an event that we all enjoyed watching. He spoke in his genuinely happy voice. Now, onto the second trial. As his voice trailed off, the clapping sounded extremely loud, like a wave spreading forward. Dumbledore wasn't lying, they were all excited to see such bloody, cruel, and emotionally charged fights. There was no doubt that they all wanted more and couldn't wait for the next trial of the tournament. Perhaps seeing the eager eyes of the young wizards and witches, Dumbledore cleared his throat and spoke. After a great deal of indecision, the Hogwarts team and I have decided what the second trial of the International Tournament of Witchcraft and Wizardry will be. The second trial will be simple, we're calling it, How to Train Your Dragon. When his voice stopped, everyone's eyes widened in shock. It was common knowledge that dragons couldn't be tamed, the only report was that Newt Scamander, the famous magi zoologist, had tamed one. Ignoring the murmurs that erupted from the crowd of students and representatives from other countries, Dumbledore continued. The second test will be in 2 phases. The first phase is the selection of the egg, which will be randomly assigned to the 4 members of each team. Those who fail to hatch the dragons from their eggs will be deemed disqualified from proceeding to the second phase. Everyone held their breath as they listened to Dumbledore's words. If before he had only had everyone's attention, now he had the attention of all the students and representatives of other wizarding schools. The second phase is the next and final one. For the teams that have managed to hatch their dragons from the eggs, these dragons will be ridden and used in a very challenging obstacle course. At the end of the race, points will be awarded based on skill and strategy. Those with the most points are, of course, the champions. Before any students raised their hands to ask questions, Dumbledore continued. I know most of you are confused about how to tame dragons, but as we all know, dragons aren't usually very friendly. As Dumbledore said this, he couldn't help but think of the sleeping elder dragon and smiled as he remembered his words. But while taming may not be possible, we can always use our imagination and knowledge to control a dragon, even against its will. Remember, your only limitation is your knowledge. As he finished, Dumbledore looked into motivational eyes and nodded in satisfaction at his words. Young people needed motivation and ambition to keep going. The Russian Minister of Magic, Dmitry Ivanov, muttered to himself. I wish I had that ability. Fortunately, even if I don't have such skills and charisma, I have the strength to keep everyone in their place and obey. Benjamin, president of Makusa, looked at his old rival and spoke sarcastically. Do you think you'll be able to control these rebels for long? If I were you, I'd live on a mountain for fear of being murdered in my sleep. Showing no weakness, Dmitry retorted. If I remember correctly, you're not too popular in the 50 states. I think there's a woman named Elizabeth Olsen who's gaining a lot of popularity with her liberal promises. If I were you, I'd go back to your country and take care of her first, or maybe you won't be able to sit next to me next year. Benjamin's face couldn't help but darken as he listened to his rival's words. The worst thing was that every word Dmitry said wasn't a lie, he knew that very well. At the thought of standing with the other senators and looking up to where Dmitry would be standing with the new president, shaking hands, the Makusa president's face grew even darker. Dmitry felt like he was on cloud 9 at that moment, even though he hadn't won Benjamin's island in the previous wager, and seeing his grim face brightened his day. In the afternoon, all eggs will be distributed, all team representatives must be present at that time. Rolling his eyes at the two middle-aged men bickering like teenagers, Dumbledore kindly added to all the students. At the Slytherin table, Theodore felt his hair stand on end with excitement. The mere thought of flying on a dragon and winning in front of hundreds of thousands of wizards and witches made the 14-year-old grin like an idiot. Not only is he a silly idiot in love, he's also become a real idiot, forgetting that he's not part of the Hogwarts team. Blaise muttered to himself, seeing the state of his friend. Although he, like any teenage wizard, wanted to fly on a dragon, the Italian wizard knew it was impossible. What are you going to do to control your dragon, Asterion? Ophelia asked with a mouthful of toast, earning an annoyed look from Astoria and Gina. The girl seemed to have recovered from the cruel words she'd heard from Bellatrix, though maybe that wasn't a very believable truth. Asterion thought for a moment before answering. A cursed spirit in the form of a parasite, capable of controlling the dragon. If it were in a human, this wouldn't happen, but since a dragon is much stronger than a human sorcerer, it can withstand it without being melted by the negative magical energy. Asterion's words drew surprised looks from everyone around. They thought it would be difficult, but when Asterion spoke simply, they understood that House Black's innate technique was very favorable for this kind of task. Fleur should charm the dragon with Vila's charm. Blaise spoke uncertainly, could dragons find other races attractive? The Vila charm doesn't work that way. The target has to have a preference for the person and gender, so a gay man can't be attracted to Fleur. Gabrielle shook her head and explained to everyone, she was also curious how her sister would control the dragon. Maybe with her voice. She wondered, but didn't tell anyone. Gabrielle was no fool, in this first phase she wouldn't be surprised if other teams tried to disrupt or sabotage each other. After all, in any sport, eliminating one's competitors was a huge advantage. So Gabrielle kept her mouth shut about her sister's potential trump cards, because she didn't know how many ears and eyes were glued to the table, secretly listening. I hope we win the 4 Antipodean opali eggs. Astoria spoke in a tone full of desire for one of the most beautiful dragons in the world. Unfortunately, even a noble house couldn't raise dragons, the territory a dragon needed to be raised in was too large. That would make things easier, these are the most docile and least aggressive dragons. Gina added her friend's words in a somewhat shy voice, still a little embarrassed to speak in front of so many people. Asterion nodded, this breed of dragon was indeed more docile, technically the easiest to control, something he wanted, not for himself, but for Rose, Cedric and Luna, who would have a hard time controlling a dragon. Especially Rose and Luna would suffer a lot, because both of their innate techniques had nothing to do with magical animals. Which made things quite complicated. Still, I'd rather have a Chinese fireball, they're just beautiful. Draco, who had been silent, spoke like a fanboy, his expression showing a lot of envy as he looked at Asterion. He discovered that even though he was the patriarch of a noble house, he couldn't do everything he wanted, which included acquiring a dragon. Unfortunately, even with his financial resources, it was impossible to secretly smuggle a dragon egg. Dragons were too powerful to be bred at home. Draco wasn't the first person to have similar thoughts, and he wouldn't be the last. It was quite normal to want a dragon in the wizarding world. a Ukrainian iron belly, it's also very beautiful. Doria, Draco's sister, also showed a rare envy on her face. She seemed to share her brother's love for dragons. Seeing both siblings acting like this, Asterion rolled his eyes. Dragons were nothing like they were in the Harry Potter movies, they were much bigger and more powerful than in the books and movies. They really were big creatures that could easily burn down a small town. But there was still a doubt in Asterion's mind. The choice of the dragon theme seemed very suspicious with an elder dragon sealed beneath Hogwarts. Could Dumbledore be up to something? Don't blame Asterion for being too paranoid about Dumbledore, the whole situation was very suspicious. Chapter 189, Chapter 186, Second Trial of the International Tournament of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 4. On the Quidditch pitch, now empty of spectators, only the representatives of the wizarding schools stood side by side in rows of 4. Beneath a platform were dozens of dragon eggs of various colors, sizes, and shapes. There were 4 eggs of each race. They were especially eye-catching in the afternoon sunlight, drawing the attention of all the participants. Everyone looked at the eggs like children who are about to receive their favorite toy. Sometime in their childhood, because of stories about princes, princesses, and dragons, a child had wished to have a dragon and ride on it. At that moment, these 17 or 18-year-olds seemed no different from children. Since Dumbledore's early morning warning, each of them couldn't wait to get their dragon egg. Observing the anxiety in the eyes of each contestant, Dumbledore laughed and with a wave of his wand, a purple-looking box flew out of the small pouch at his waist and stopped in front of the platform, hovering calmly in the air. Inside this box are numerous tickets, each ticket bearing the name of a dragon race. All you have to do is take a ticket and the egg that's written on the glitter. Dumbledore spoke, his voice very warm, like the late afternoon sun. From the first row to the last, please step forward. Dumbledore looked at the first row, the champions of the first round, and nodded to his student, Rose. The girl seemed more than excited, something he couldn't understand. She was a special class witch, how could she get excited about a slightly larger lizard? Rose was the first, she appeared on the platform almost instantly. No one noticed, but her eyes seemed to glow with a faint, almost imperceptible light. With a sly smile on her lips, her hand dipped into the box, rummaged around for a moment, and when she pulled it out, there was a blank note between her fingers. The note read, Ukrainian Iron Belly. Looking at the paper, Dumbledore waved his wand and a silver egg with a spine on top flew straight into Rose's hand, a broad smile on her lips. Back in line, Rose whispered a few words to Cedric and Luna, who looked at their teammate strangely, Cedric in particular giving her an accusing look. The second of the Hogwarts team was Asterion, who quickly took a piece of paper with the dragon's name on it and showed it to Dumbledore, Hedradian black. It was an egg with pale green and purple stripes. It was smaller than Rose's iron belly and looked more like a fruit than a dragon egg. Looking at the egg in his hand, Asterion felt strange, it felt different from Nidhogg, which was normal considering his dragon was an infinitely more powerful cursed spirit. However, unlike Nidhogg, the dragon egg in his hand seemed alive and had a warmth that was transferred by the touch of his hand. After Asterion, Cedric climbed onto the platform and pulled out a piece of paper with the dragon's name on it, Hungarian Horntail. Cedric's face contorted at the sight of the name, and he couldn't help but look at Rose with a look of frustration and helplessness. He knew that cheating would never make up for luck. Now he had the most aggressive of all dragons on his hands. Cedric looked at Dumbledore with a pleading expression. Can I trade? What do you mean? Dumbledore didn't answer and returned the question to the young Hufflepuff representative. There was an amused smile on the man's lips. Cedric had a dejected look on his face, while all the other representatives seemed happy. So far, Hogwarts had captured almost all of the most aggressive dragons in the world. This was more than good news for them. Back in line, Cedric looked at Rose with a dejected look full of sadness. It wasn't my fault, who told you to stick your hand in deeper than necessary? It was as easy as sticking your hand in and grabbing the first piece of paper it touched. Rose whispered back as she shrugged her shoulders. Luna looked at Cedric and then at Rose and then at Asterion. There was a look of helplessness on her delicate face. She knew she was going to get one of the lazy ones. It was inevitable, almost as if this damn dragon was meant for her. With a weary sigh, Luna made her way to the platform where the dragon eggs were kept. Once there, she reached into the box and pulled out a piece of paper with the name, Swedish Shortsnout. Seeing the name, another sigh escaped the girl's lips, she looked at the silver-white egg in her hands and returned to the line with a sad expression on her face. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts team had received all of their dragon eggs. Apart from Rose and Asterion, Cedric looked extremely sad, while Luna exuded a decadent aura. The other team captains couldn't help but smile. Being the first team to choose was not an advantage, but a disadvantage. The number of dragon eggs was too high at the moment. The chance of catching an aggressive dragon was much higher. Like Hogwarts at the moment, all 4 members had more aggressive dragons, even if Luna's wasn't as much, but a dragon was a dragon. Cedric's face showed a look of shame as he felt a cold, murderous stare coming from the French team. It was the girl he had knocked out with a confundus. It wasn't the attitude of a dignified man, but the circumstances at that time could speak for him. However, he wasn't proud of what he had done, attacking a woman behind her back. After the Game of Kings, he received letters from his father for a few nights. All the dragon egg selections had begun to work normally, the French team was next, and apart from Fleur and Sophie, who got the most docile dragons in the magical world, the other two got rather temperamental dragons like Hungarian Horntail and Hebridean Black. Looking at the Antipodean opali egg in her arms, a smile appeared on Fleur's lips. She looked at the Hogwarts team and smiled amiably. She and Sophie had taken opali eggs, the most docile dragons, something she would use in an exemplary way. Asterion nodded back at the beautiful young woman with a calm expression. For him, it didn't matter which dragon he took, it would be controlled by the parasite he had created. Suddenly, he heard Cedric's whisper. Every time Fleur looks at us, I feel a shiver run through my body. She's scary. Asterion rolled his eyes. Although the Vila charm was scary, as long as you blocked Fleur's charm, you'd practically lose a layer of protection. Of course, Fleur Delacour wasn't weak, far from it. With her expanding domain, she could almost sweep the whole tournament by herself. But subconsciously, everyone ignored this fact and only cared about Vila's charm. All the other teams also picked up their respective dragon eggs, some looked happy, others the complete opposite. Seeing that all the dragon eggs had been distributed, Dumbledore spoke again. Bear in mind that how you hatch the dragons is entirely up to you, any outside help other than your own knowledge is forbidden. If you are caught, you will be disqualified from the second trial. Chapter 190, Chapter 187, Second Test of the International Tournament of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 5. In the Slytherin common room, all the students looked curiously at Asterion's dragon egg. After all, it wasn't every day that someone got to see dragon eggs in person. They were forbidden items to trade, and it was a serious crime, worthy of Azkaban, to be caught with a dragon egg in one's possession. How do we hatch them? Theodore asked, touching the surface of the egg with his fingers. It felt warm, but not so warm as to hurt. Heat, lots of heat. Draco and Doria spoke at the same time, their eyes fixed on the dragon egg on the pillow. For them, there was nothing more beautiful than that egg right now. How hot are we talking? Blaise frowned and asked with a curious tone. Enough heat to turn a volcano into a small phosphorus. Asterion replied and closed the book. On the cover of the book, the title clearly explained what was written on the pages of the book. Dragons and Their Curiosities by Newt Scamander. How can dragons generate so much heat? Theodore's eyes widened as he listened to Asterion's words. What is the concept of such great heat? You could say that a person, witch or not, would be reduced to ashes. When dragons lay their eggs, their bodies produce a highly potent and volatile magical substance. Female dragons use this substance as a fire breath and throw it at the eggs, allowing them to absorb the fire so that the young can gain the strength to break free from the eggs and be born. Asterion looked at his dragon egg and answered nonchalantly. His eyes twinkled a little. His magical researcher side thought of countless possibilities. Is it possible to mix negative magic energy and magic energy? What would that do to the physically strongest race in the world? Would it still be a dragon or a variation of the race? The temperament would certainly be very volatile, tending toward cruelty and extreme irritation. Asterion assumed that the most logical thing to do would be to kill the egg. Causing a magical mutation wasn't so easy. The death of the egg was the most likely outcome, especially in the first experiment. Not that it was really surprising, he was talking about changing the DNA structure of a being. A race that was born this way. Elder dragons didn't evolve, they were born, though the circumstances of their birth were still debated in the wizarding world. Modern dragons were nothing more than a species degraded by interbreeding with other races. Not surprisingly, dragons were very sexually active. And they didn't discriminate against any race, as long as there was a hole, they could be attracted. Maybe that was one of the reasons for all the hatred. Shaking his head, Asterion put these strange thoughts aside and concentrated on the dragon egg. The captain of the Russian team will have the advantage in this first phase. Do you want to sabotage him? Blaise commented with a cold smile on his face. The rest of Slytherin smiled coldly as well. They all looked like villains, some even laughing cartoonishly. Asterion rolled his eyes at his obvious animation. You can do whatever you want, but if you manage to get into the room of the Russian Minister of Magic, a special grade wizard, I'll take my hat off to you. His words were like a bucket of cold water being thrown at them. Everyone had forgotten this fact. Alexei was the son of the Russian Minister of Magic, who was a special grade wizard. Trying to sabotage him was not so easy. I refuse to believe he won't leave his room this week. Blaise spoke in a skeptical tone. The tournament gave them 1 week to hatch the dragon eggs. If they didn't succeed, they would be automatically disqualified from the second round and the entire team's grade would be lowered. Even if we can't sabotage the Russian team, the other teams are still easy targets. After all, accidents happen, and the stairs at Hogwarts are very treacherous. Astoria, Daphne's sister, commented with an innocent smile on her lips. Gina looked at her friend speechlessly, but didn't say anything against the proposal. She wanted to get along with everyone and couldn't just be against it, besides they weren't going to kill anyone. She hoped so. Draco felt a shiver run through his body as he heard his fiancée's words and he laughed dryly with a touch of fear. The ease with which she spoke made the boy worry a little about his married life. Would he survive if she became angry? Nothing too drastic like murder, but otherwise you can do as you please. Asterion sternly warned the Slytherin students. He knew that if there were no limits, murder could happen. He had no doubt of it. In the end, victory was what mattered, not how it was won. We need access to the Hogwarts kitchen. I think Cedric can help us with that. Doria smiled coldly, a sadistic expression on her face. Poison. Tracy muttered after hearing Doria's suggestion. She looked at her fellow house members and spoke with an excited tone. Very laxative. Let's show these foreigners how good Hogwarts plumbing is. Hogwarts. 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 Seeing everyone excitedly conspiring in various ways, such as poison, accidents, and even traps, Asterion felt a little sorry for the foreign students. They were on hostile ground, while the Hogwarts students knew all the corridors, staircases, and secret passages of Hogwarts by heart. It wasn't a fair competition at all. By the way, everyone who goes out has to be accompanied. We don't want to be ambushed and have the common room invaded by others. Tracy spoke with a serious expression, looking like a general ready to defend and attack in a war. Should we change the password? Doria frowned and suggested with a hint of hesitation in her voice. Change a password that lasts half a millennium. Blaze commented with half-closed eyes. I'm not going to be the one to end the tradition. After some thought, everyone agreed not to change the password. No one wanted to be remembered for changing a historic password that had lasted 500 years. After a while, everyone spread out in the common room. Everyone seemed excited to be participating in the tournament, even if indirectly. Asterion and Daphne were left alone, both looking at each other and seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Both could already imagine that Hogwarts would become a battlefield, one sabotaging the other. Asterion sat down on the sofa and Daphne joined him, both looking relaxed. Looking at Asterion holding the dragon egg, Daphne asked in a soft tone. She approached him and kissed him tenderly on the cheek. When will you hatch it? Others might have the chance to never hatch dragon eggs, but Asterion wasn't on that list. If a special grade wizard couldn't hatch a dragon egg, he would become an international joke. Asterion thought for a moment while his face was covered in kisses. He could see that Daphne was excited, and so was he. They were both teenagers and couldn't wait to deepen their relationship. Frankly, he figured that if he waited any longer, Daphne would probably pounce on him in the middle of the night and consummate the marriage without any hesitation on her part. Soon, but we have something more important to do. Asterion commented calmly, placing his hand on his fiancée's thigh. This made Daphne's eyes sparkle with a hint of excitement. A feeling of sweetness seemed to envelop her at that moment. Asterion had delayed his business for her, which made her happy. Then, under her surprised eyes, she saw Asterion pull out small tickets attached to a silver chain, all white with nothing written on them. Write whatever you want on them and I will do whatever is written on them without hesitation. Asterion spoke with an amused tone. He looked into her atonal eyes and couldn't help but think that Daphne was incredibly cute. Is that true? Daphne stared at the pile of blank tickets and looked at Asterion in surprise. Can I write something? She asked, her eyes shining brighter than diamonds. Yes. I'll accept anything written on the tickets. Asterion nodded and spoke reassuringly, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 191, Chapter 188, Asterion and Daphne. Asterion glanced at the first note in his hand and couldn't help looking at his fiancée with an amused look. Her gaze, on the other hand, didn't seem amused at all. She was eating him up with her eyes without hiding what she wanted to do with him. Wine. As promised, Asterion complied with the request written in the note. He picked up a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, where he poured the purplish liquid into both glasses. He sat down in the armchair in the bedroom and Daphne sat on his lap, facing him squarely. She picked up one of the glasses and brought it to her lips, but instead of drinking, she held Asterion's face with both hands and kissed him greedily, using her tongue to pour the wine into his mouth. Their lips crossed incessantly, nibbling and sucking each other in a warm kiss. One desperately sought the warmth of the other in the exchange. As they kissed in a wild, fiery kiss, wine dripped from both their mouths, staining their blouses, but no one cared about that little detail at the moment. Their tongues wrestled hotly, sensually, and wetly, mixing wildly. Daphne slowly ground her waist into his already hardening member while she used one of her hands to unbutton the buttons of his shirt, touching his chest and muscles eagerly. Her other hand rested on his hair, holding it tightly in her grip. Breaking the kiss, Daphne bit Asterion's lower lip and whispered, her voice dripping with sensuality and carnal desire for her fiancé. Catching his breath, Asterion touched Daphne's face with his finger and slid his thumb slowly down, reaching her lips and gliding over them sensuously. She opened her mouth and took his finger into her mouth, licking it submissively as she looked at him with watery eyes clouded with desire. Taking his saliva-covered finger out of her mouth, he moved down, leaving a transparent trail on her hot, sweaty skin. Chapter 192, Chapter 189, Asterion and Daphne, 2. On the bed, 2 naked figures could be seen sleeping together, a young blonde woman resting comfortably on the chest of a dark-haired young man. Her long, attractive legs stretched across the emerald-green sheet. A scent of lust and debauchery lingered in the air. Daphne's long blonde hair was spread across Asterion's chest while her face rested on his shoulder with a serene, calm expression. Suddenly, her long and beautiful eyelashes fluttered before opening, revealing a pair of royal blue eyes. Her gaze showed a hint of confusion, but soon clarity returned to her eyes. Daphne looked up and saw her fiancé's face, sleeping defenselessly on the pillow. It was a sight she never tired of appreciating every time she woke up beside him. Seeing him so vulnerable only showed how comfortable he felt around her. This filled her heart with an indescribable sweetness. Raising herself slightly, Daphne's hair cascaded over his chest as her nude figure was perfectly revealed. Running her hand through her tousled hair, a smile appeared on Daphne's lips. Last night had been the best night of her life, it had been everything she had hoped for and much more. Though losing her virginity hadn't been entirely pleasant, she would remember that pain for the rest of her life. As for shame, she didn't feel any. She would do it again every day. She had no reason to be ashamed of something as natural as making love to her fiancé and future husband. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Daphne stretched her arms upward as her spine curved forward, emphasizing her hips, which pressed against the sheet. But before she could get out of bed and head to the bathroom, a pair of hands wrapped around her slim waist, pulling her back into the warmth and comfort of the bed. In an instant, Daphne found herself gazing into Asterian's red eyes. A smile traced his handsome lips, and the lipstick she had applied was smudged around both her mouth and Asterian's. "What do you think you're doing?" Propping himself up against the headboard, Asterian asked, while Daphne's head rested on his abdomen. Without realizing it, his hands were tangled in her hair, which slipped easily through his fingers. Narrowing her eyes comfortably, Daphne replied calmly, "Taking a bath." "Weren't you going to invite me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "It was the first time I've ever seen you so relaxed. I didn't have the heart to wake you," Daphne answered calmly, stroking his abdomen. Asterian blinked a few times at that, realizing that he probably hadn't been this relaxed in years. He hadn't stopped training, studying, or doing anything that could make him stronger or help with his plan. Last night had been the most relaxing night he'd had in years. Looking at Daphne's nude figure, Asterian kissed her lips, and under a surprised gasp from his fiancée, he lifted her with his arms, standing on the bed. "Let's take a bath together," he said, stepping off the bed and heading toward the bathroom. Daphne quickly recovered from the surprise of being suddenly swept up in his arms and smiled sensually. "Yes, my dear husband. You're playing with fire," Asterian remarked calmly, noticing her subtle movements. "And what if I want to get burned?" Daphne laughed, replying with a teasing tone. Asterian didn't respond and walked into the bathroom. Moments later, muffled moans and loud, repeated sounds echoed from the bathroom. Rose, who was leaning against the window with a book in her hands and a dragon egg on her lap, turned the page and checked the information contained in the book written by Newt Scamander. She had to admit, there were geniuses in every field you could imagine, and Newt Scamander was one of those geniuses. The men had catalogued and studied magical creatures to the extreme. There were so many details that made Rose's eyes light up. From feeding habits, sleep patterns, and even mating seasons, the book explained everything clearly and in a way that was easy to learn. With a book like this in hand, even a muggle could take care of a dragon. Of course, the muggle would probably end up as dragon food once the creature got bigger. Still, it was incredible to raise a dragon without magic. This showed just how precious Scamander's books were. At this moment, in Hogwarts, you could say Newt Scamander's books were the most sought after. Representatives from magical schools were willing to pay a hefty sum to read Scamander's works. The book in her hands had been stolen from Dumbledore's office while the man wasn't present. On the cover, there was even Newt Scamander's autograph. Suddenly, Rose wrinkled her nose and smelled a familiar scent, the same perfume Daphne always wore. Lifting her head, she saw Daphne sit beside her on the windowsill, a proud smile on her face. Rose raised an eyebrow, confused by the arrogance Daphne was displaying. As if reading her thoughts, Daphne responded with a smile, "Last night, Asterian and I went all the way." At that moment, Rose didn't need to hear anything else and knew the reason behind Daphne's pride. Snorting coldly, Rose suppressed the jealousy in her heart and acted indifferent to the fact that Daphne had become a woman before her. So what? It's just sex. Daphne wasn't surprised by Rose's seemingly indifferent expression, she knew how proud the girl was. "Well, it doesn't really matter. I took Asterian's first time, and he took mine." Rose looked at Daphne with amusement. She didn't believe Daphne's words for a second. Don't get her wrong, she believed Daphne had lost her virginity to Asterian, but she didn't believe Asterian had lost his virginity to Daphne. Why? The answer was obvious, Asterian knew very well how to handle a girl. Rose didn't believe for a second that Asterian had remained a virgin with that kind of experience. This was something you only learned after being in a relationship, something Asterian had definitely been in before. And the main culprit for deflowering her cousin and future husband was obvious. Narcissa Black, who, by the way, was also his cousin. There was no other option besides the beautiful platinum blonde woman. During Arctura's funeral, she had noticed their closeness, the way Narcissa touched Asterian's arm, and other looks that were far too intimate for mere cousins. Now that she thought about it, Rose couldn't help but notice that she too was Asterian's cousin, and they were going to get married. Wouldn't that make her as incestuous as their ancestors? Was incest in their blood? Rose shook her head, dismissing those dangerous thoughts. Seeing that Rose showed no reaction to her words, Daphne's arrogance faded, as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water on her. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. Taking Asterian's first time was the only thing she could be proud of in front of Rose, a special grade witch. How was it? Daphne snapped out of her thoughts upon hearing Rose's curious voice. Better than I could have imagined, Daphne said, her cheeks a little flushed as she remembered her boldness the previous night and what had happened in the bathroom. Rose's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Author's note, unlike men, women talk about their sexual experiences with their friends, and believe me, they talk a lot. So, if you're dating and your girlfriend has a circle of friends, trust me, they know what you do in bed. Sorry to scare you with my words. Details. Rose said with a smile. She wanted information not just to satisfy her curiosity but also to outdo Daphne when it was her turn. Remembering the pain she had felt, Daphne's face paled slightly. It had been a damn pain, like being cut open with a knife. It hurt a lot. My mother lied to me when she said it wouldn't be that painful, Daphne remarked, clearly dissatisfied with her mother's advice. Maybe she wasn't wrong, it could be different for different women, Rose said, comforting her future friend/sister, and wife. Daphne nodded and began to tell her story with an excited expression. Chapter 193, Chapter 190, How to Train Your Dragon, 1. Asterian stood in a separate room, gazing at the dragon egg placed in the center. Morgan, he murmured calmly, and a curtain of darkness appeared beside him. From it emerged Morgan, holding Baskerville in her arms. Looking at her, Asterian nodded. He had wondered if the girl could stay in the black space, where all his cursed spirits spent most of their time, but surprisingly, she had managed it. According to her, it was a comfortable place, like a bed where everything remained silent. Morgan looked at her master and, for the first time, grabbed his clothes. Brother. Her voice was cold and entirely expressionless. There wasn't a hint of warmth or even tenderness in her tone. It was completely robotic, devoid of any emotion. Asterian knew that Morgan had emotions, but they were too weak to provoke any reaction in her. If there was one stronger emotion he sensed from her, it was love. Her love for him wasn't romantic or even parental, she simply loved him. Did you enjoy your rest? Asterian asked, running his hand through her hair. There was a smile on his lips as he felt the soft touch of her hair. Morgan responded like a cat enjoying the affection of its owner, narrowing her eyes in pleasure and nodding. Good sleep, she said, her voice now tinged with a hint of comfort. Baskerville, in her arms, barked and lifted his head, expecting the same treatment. Asterian rolled his eyes and petted the demonic dog without hesitation. Baskerville was quite dissatisfied with not fulfilling the duty he was created for. He was designed to protect and lay down his life for his master, so how could he be content watching his master face danger without his protection? Morgan, I'll send you instructions on what to do with the dragon egg. Remember, focus and don't lose concentration. After giving his favorite dog some attention, Asterian looked at Morgan and spoke in a calm tone. Yes, he had moved past his previous thoughts of being able to combine both species to create something more powerful. Honestly, if it were possible, the chances of him accomplishing something even more insane were highly likely. Morgan silently gazed at Asterian and nodded. Yes, brother. Turning toward the dragon egg, Morgan processed Asterian's instructions in her mind in an instant and began calculating the variations, the creation process, and even how to destroy it if necessary. Analysis complete, she murmured, raising both arms toward the dragon egg. With her words, flames manifested around the egg. They were crimson, almost alive, forming the most horrific shapes you could imagine. The crimson flame, which had been no larger than a fist, expanded to a 10-meter radius in mere seconds, covering the entire room, including Asterian himself. Morgan's control was so precise that, even amidst the flames, Asterian remained completely unharmed, not even his clothes were singed. Morgan's eyes glowed as she began to intensify the heat. Surprisingly, the dragon egg started absorbing the flames at a slow pace, which gradually increased over time. What should have been a natural process, where the dragon mother would take months to produce enough fire for her offspring to hatch, was accomplished in just 30 minutes. Morgan didn't stop. She initiated the second phase, murmuring in a cold, emotionless tone, begin the infusion stage of cursed DNA into the specimen's body. The dragon egg began to float in the air as its shell was effortlessly removed with a mere thought from Morgan. Asterian looked at the small dragon submerged in the egg's amniotic fluid. Occasionally, the little creature's body would move slightly, showing that it was alive. Morgan's eyes fell on the hatchling as her hands moved, extracting all the amniotic fluid, though the dragon itself didn't seem to realize it had, in theory, already been born. It remained curled up, sleeping peacefully. A wound opened on Morgan's wrist, and a drop of black blood floated in front of her before plunging into the dragon's body. Initiating the process of transmutation, transformation, and mutation. The poor hatchling was divided into numerous layers: scales, skin, muscles, blood, veins, brain, heart, and organs, all separated, layer by layer. Incredibly, all of the organs continued functioning normally, indicating that the hatchling was still very much alive and healthy. What followed defied the logic of the entire world. Morgan, playing the role of a god, manipulated everything and anything she wanted with a cold and calm expression. Asterion stood beside her, observing everything. Before his eyes, 2 pentagrams rotated, analyzing and recording the important data. His eyes gleamed brighter with each of Morgan's actions, as he noticed flaws in his original design of her. But that was expected. After all, he was human, and Morgan was far from it. In Morgan's eyes, the dragon hatchling's DNA chain began to disintegrate with the infusion of her blood, gradually collapsing. It wouldn't take long before the hatchling would either become an abomination, in the best-case scenario, or a mass of melted liquid in the worst. It was as if the DNA had been exposed to radiation, breaking it apart without the ability to reassemble. If she were Asterion, she wouldn't have been able to reverse this. But she wasn't her master. With a swift movement of her hand, the DNA began to reorganize itself in the most optimal way possible. If a Muggle doctor were to see the hatchling's DNA, they would be astonished, for it was completely unlike anything else on Earth. It resembled black chains twisting around each other, forming something extremely solid with an appearance of great hardness. However, Morgan knew that this DNA only appeared strong but was actually incredibly delicate. If she attempted another reorganization, everything would collapse at once, and not even she would be able to keep the hatchling alive. For the first time since her creation, Morgan discovered her own flaws. She was incomplete, so incomplete that many essential parts of her were missing. But for some reason, she found she wasn't bothered by these flaws. It was as if it was natural for her to be flawed, almost as if the laws of the universe willed it to be so. Her master's god creation plan flashed through Morgan's mind. My master and brother will not be able to make me evolve into what he desires. This was Morgan's thought after reviewing the very plan she had been created for. However, she didn't voice her thoughts to her master and instead began reorganizing the god creation plan, prioritizing Asterion's safety and interests above all else. Asterion was unaware of Morgan's thoughts, his eyes entirely focused on the dragon hatchling. Its appearance was different from a normal Hebridean black. Amidst the dark scales, red scales were particularly visible. A crown of immature red horns adorned its scaly head. Its red eyes resembled hot magma. Honestly, it didn't look much like a modern dragon hatchling. If not for the lack of arms, Asterion might have mistaken it for an ancient dragon hatchling. It appeared larger than Newt's books described, about twice the size, making it roughly twice as big as a domestic cat. Asterion examined the hatchling closely, trying to find any flaws or signs of extreme irritation that he expected from the infusion of Morgan's blood. But after observing for a while, the hatchling's temperament seemed to mirror Morgan's own calm demeanor. Good work. Turning to Morgan, Asterion didn't hesitate to praise her, and she silently nodded in response. Yet Asterion noticed the slight curve of her lips, indicating she was somewhat pleased with the compliment. Chapter 194, Chapter 191, How to Train Your Dragon, 2. In the Hogwarts library, Asterion, Rose, Luna, and Cedric were together. Looking at the baby dragon walking beneath Asterion, Rose couldn't help but widen her eyes. Without hesitation, she picked up the hatchling with her hands and lifted it, staring at the dragon with a strange expression. Asti. Rose turned to look at Asterion. You didn't give the dragon juice, did you? I mean, he looks like a bodybuilder with all those strong muscles. That's not normal for a hatchling. Rose remarked in a bewildered tone. What kind of hatchling is born with muscles? None. In her mind, Asterion must have injected the poor hatchling with juice and ordered it to train relentlessly. Rose also noticed the color of the scales and horns, which didn't belong to a newborn of the Hebridean black breed. Normally, their scales are black and their eyes purple. But the hatchling before her had dark red-black scales and an imposing crown of horns, still growing. This was definitely not supposed to happen in a Hebridean black. In the book she had recently read, the Hebridean black hatchling didn't resemble this one at all. Luna and Cedric also glanced curiously at Asterion. There was no denying it, the baby dragon was truly eye-catching. Faced with the accusing and confused looks of his teammates, Asterion responded calmly, it was born like this. I had nothing to do with its mutation. His heartbeat didn't even speed up as he blatantly lied to his teammates. Rose, Luna, and Cedric, hearing his words, rolled their eyes and focused on petting the little dragon. Even though it seemed like Asterion wasn't lying, they didn't believe a single word that came out of his mouth. There was no way such a huge mutation could occur naturally. Unbothered by whether they believed him or not, Asterion sat down while watching the three of them touch the baby dragon indiscriminately. Does he have a name yet? Luna asked, stroking its scales, which felt warm to the touch, almost as if they were made of fire. Escalating, Asterion replied without hesitation, honoring his dragon with the name of the most terrible and famous dragon he knew. Escalating. Luna murmured to herself as she looked at the harmless little dragon. Suddenly, Luna's eyes began to shine, and an emotionless voice escaped her lips, loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly. You will be the one who brings his death, and from your body, he will emerge as something else, a monster in the eyes of the world. It was a short, simple phrase, yet filled with mystery. Asterion looked at Luna, frowning. Luna's phrase had too many variables. But the main message was that Escalating would kill someone, and from his body, someone would be reborn to become a monster. He had a pretty good idea of who that person was. That was why Asterion hated prophecies, always so vague and overly dramatic. After a while, he stopped caring about the prophecy Luna had given. Asterion didn't want to be another fool who, in trying to prevent the prophecy from coming true, ended up fulfilling it through his own actions. It was so stupid that he didn't even want to think about the prophecy, preferring to forget it existed in the first place. Honestly, the idea of killing Escalating crossed his mind and didn't go away. He'd rather kill him than deal with such a massive headache in the future. Breaking the silence, Rose asked with a hint of uncertainty, "Are we going to talk about the prophecy or not?" Luna looked at Rose and replied in a sincere tone, "It's better to forget what you heard, nothing good ever comes when a prophecy is involved." It wasn't the first time she had prophesied something, nor would it be the last. She had small prophecies weekly, but this kind of prophecy, involving the entire world, was a first for her. As a seer, she knew that just trying to unravel the prophecy could be its trigger, so Luna shared Asterion's view, pretend it never happened and forget it. Cedric, standing beside them, also nodded in agreement with Luna's words. It's best not to meddle with the future, focusing on the present is always the most realistic option. Rose thought for a moment and also nodded in agreement. She was someone who thought logically due to her 6 eyes. She saw the world based on information and data, not on some ridiculous future that may or may not exist. However, they all agreed on one thing: Escalating was no ordinary baby dragon. No creature capable of sparking a prophecy could be considered normal or simple. "Unfortunately, you can't help me hatch my own team's egg," Cedric broke the silence between them, causing Luna to nod helplessly at the situation of hatching her own egg. This was a rule established for the second task: everyone must hatch their own eggs without assistance, even from their own team. It was a measure to avoid having more than 40 dragons flying on the day of the race. Rose wasn't worried; she could use a fire spell and raise the temperature as much as she wanted, gaining huge amounts of magical energy. But neither Cedric nor Luna had that privilege. Sitting down, Cedric commented with a bitter tone in his voice, "Honestly, if I weren't afraid of losing points for Hogwarts, I'd want to drop out of this task. I'm sure I can't handle a Hungarian horntail." There was no way; this task was far too hostile for him. He didn't have the necessary skills to hatch the egg in the first place, and even if the hatchling was born, how in Merlin's name was he going to tame one of the most aggressive dragons on the planet? It wasn't a dog that you fed, and it would bond with you. It was a damn dragon, extremely territorial and full of hostility towards anyone who stood in its way. No matter. With the victory in the King's game, Hogwarts has 10 points, about 3 more than the second-place team, the French. "Even if you fail, it won't hurt us too much," Rose tried to comfort the Hufflepuff representative, or at least, that's what she thought she was doing. Cedric's face turned embarrassed at Rose's words. What she said was essentially telling him that he was useless and that his presence wouldn't be missed in the tournament. Puff. Luna couldn't resist and began to laugh. It was a bright, cheerful laugh that completely changed the atmosphere. "Rose, I suggest you let other people comfort Cedric. You're definitely not good at consoling anyone with your words. Humph, he should feel honored to receive comforting words from the great and amazing Rose Potter," Rose said in a playful tone as she straightened up proudly. "Silence is sometimes the greatest blessing a man can ask for," Asterion subtly criticized Rose, causing the white-haired girl to glare at him rather unpleasantly. Luna rested her head in her hand and looked at her teammates with a gentle and surprisingly happy expression. She was grateful to have these 3 as companions. The life of a seer wasn't easy. Knowing that her own mother was going to die even before it happened, and failing to save her, had made Luna's already fragile mind extremely unstable. Add to that the fear people have of a seer, and you get an insecure and crazy child in the eyes of many. Luna never thought that even after revealing her gift to her companions, she would be accepted without much difficulty or even prejudice towards her ability. Maybe it was because Rose and Asterion were crazy in their own way and never cared about her madness, and Cedric was just a guy with a heart of gold in a world where power spoke louder than anything else. Luna thanked whoever had brought them together as friends. Loneliness was something extremely terrible for some, and it was especially cruel for her. She was sure that many people would have been frightened by her gift and would have distanced themselves from her at some point. Not everyone could handle her quirks or overcome their fear of the unknown. Chapter 195, Chapter 192, How to Train Your Dragon, 3. An intense smell of burning lingered in the air, while the scorched black color covered every surface Rose looked at. The aftermath of a very powerful fire spell, causing damage even to the magic-resistant stones that Hogwarts had been built with 1,000 years ago. Crack. With a loud and clear sound in a secluded part of Hogwarts, Rose watched as a small, scaly gray head broke through the hard shell of the egg. The red eyes seemed full of innocence, gazing at the surroundings with pure curiosity. A moment later, the entire egg exploded into small pieces, scattering around, revealing the winged, metallic gray-scaled creature. It didn't appear larger than a domestic cat, although even as a hatchling, it could tear through flesh with its extremely sharp teeth. Rose smiled at the iron-belly hatchling before her, the creature staring at her and baring its teeth. Ignoring the threatening look from the baby dragon, she picked it up in her arms and left one of the many vacant rooms in Hogwarts. As soon as she stepped out of the room, leaving behind a completely charred space, Rose came face to face with a woman dressed in emerald robes, her features stern and unyielding. Minerva McGonagall. Miss Potter. Minerva greeted her student and glanced at the baby dragon in Rose's arms with a hint of interest. Turning her gaze to the room Rose had just exited, the Transfiguration professor's face darkened instantly upon seeing the state of it. Professor McGonagall. Rose couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed under Minerva's accusatory stare. She really hadn't expected to see her favorite professor at that moment. Sighing, Minerva rubbed her eyebrows and looked at Rose. Walk with me, Miss Potter. Rose nodded and walked alongside the older woman. She couldn't help but glance at Minerva. If there was anyone who had taken care of her during her time at Hogwarts, it was this woman. Even after just over a year together, Minerva had become someone irreplaceable to her. Her advice, her answers to Rose's doubts, and even her responses to personal, feminine concerns had all come from this woman. She was almost like a mother, only a little older. What are you thinking about in silence? Minerva asked, noticing Rose's unusual quietness. The girl was typically exceptionally loud at all times. I'm thinking about making a potion to purify this little guy's bloodline, Rose responded calmly, her eyes gazing at the iron belly in her arms. The little one didn't seem happy at all about being held, constantly trying to bite her, which obviously failed because of her innate technique. Minerva couldn't help but look at Rose with a touch of surprise, the image of a red-haired girl overlapping with that of the white-haired one before her. You really do look like your mother, Rose, Minerva commented in a sad and regretful tone. If she had arrived sooner, perhaps the Potters wouldn't have died. Rose stopped walking for a moment at her words, but soon resumed with a complicated expression. What was my mother like? Rose asked, her tone softer than usual. Lily was a lively girl. She never stopped getting into trouble between Gryffindor and Slytherin, always defending her friends with a fierceness that reminded me of a lion, Minerva replied, a smile appearing on her lips as she remembered Lily Evans. She had a rare talent for potions, something you only see once in hundreds of years. She was always coming up with new recipes with her brilliant and unusual mind. Once, she created a potion that made animals talk, and believe me, it wasn't a pleasant experience. Imagine how many neutered cats were furious when they became aware of their condition, Minerva said with a playful tone, looking at Rose. Rose couldn't help but laugh at hearing about the potion her mother had created. From Minerva's words, she could imagine her mother being a version of Luna, though more protective and with a few screws loose. After all, who in their right mind would think of creating such a potion? If you'd like, I can give you some of the notes your mother entrusted to me, Minerva offered in a very gentle tone, something she wouldn't do for just anyone, only those she trusted. But Lily's daughter deserved to see that side of her. Rose's eyes sparkled at Minerva's words, and she nodded, thanking her sincerely. Thank you, it will really help me with creating my bloodline purification potion. She hoped her mother's notes would guide her before the race officially began in 4 days. Minerva nodded and added, Albus became famous for his 12 uses of dragon's blood. You can ask for a copy of his notes, they will certainly help with the potion you're trying to create. Rose agreed with Minerva, and the two walked side by side, chatting about more mundane things. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Rose was holding a red diary in good condition. The first sentence written inside made Rose's heart race, and a smile tugged at her lips. Notes and Experiences in Potions by Lily Evans, the most incredible potion maker. Her mother really did resemble her in some ways. The first thing I was taught when making potions was to follow the recipe. This wouldn't be wrong if you didn't want to dive deep into the complex field of potion making. However, if you wish to become a potions master, you must set aside all recipes and experiment with each magical property for yourself. Only then will you take the first step toward becoming a potions master. But above all, you must have money and connections to follow this path. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall's support, I wouldn't be where I am today, despite the talent I possess. The wizarding world is a cruel place for someone like me, who wasn't born to magical parents, without inheritance or money. Someone at the bottom of the extremely rigid caste hierarchy of England. Rose couldn't help but think her mother was very realistic for someone so young. She apparently didn't only see the glamour of the wizarding world like most Muggleborns. She saw the cold and indifferent reality for Muggleborns. Did my mother marry my father because of this? This was a question Rose had asked herself after learning that her mother had no interest in James Potter before their final year at Hogwarts. In her eyes, her mother had married her father because of the inheritance of the Potter house. Even if there was love after the marriage, she hadn't married James out of love. After all, given her father's childish personality and the bullying he inflicted on his classmates, James definitely wasn't that attractive to Lily. These thoughts stirred mixed feelings in her heart, but could Rose criticize her mother's choice? The answer was a resounding no. As the future matriarch of the Potter house, she had already realized how many benefits she had due to her noble birth. It was as if all doors were open to her, a privilege her mother didn't have because of her Muggleborn status. Rose could imagine that the English wizarding world had likely stripped away all the glamour and stories that had been told to Lily Potter. Rose shook her head to clear these thoughts and focused on reading her mother's notes. Through her words written in the diary, the image of her mother became clearer and clearer in her mind, her personality, her desire to become someone important in the world, and above all, her love for potions. Compared to her father, whom she had read about in the Potter house records, the two were completely different. James Potter was the typical spoiled boy from a noble house, born with a silver spoon in his mouth and excessively pampered by his grandparents, who had him at an old age. Chapter 196, Chapter 193, How to Train Your Dragon, 4. With Rose's dragon egg hatching and the day of the race drawing closer, more and more dragons were emerging from their respective eggs. It's noticeable that, unlike in the original world of Harry Potter, dragons grow much faster here. Fast enough that, within a few days, most dragons could already be ridden, though they were not very fast due to their young age. The largest dragon belonged to Asterion. Escalating was the size of 3 horses, appearing as a truly imposing and powerful dragon. In the future, he would honor his namesake from another universe. His crown of horns seemed particularly intimidating. No one could compare Escalating to the Hebridean Black, the breed of the dragon. They looked completely different. Because they were dragons, all participants, along with their dragons, could not remain at Hogwarts. As a result, a small village was established at the foot of Hogwarts. For those who managed to force the hatching of dragon eggs, they now faced a more difficult challenge, controlling a fast-growing dragon, ravenously hungry, especially thirsty for meat and blood. At that moment, in the new village below Hogwarts, a young man could be seen running with all his strength, fear painting his face in an almost morbid pallor. Behind him, a dragon flew in pursuit, its beastly purple eyes filled with hunger and a ferocity worthy of one of the world's most powerful predators. "Help!" the young man shouted loudly, barely dodging a charge from the dragon behind him. He didn't have his wand in hand, showing that he had fled in a rush, running from the dragon. Despite his cries for help and the fact that the houses were all relatively close, no one came out to aid the young man being chased by the dragon. Another idiot who thought taming a dragon is like taming a dog with treats. Does he think he's some kind of Viking who likes dragons? Asterion remarked through the window with a look of disgust. In his eyes, witches and wizards should be intelligent and studious. What's the difference between magical animals and wizards without knowledge? None. Both are stupid animals in that case. Although she didn't understand Asterion's last words, Daphne, dressed only in her fiancé's long shirt, sat beside him with a steaming cup of hot chocolate in her hands, sipping the warm liquid with a small, comfortable smile playing on her lips. Knowing that Asterion would be living outside the castle for a period of time, as his legitimate fiancé, Daphne naturally went to live with him, and she admitted it was the best choice she had ever made. The two lived alone in this cozy wooden house, which she had personally decorated down to the smallest details, with all the love she could muster. Although it wasn't a mansion full of opulence like she was used to, she felt strangely content every time she looked at the house she shared with Asterion. This house was a world that belonged to her, Asterion, and another girl with white hair. It was as if they were already husband and wife. Unfortunately, this calm and peace were soon shattered by the agonizing scream of the young man outside. Daphne curiously looked out the window and saw a Hungarian horntail dragon biting down on the young man with its monstrous mouth and teeth sharper than daggers. Judging by the agonizing expression on his face, the pain was far from ordinary, otherwise, his scream wouldn't have resembled that of a pig being cruelly slaughtered. "I give up," the young man screamed hysterically as he desperately tried to pull back, which was a terrible decision on his part, given that the dragon was still feasting on his arm. This made the young man's expression even more pained than before. When the young man shouted that he was giving up on the competition, Asterion and Daphne watched as Professor McGonagall waved her hand. With a simple gesture, the dragon was bound in chains made of iron. Everything was done with such mastery and experience that no student could have achieved it. With great care, she pried open the dragon's mouth and carefully removed the shredded, broken arm, with many parts chewed between the dragon's teeth. Shaking her head as she saw the tragic state of the arm, the Transfiguration Master helped the young man get to the Hogwarts infirmary. As for the dragon, it was taken away by a team dressed in red, who seemed very skilled at handling the winged beasts. In less than 5 minutes, the dragon had been secured in a tough metal crate and disappeared from everyone's sight along with the wizards and witches. Dragon keepers in the dragon reserves are very professional. The dragon barely resisted, though that was largely thanks to Professor McGonagall's transfiguration, Daphne commented, observing the scene with great interest. Asterion, beside her, agreed with his fiancé's words. They were truly professionals at what they did. This wasn't the first time they had seen these experts at work. The young man who had been attacked by the dragon wasn't the first, there had been 2 others before him. Fools who thought they could earn the respect and love of dragons as if they were docile dogs. As for how other wizards and witches were managing to control their dragons, Asterion didn't know. It was a secret no participant could share, so as not to help their enemies. However, according to Luna, some used potions with hallucinogenic or confusion effects, and some even used amordentia. When Asterion heard that someone had used the strongest love potion in existence on a dragon, his expression turned strange. The image was so disturbing that he wanted to rip his brain out. As for Luna herself, she had used an ancient ritual that existed in her family, and with her own blood as the primary material, she created a bond that allowed her to connect mentally with the dragon, making them practically one, which greatly increased the dragon's loyalty. However, an ancient and outdated ritual like this had some rather serious flaws. Imagine sharing a mind with a dragon. Definitely, strange scenarios would occur during the process, and that's exactly what happened. The dragon's personality became somewhat similar to Luna's. Since Luna was a vegetarian, the dragon also developed a dislike for meat, giving birth to the world's first vegetarian dragon. When Asterion heard Luna's words, he glanced at the sleepy dragon beside her and contorted his lips at such unreal news. Asterion was certain that Luna had done the entire ritual on purpose. It was her little revenge, retaliating for the torture she had suffered at the hands of Albion, who was still sealed away. He could already imagine the expression on the ancient dragon's face when it heard about the vegetarian dragon. There would be fury, anger, and even more fury in the eyes of the dragon that had terrorized Britain thousands of years ago, something Asterion wanted to witness from the front row. After all, Albion was his pig on a silver platter, served to him to complete his plan. Just as Daphne was about to speak, the door to the house opened, and Rose, with her head held high in triumph, walked in with a proud expression. "Dear husband and beloved wife, I'm back from work," Rose said in a playful tone, a smile dancing on her lips. "That damned supervisor made me work overtime." She complained loudly while pretending to hang a coat in the closet, her voice dripping with hatred and anger toward her work supervisor. Asterion and Daphne rolled their eyes at Rose's obvious act, as she appeared to be playing the role of the husband who had come home exhausted from a long day of work. "What are you two up to?" Rose asked as she sprawled inelegantly on the couch, resting her head on Asterion's lap. Watching another idiot almost get killed by a dragon, Daphne responded with almost visible pleasure in her voice, referring to the pain the fools had suffered when they were nearly killed by their own arrogance and stupidity. Rose nodded. She had initially considered going down that path, but after seeing her dragon's temper, she quickly abandoned those innocent thoughts and taught her dragon hatchling the true fist of love. In her words to the dragon, it was submission or death. The death part was an exaggeration, but how could a not-so-intelligent dragon hatchling know that? Rose soon realized that dragons were, above all else, proud creatures. Even after dozens of beatings, which would have infuriated any animal rights organization, and rightly so, the dragon hatchling still seemed proud and didn't appear to be giving in any time soon. This led Rose to take drastic measures. She had to teach the hatchling the true fist of love. After hours of beatings, training, Rose managed to establish a master-subordinate relationship. Suddenly, Rose felt a hand stroking her hair and couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. She looked up and saw Asterion gently running his fingers through her hair while focusing on reading a book. Rose had to admit, their relationship wasn't the most orthodox in the world, but she liked it just the way it was. Little by little, she was becoming part of this family. A family that consisted of just the three of them, and no one else. Chapter 197, Chapter 194, How to Train Your Dragon, 5. Along with Asterion, Daphne, Rose, Luna and Cedric were present at his house. Daphne served 2 cups of tea and a plate with some snacks to eat to both guests, who accepted after thanking her. The weather was getting colder and colder as Christmas approached. The Hufflepuff representative clearly had a melancholy expression. The reason for the melancholy was in the young man's arms, a dragon egg. It was the last day of the first phase of the second trial of the tournament and Cedric's dragon egg hadn't hatched, and even if it did, a dragon cub couldn't be ridden. Although my house didn't say anything, even supported me, the other houses don't think the same way. Cedric commented with a helpless expression on his face. It was the first time in his life that he had suffered such looks and words from his own schoolmates. Since Cedric hadn't managed to make the dragon egg hatch successfully even at the last moment, he had practically become something to be criticized in the eyes of the other 3 Hogwarts houses. This made him see for the first time how different people were in the face of a different reality. You don't have to worry about talking to those people, Cedric, just ignore them and hold your head up high with pride. You're in the tournament and they're not. It's just jealousy and they're taking advantage of the moment to criticize you. Rose said, comforting her friend with an expression of understanding. She knew how horrible people could be when something they didn't like came up in front of them. Asterion and Daphne also gave her looks of silent comfort. What are we going to do? We're 1 down, the other teams are probably thanking the gods for it. Luna asked with an expression of disinterest. Not that she was indifferent to her friend's torments. But she saw something like this as necessary to make Cedric mature in the future. Although being a boy with a heart of gold was a very good thing, good people die early, something she didn't want for her new friend. It was better for Cedric to suffer a little at this point and become a more mature man, rather than lose his life for someone else in a time of need. How many teams managed to hatch dragon eggs? Looking away from the despondent Cedric, Rose asked Asterion. She knew that her cunning cousin was secretly watching all the teams. Of the 12 magic schools that took part in the tournament, only Greece and Italy failed to hatch any of the 4 eggs they received. They were the first to be disqualified from the second trial. Asterion answered without hesitation, his calm voice causing even Cedric, who was nervous, to relax unconsciously. Almost as if he believed that, as long as he was there, the sky might fall and he would be holding it up. As for the number of dragons, all 10 of the remaining nations, such as France, Russia, the United States, Germany, Austria, Brazil, Japan, China, Sweden, and Spain managed to hatch dragons. Asterion goes on to say what he discovered: we're not in first place in terms of the number of dragons. That place went to Brazil with 4 dragons, then France, Russia, and the United States with 3 dragons. No one was surprised by his words. If Castelobruxo, the largest magical school focused on breeding and trading magical animals, hadn't been in first place in terms of numbers, they would have suspected something was wrong. Still, I'm surprised by France, Russia, and the United States, all 3 of which aren't exactly known for being very good at breeding magical animals. Cedric commented with a surprised tone upon hearing the situation of the 3 enemy teams. Demstrang in particular was the complete opposite of the Witch Castle. Don't say 3 dragons, even 1 would surprise most people. Russia has never really been a powerhouse in terms of the domestication and trade of magical animals. Did they cheat? Daphne frowned and asked with an uncertain expression, her voice tinged with suspicion for the 3 dragons on the Russian team. It wouldn't be the first time this had happened. It was quite normal for Russia to cheat in international events. Note, if you're Russian and you're reading this, bear in mind that I didn't mean to offend you with my words in this chapter. It's just the reality for most teams. Of course, it wasn't just Russia that cheated, there were always other countries cheating. Everyone wanted to have an advantage against their enemies. It was quite normal for them to try to cheat in the face of benefits and perhaps pressure from their own country. Daphne's words made everyone around her think. The news of 3 dragons on the Russian side was indeed suspicious, but it wasn't to the point where everyone began to suspect that Demstrang was cheating. After all, it was the first international tournament of witchcraft and wizardry, and being caught cheating in something so historic wasn't exactly an image a country wanted for itself. Without proof we have nothing to do against Demstrang, but if there is any cheating, an old fox like Dumbledore will be able to see if there is anything wrong with the Russian team. The man is known for his research into the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Asterion broke the silence, making everyone around him feel satisfied with his words. As Asterion had said, Dumbledore really wouldn't let anyone cheat on a subject that he himself was an expert in. Let's not talk about that, let's talk about the battle formation we'll be using while we're in the air. Rose commented with an extremely bright gaze. Although she could fly on her own, flying on a dragon had a completely different symbolism. Rose's words caught everyone's attention. Apparently it wasn't just Rose who was excited, Luna was equally cheerful at the moment. A stark contrast to Cedric, who was visibly more melancholy. After all, the poor boy wouldn't be riding the dream of every English boy. As for training, I think we can use Luna as bait. Asterion's words surprised everyone, including Luna herself, who showed a false expression of discontent. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Asterion spoke calmly. It doesn't matter whether we use Luna or not, we will be attacked at the weakest link in the chain, namely Luna herself. So instead of waiting to be attacked, it's better to use a trap to take out 1 or 2 competitors at the start. Even though she knew Asterion's words were true, no one liked being called weak, especially not Luna, who had one of the most powerful gifts in the wizarding world. Rose frowned, but not because of Asterion's proposal, but because of something else. We don't know anything about the race, which means that even if we set up a battle formation now, everything could change when the race track appears. Instead of a combat formation, why don't you 3 stand together at the start of the match in a triangle position defending from all sides? Cedric, who had been silent until now, proposed in a serious voice. He continued. When the 3 of you get together, you'll be able to take on all the teams head-on without too much difficulty, especially with Asterion's Escalating, which is a monster that no one alone has ever dared to attack. His words won everyone's approval. With Escalating, even a fool would avoid attacking the biggest dragon in the competition. A relaxed atmosphere hung in the air as everyone seemed more comfortable with their decisions. So, how's married life? Luna asked, looking curiously at the trio, her expert eyes strangely brightened by the question asked. Cedric's face flushed with embarrassment at Luna's sudden question. He looked at his companion with a shocked look for asking something so intimate. If Cedric's face was ashamed, Rose's face was dark. Only those who know what she's been through know how irritating the nights in the room next to hers were. Daphne seemed to purposely moan loudly every night. It made the nights rather unpleasant for the white-haired girl. Daphne didn't look shy and answered calmly and elegantly. Better than expected, I can't wait to get married for real. An uninterested look flashed across Luna's face. She expected to see the embarrassed expression of the legendary Slytherin Ice Queen, but Daphne was very calm. Chapter 198, Chapter 195, Dragon Race, 1. Those equestrian outfits make you look incredibly beautiful, Daph, your ass looks huge. Rose said, her eyes fixed on Daphne's buttocks, which were perfectly outlined by the tight white pants. Showing off her ass in all its glory. Daphne blinked a few times when she heard this and looked at herself in the mirror. She took a few poses and confirmed that what Rose had said was the truth. With those tight-fitting clothes, what had previously been hidden by the baggy skirt of her school uniform was revealed. If you're wondering why she was dressed like that, it was just to test it out and see how it looked. The result left Daphne very satisfied. She looked beautiful. Turning to look at Rose, Daphne looked at her future wife/sister. She was dressed similarly to her, but instead of her dark green suit and white pants, Rose was wearing a dark red suit with black pants. And she had to admit, Rose was a sight for sore eyes, which made Daphne a little envious. Her beauty was slim and elegant, while Rose's beauty was larger and full of curves, especially her breasts and buttocks, which were perfectly outlined by the tight clothes. Suddenly, the door opened and Asterion entered, wearing a dark green suit, black pants, and boots. As he entered, he noticed the scene inside the room and couldn't help looking at the two young women. Daphne and Rose looked beautiful in their equestrian outfits, perfectly outlining their slim, fit bodies. Although he was confused as to why Daphne was wearing those clothes, since she wasn't going to take part in the race in this second trial. "You both look beautiful." Asterion wasn't stingy with his compliments and spoke in a calm tone. Whether it was Daphne or Rose, they both sensed the warm look hidden behind his apparently calm gaze. "You look beautiful too, darling." Daphne approached Asterion and spoke, kissing his lips in a soft, chaste kiss. Rose nodded as she stared mostly at Asterion's ass with a glowing eye. Women like to appreciate beautiful things and squeeze them often. She was no different and Asterion's ass was begging to be groped. If Asterion had known her thoughts, he would have rolled his eyes and retorted to her words. It was Rose's ass that was practically screaming to be groped. Perhaps noticing her gaze, Asterion grabbed Daphne's slender waist and beckoned Rose with his eyes. Although confused, Rose moved closer and to her surprise, Asterion pulled her closer. The next second she felt the soft touch of lips and was shocked to realize that she was kissing Asterion. But she didn't think much of the moment and gave herself over to the kiss. Unlike her first impulsive kiss inside the tent before the first trial, she was much more comfortable at the moment and enjoyed the taste of his lips. Their lips crossed in a more aggressive kiss, eager for each other, both savoring the taste of each other. Seeing her fiancé kissing another woman in front of her, Daphne was at first upset, but she knew it would happen sooner or later. So she let out a helpless sigh and let everything take its course. Daphne had already accepted Rose when she had signed the agreement between the three parties. She wouldn't be stingy enough to deprive Rose of Asterion's touch because of jealousy. After a while, the kiss ended and Rose reluctantly broke away from his lips. She wanted more. Kissing really was so good, especially with someone you liked. Better than the first time. Asterion commented with an amused smile playing on his lips, remembering the impulsive kiss Rose had given him. Rose rolled her eyes and glared at Asterion. She didn't want this story to be known to Daphne. She would be teased about it all her life. "Although I'm curious what her first kiss was like, we're almost late for the stadium," Daphne said, looking at them both. Sighing with relief, Rose looked gratefully at Daphne. She turned her gaze to Asterion and spoke, regaining her confidence. "You'll be surprised by my dragon." Asterion and Daphne looked curiously at Rose. She had already said that she was preparing a potion to purify her dragon's draconic bloodline. Honestly, if it were anyone else, even Snape, a famous potions master, Asterion would doubt that he could create such a potion. But as it was Rose, who possessed the 6 eyes and could calculate almost anything she wanted with the infinite flow of information, Asterion believed that such a potion could exist in the near future. Even so, he was surprised to notice the pride on Rose's face when talking about her dragon. Could she have made it in less than a week? Asterion thought, his lips curving into a smile. Thinking of something amusing, Asterion spoke in an encouraging tone. "If you come first, I'll grant you any wish you may have." Rose's eyes lit up at his words. What does anything mean? Is that what she was thinking? Seeing the slightly perverted smile on Rose's lips, Daphne was speechless. A moment ago Rose was acting like any virgin, blushing at any kiss. "Stop flirting and let's go, we're almost late," Daphne said, letting out a tired sigh. Rose proved to be someone she imagined herself to be, a chaotic force of nature. Fortunately, her innate technique, the heart of nature, could control nature or she would be having trouble dealing with this tornado in the form of a 14-year-old girl. Asterion and Rose stopped playing and nodded. They looked at each other and smiled. "We're going to win," Rose said with a confident smile. "If we don't win, I'll punish you, Rose." Asterion spoke in a calm tone, but the amused look in his eyes showed that he would be enjoying himself if she lost. Snorting coldly, Rose pulled Asterion's hand and Daphne's hand, pulling them both out of the house. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the completely packed Quadruple Stadium. It seemed even more crowded than when the Game of Kings took place. "Remember to win," Daphne said, giving Asterion a kiss on the lips and a gentle kiss on Rose's cheek. Then she said goodbye to them both and headed towards the stands where all her friends were. Rose touched her cheek with a stunned expression and looked at the figure walking away with a blush appearing on her cheeks. "Stop acting like a lovesick maiden and let's go." Seeing Rose's state, Asterion rolled his eyes and spoke with a teasing tone. He had to admit, Daphne really could make anyone fall in love with her. The woman was perfect when it came to managing relationships. Rose, hearing his words, couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. Daphne's kiss was too unexpected for her. Taking a deep breath to calm her increasingly uncontrollable feelings, she followed Asterion to the Hogwarts tent, alongside all the other tents of the schools that were qualified to take part. Entering the tent, they both saw Luna and Cedric. Luna was wearing equestrian clothes, a blue suit and white pants. Her slender, elegant and delicate figure was enhanced even more by her clothes. Cedric, on the other hand, wasn't wearing equestrian clothes. Even at the end, he didn't manage to hatch the dragon egg, but Asterion noticed that apart from a certain despondency on his part, he showed a calmness that he hadn't had before. This made him realize that Cedric was more mature, not as naive as before. The harsh comments from his colleagues really made him see that maintaining friendly relations with everyone wasn't right. Some people simply weren't worth the time. That was fine in Asterion's eyes. Cedric's future was in the clock tower, acting as one of the 12 lords alongside him, and in the future, perhaps his foreign minister. Just as Rose was about to greet both friends, a horn sounded loudly, accompanied by a sea of deafening applause. Looks like it started. Rose whispered to herself with an excited smile. Good luck and win another trial. Cedric looked at his friends and spoke with a bright smile, his green eyes showing no envy, only regret at not being by their side. We will. Luna spoke with a dreamy but equally happy tone. Chapter 199, Chapter 196, Dragon Race, 2. Leaving the Hogwarts tent, Asterion found himself surrounded by a sea of camera flashes and completely deafening applause. The whole stadium seemed to shake with the emotion of the people. A few draconic roars could be heard in the background, showing why the crowd was so excited. With his eyes gradually getting used to the spicy, blinding lights, Asterion looked at his surroundings, his eyes soon settling on the huge starting line. At the starting line, all the dragons were lying motionless, although their mouths could move, guttural roars were escaping and some were clearly very angry at being in that position. Asterion soon noticed that the dragons' positions were completely random, no member of the Hogwarts team was anywhere near his dragon. Speaking of Escalating, Asterion's red eyes fixed on his dragon. Its reddish-black scales seemed to glow with the sunlight bathing them in a fiery glow. Its imposing and powerful crown of horns looked especially majestic. Unlike other dragons, Escalating was completely still and kept his eyes closed despite all the noise around him, a behavior that reminded Asterion of Morgan. In terms of size, Escalating was undoubtedly the largest dragon. His body was an incredible 15 meters long, not counting his tail. With its wings fully unfolded, its wingspan reached a terrifying 60 meters. Honestly, placed side by side with other dragons, Escalating looked like a calm father while his children were making a fuss all around. Asterion could hear the sighs of admiration from the audience towards his dragon, which was understandable. Escalating drew more attention than anything else. They said goodbye to Asterion and quickly walked towards their respective dragons. Asterion stood next to Escalating and stroked the scales on his long neck, treating him as if he were only a slightly larger kitten. The dragon melted at the caresses on his neck, leaning towards him as if asking for more. The sight of the dragon and Asterion caused many to exclaim in shock at the display of affection between them. After all, the difficult temperament of dragons was widespread in the wizarding world, so to see such a display surprised the witches and wizards present. Suddenly, Asterion's caresses stopped. He felt the signature of a semi-special grade witch approaching him. Looking back, he saw a rather kind-looking old man approaching him, holding a rather old but impeccably clean briefcase. His clothes were green and he wore a blue coat over everything. Asterion noticed that the old man's eyes didn't stay still or even stare at anyone for long. From the case in his hand, Asterion felt countless signs of magical energies of different species emanating from it. If you're asking how many species there were, the current Black Patriarch would answer that there were around 10,000, and maybe a bit more. Asterion was speechless when he felt that many magical creatures. Let's not talk about the unreasonably large space in that case, just the cost of looking after so many magical creatures was simply astronomical. What is the concept of 10,000 magical creatures? The amount of money and time to manage such a large space was unbelievable in itself. Piecing together all the clues before him, Asterion already knew who the old man was. The world's most famous magi-zoologist, Newt Scamander. For Dumbledore, one of his most important lieutenants in the fight against Grindelwald in the past. Mr. Black. The old man greeted Asterion, but at no point did his eyes meet Asterion's eyes. The old man's eyes were fixed on the dragon and no one else. He seemed fascinated by the dragon. Mr. Scamander. Asterion didn't mind the man's particularly rude behavior. He knew that the old man in front of him loved magical creatures above all else, and a variant of a new species like Escalating was especially tempting for him. Reluctantly averting his eyes from the beautiful, majestic creature, Newt turned his gaze to Asterion, but didn't look him in the eye. It's a Hedradian black, how did it mutate? He asked, his voice filled with an innocent curiosity, almost childish if you calculated that the man was 99 years old this year. Mixed with the blood of a cursed spirit. Asterion replied without caring much. Of course, he wouldn't say that the cursed spirit was Morgan. Imagine the impact of Morgan's existence being revealed to the world. It would certainly cause too many problems for him. Newt blinked a few times as if he doubted whether he had heard Asterion's words correctly. And seeing the calm look on his face, Newt wanted to refute the absurd claims made. As someone who had studied magical creatures all his life, he knew very well what happened when individuals of different species mated. Most of the time, the offspring born died or lived very little due to genetic defects. A hybrid between a cursed spirit and a magical creature has never been reported in any book in wizarding civilization. So Asterion's words without any proof didn't exactly satisfy the old magi-zoologist. Seeing the suspicious look in the old man's eyes, Asterion rolled his eyes. He knew very well that his casual excuse couldn't convince the old men in front of him. However, Asterion had never planned to say anything to Newt Scamander in the first place and hadn't even bothered to invent a more believable excuse for the old man. Unfortunately, Asterion didn't know that Newt Scamander could be especially intrusive and very curious when it came to magical creatures. Just as he was about to say something, Asterion noticed Newt's briefcase shuddering for a moment and opening slightly. Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from the case, but was pushed back by Newt. Asterion's lips twitched unnaturally and he wondered if the case had more stringent protection. He could imagine the pandemonium that would ensue if all the magical creatures in the case escaped. It could be said that it would be an event worthy of being described in the annals of the history of the wizarding world. Perhaps noticing Asterion's increasingly strange gaze, Newt looked away and looked all around, but not at Patriarch Black, feeling inexplicably guilty. Newt quickly grabbed his briefcase and disappeared, heading towards the stands, exactly towards the VIP seats where Dumbledore and all the others were. Asterion no longer cared about the exotic Newt Scamander and concentrated on checking that the cell at the base of the dragon's neck was firmly attached. Even if he wasn't afraid of falling from a high altitude, he didn't want to be embarrassed in the eyes of hundreds of thousands of wizards and witches from all over the planet. In the VIP seats, seeing Newt's arrival, Dumbledore stood up and hugged his old friend with a smile on his face. "You look younger since we last met," Dumbledore said with a cheerful tone. "And you look older, Professor," Newt replied with an equally comfortable smile. "That happens to all humans and I'm no different," Dumbledore replied with a nonchalant tone. It seemed that death drawing ever closer didn't seem to bother the wizard. "I'm glad you agreed to come to the tournament." Taking a seat in the main chair, Dumbledore replied with relief in his voice. This made Newt frown. He knew the look on the Hogwarts principal's face, the same look he had seen when he took part in the war against Grindelwald. What happened? Snapping his fingers, Newt created a barrier that prevented the sound from propagating and asked, pushing aside any other distracting thoughts in his head. "I want you to investigate something for me, Newt. You're the only one I can trust." Reinforcing the barrier so that the sound wouldn't propagate, Dumbledore spoke with an incredibly serious tone. He continued speaking. "Investigate an organization called R. It's behind the recent conspiracies involving something very dangerous. Dangerous enough to destroy the whole of Great Britain." Hearing his words, Newt's face showed a look of shock despite his years of experience. Although he had assumed that something very serious had happened for Dumbledore to invite him out of his retirement that he was enjoying with his wife, he wasn't expecting something on that scale. This organization called R is so dangerous. It seems even more dangerous than Grindelwald's acolytes. Newt asked, still somewhat skeptical about this R organization. Quite understandably, given that before this, he had never even heard of such an organization. Knowing his doubts, Dumbledore wasn't stingy and told him everything he knew so far. "From what I've been able to gather so far, it's an organization created before Hogwarts was even built. An order of witches and wizards used it to survive in the past era, but it has endured to this day, becoming a secret organization that tries to control the world from the shadows." The more he listened, the more Newt's eyes widened in shock at so many revelations. He couldn't believe that such a powerful organization could exist and remain hidden for over 1,000 years. "It won't be easy, Professor. From what you've told me, this organization has infiltrated all the ministries of magic in various countries. Investigating something like this with so many eyes watching won't be an easy task," Newt commented with a terribly serious expression. His voice had lost all the hesitation and lightness it had had before. Newt could imagine that he was walking into a hive of bees and it only took one sighting for everyone to run to him with the intention of killing him. Chapter 200, Chapter 197, Dragon Race, 3. Seeing Newt's silence, Dumbledore let out a tired sigh, but remained silent for a moment. The Hogwarts principal knew that this would be an extremely life-threatening mission, to say the least. Newt could even end up facing a special grade wizard during the mission. And the chances of this fight ending badly for Newt were high. Unfortunately, Dumbledore couldn't personally investigate or even send anyone on this mission. Investigating such an ancient and secret organization was too dangerous for any weak wizard. Newt was perfect for the mission. Dumbledore could trust him and above all, Newt had the power to protect himself should anything go wrong during the mission. "Don't worry, Professor. Although my bones are a little rusty, they still work as strong as dragon muscles." Perhaps noticing the worried look on the Hogwarts headmaster's face, Newt commented with a light and unconcerned tone. For a brief moment, Dumbledore seemed to see the same eccentric boy in his 5th year at Hogwarts towering over the old men in front of him. "I'm just worried about you, Newt. If you feel something is wrong, don't hesitate to run away." Dumbledore spoke with a terribly serious tone, leaving no room for any words of refusal on Newt's part. The world's most famous magi-zoologist looked embarrassed, but nodded hesitantly, agreeing with Dumbledore's words. Showing a satisfied expression on his face, Dumbledore got up and stood in front of the audience, which had calmed down completely at his arrival. Scanning the people in the stands, he could see the anticipation and excitement for the tournament on the faces of these wizards and witches. Dumbledore began his words with a joke. "I think we're all excited about what's going to happen. And just between you and me, I am too. I always dreamed as a child of seeing a dragon race." Laughter rang out in the stands as some shouted that they had similar dreams as children. Who hasn't dreamt of riding on a dragon and saving the princess? Clearing his throat, Dumbledore continued. The race will be divided into 3 main areas: land, water, and area. The dragons and their riders will have to pass through natural and artificial obstacles to reach the finish. Dumbledore's words caught everyone's attention, especially the competitors. A land and air race was normal. After all, dragons could run and fly, but a water race. Dragon and water could never be mixed in the same sentence without causing strangeness in many people's minds. How in Merlin's name could a dragon swim underwater? That was the thought of almost everyone, including Asterion. He couldn't understand how Dumbledore could think of creating such a strange race in the first place. As if reading the doubts of talented young wizards and witches from various countries, Dumbledore replied in an amused tone. Life is an experience full of surprises, be they good or bad. As to what the surprise prepared for them was, Dumbledore didn't say and gave no hint as to what it might be. The participants were speechless, knowing that the race couldn't be as simple as it seemed. Is it hard to ask for just a normal race? Asterion heard a young Asian-looking woman next to him mutter to herself. Her English was very good, there was hardly an accent in her voice. The young woman's dragon was a Chinese fireball, which was lying next to her in a very lazy manner. Asterion didn't blame the young woman. The Game of Kings was a rather stressful competition for countries other than Hogwarts. The Chinese team in particular collapsed with its male members being enslaved by Fleur. Perhaps noticing a look about her, Ling Zhang turned and found a pair of red eyes staring at her with a hint of curiosity. She knew who it was, there was no way not to know who the young man in front of him was. One of the world's 33 special grade wizards and the youngest of them all. The slayer of 2 other special grade wizards. Asterion Black, the Black Prince. In all honesty, Ling Zhang felt that she could brag for a lifetime about taking on a special grade and coming out of the attack practically unscathed. How many people had the luxury of facing a special grade warlock and coming out alive? As far as she knew, not many. Lord Black. She spoke, greeting the special grade warlock politely. Good race. Asterion nodded and replied back, then went back to focusing on Escalating. Ling Zhang was speechless. She had hoped to have a little chat, but seeing his obvious detachment, she shook the gourd helplessly and focused on the dragon itself. Without caring if anyone was watching or not, she took a vial out of her bag and opened the stopper that covered the glass vial. Bringing the flask close to the dragon's nose, Ling Zhang made the dragon smell the smoke escaping from the flask, and as if by magic, the whole dragon seemed excited again, its frenzied eyes staring at its surroundings with a bestial gleam. Calm down, girl. Suddenly, that bestial, cruel look calmed down when it heard Ling Zhang's voice, and it lay down on the ground with its reptilian eyes staring at Ling Zhang. This made Asterion next to her turn his head and look at the bottle in the young woman's hand with an interesting look. Asterion knew that the contents of the bottle were just some kind of extremely potent anesthetic in the form of smoke, probably created by the Chinese over the centuries, but the main reason the dragon accepted the Chinese girl's command was her voice. Something that Asterion assumed was her innate technique, and she used her voice to hypnotize the Chinese fireball. Of course, the young woman definitely wasn't strong enough to control the dragon with her own strength, so the dragon was completely drugged to the point where it couldn't move on its own. Something like that would greatly affect the efficiency of the dragon's flight, but compared to not being able to ride the dragon, that was a price many competitors didn't mind paying easily. I must be careful. Asterion thought, an innate technique like that could hypnotize the enemy was problematic, especially for beings who had no defenses for this kind of attack. He didn't need to worry about that. Baskerville was in his shadow and he was completely safe. But Escalating was an unknown. Asterion didn't know if Escalating had inherited some of her power from Morgan, which he found difficult to do. All competitors must get on their respective dragons. Hearing Dumbledore's voice, Asterion put those thoughts aside for the moment and climbed up Encalagon's neck to the saddle located at the base of the dragon's slender, long neck. Attaching the kill hooks to his saddle belt, which would prevent him from falling from a high altitude, Asterion settled into the dragon's saddle and couldn't help but notice that his angle of vision was very high at this point. The warm touch and smell that reminded him of sulfur made his nose twitch gently. Strangely, he liked the pungent smell. Stroking the reddish-black scales at the ends, Asterion muttered to himself. Let's have some fun together, big boy. Escalating opened his eyes and let out a guttural roar as his huge body rose from the ground, towering far above the other dragons. Dumbledore looked at the huge, particularly eye-catching Escalating and couldn't help but twitch his lips unnaturally. The dragon was definitely a very clear variation of a Hedradian Black. How Asterion had managed to do this in less than a week, even he had no idea. He knew dragons very well, and if it were so easy to create a variation of a race, there would be many more dragons than the world currently had. Dragon DNA is extremely xenophobic and proud, preferring to decay by mixing with other DNA, so Asterion being able to create a variation of the Hedradian Black was a real doubt in Dumbledore's mind. Letting out a weary sigh, Dumbledore took a deep breath and shouted through the magical microphone. Get ready.